I believe to make Pasco a better place the next 10 to 15 years, we need to make sure that we have infrastructure for our water distribution and supply to be securely in place. We need to make sure that we've addressed retail, to have more and better retail in place, to have ongoing sales tax base to take care of the needs of the city, because those things go on well after we are gone. We need to make sure that the public safety needs have been met, properly funded, that there's enough fire and police officers in place, and that there's enough structures in place, police and fire departments, to meet those needs. And that there's enough recreational facilities, both athletic and fine arts, to meet the needs of our vast, diverse communities. If we address those things and do them well, we will have taken this wonderful community and made it even better for the people that come behind us.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Thank you for your time. So you're more than welcome to sit in the chambers and listen to the other candidates, or whatever you'd like to do.
Thank you all very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening.
Hey, good evening. If you want to state your name and, I know who you are, but state your name.
Yeah, my name is Abel Campos.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we are going to jump right into the questions. So based on your research, this is question number one. Based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
Well, I think the city council obviously is the legislative body of the city. So they have some important aspects to that. So they go ahead and they make policies and laws, and so part of it's the making sure that they have everything that would make the city very successful. And so they do that. They also oversee obviously the staffing and the budget. They also are representative of the city, and so each member is designated to a district, and so they represent that district, and so it's just making sure that they hear from them and then bring that to the council on that. I also know that they also designate different citizens in the city to serve on other commissions and boards to help with that.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Let's jump to 1A. What are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
Yeah, I think that's a good balance to have. I think on one side, the council member needs to obviously represent their district well and hear them out, and be willing to listen to any constituents about their concerns for their city. But at the same time, they got to come together as a team for the city council and make the decision that's better for the city itself. So I think it's a very important balance. Definitely a juggling act that needs to be happening, making sure that they're doing both, listening to the constituents, but also working with everyone else and making sure that the city moves forward in a positive way.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we're going to jump to question number 2, which is going to be done by our very own Mayor Pro Tem, Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Campos, for being here this evening and participating, just throwing your name in the hat for it, too. What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
I think there's just so much going on. I mean, just knowing the fact that, by 2038, we're going to continue to grow 40 to 50,000 people. That in itself, managing that and making sure we're putting everything in place to continue to grow our city is very important. But I think, obviously, making sure that we continue to develop our businesses and our economic plans in place, making sure that we have housing. I know that serving on the Planning Commission, that was a big deal that we had to kind of look at, hearing all this, housing and making sure that we provide for that. But I think it's a big task, and I think that that's something that we need to really look forward to, is making sure that we have not only the right housing and the economic plan, but also just making sure even everything from traffic and everything else, making sure all those ordinances are in those places that we're ready for the population that is to come.
All right, well, thank you for that. So we are going to move on to question number 3, which is done by Councilwoman Blanche Bras.
Councilman? Councilwoman?
Councilwoman.
I don't know what I heard.
Oh, no, my voice is a little dry. I'll take some
My
water.
ears are
Councilwoman.
failing me. Thank you for participating and wanting to continue working for the city of Pasco. I know you're in the planning commission, but this would be a very, very different role. My question to you, what have you observed? What have you seen as areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What can we do better?
I think that it's just all part of gathering and making sure that we are gathering kind of those stakeholders for getting businesses that want to be here, making sure that we're putting all those right ordinances in place and making the system better to go ahead and draw businesses into the community. Also, we got to figure out what we're going to do with the people that are living on our streets and the homeless and the unhoused. Making sure that we establish some type of programs that we want to make sure to help either direct or help them as well. I think those are all very important issues that I think we must address, and knowing that more people are only going to come, I think those are the things that we have to absolutely address and make sure that we have that plan.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that. So let's move on to question number 4, which is Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision of the city council?
Yeah, I think that's, depending on what exactly they're saying, but I think it goes back to that previous question of being able to listen to our constituents, making sure that we're providing that ear. However, at the same time, making sure that we also represent our staff and making sure that we depending again on what's going on, making sure that we somewhat defend our staff if it's something that's not as big of a deal, making sure that we do that, but also bringing it back to the city council. Again, depending on how big the severity of the issue is, communication, making sure that we are bringing that to the table, talking to the mayor and so forth. But I think also talking to the citizen itself, directing them to the right place as well. Whether it's an email or a conversation or directing them to somebody director that needs to do that. So I think just making sure that I'm the liaison of not only listening, but also helping them and direct them to the right place.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that. So let's move on to question number 5 with Councilman Leo Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
I think that one of the things that I know that I guess kind of pride myself in is just making sure that I have that emotional intelligence to carry on big, serious discussions and situations, but be able to stay calm and collective and patient. I think is one of the things that I kind of really just think that's one of my biggest strengths. I think the other part is just I'm a team player. I love to do teamwork and to work together and get our hands, dirty and trying to figure out a solution. I'm big on that. Let's figure out a solution. Let's talk about issues. Let's talk about problems, but let's work together and let's figure out a solution to that with that. And so I think those are the 2 biggest skill sets that I think that I have that I could bring to the city. Did I answer that full question? I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you for that. So let's move on to question number 6, which is Councilman Peter Hubster.
Thanks for being here this evening, for applying for the position. After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
You support it. You absolutely are on the council, and you trust basically the other council members to make a decision. And so as long as I know that as long as I did my part to represent the voice and my district, and as long as I know that I did that and we discussed it well as a council, then I support the decision of the council, and we make sure that we move forward with that.
All right, well, thank you for that. So we are going to jump to the final question tonight for you, which is number 7, and this is going to be again by Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Campos, what is your vision for the city of Pasco in 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it better, to make it a better place to live and work?
Well, I think at 10 or 15 years, we'll be at the 120,000 mark as a city, or maybe even more. And so just making sure that we have a productive community where people feel like they are being connected, and doing that by making sure that we have some economic policies that people can find jobs, find a house, and also have gatherings for families to just make sure that support. I think those are going to be the three main things that we want. We want people, and I think we already have it, but we definitely want to continue it, is that people love Pasco, we're Pasco, and let's continue to do that. And so I think the three things that we need to focus on is making sure that businesses are provided opportunities so jobs can continue to come in, housing affordability, making sure to do that, and also people are proud of Pasco by just having events and different stuff in the community to be a part of that.
All right. Well, it looks like you're done then. So thank you for applying. And if you'd like to sit in the audience,
Okay.
do whatever you think is
All right,
best.
thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, good evening.
Good evening.
Well, we know you're the fourth person to present, but please say your name just for the record.
I would be happy to. Hello, my name is Tanya Bowers.
All right. Well, thank you again for taking time out of your evening. Thank you for applying for this position. So we're going to dig right in. So. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco's council meeting. It is October 6th, 2025. The council thanks you for being part of our city government. At meeting, the council takes formal actions on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is also being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191, on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meetings is also available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and/or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Barajas.
Present.
Blaisdell.
Here.
Cotta.
Here.
Harpster.
Harpster is excused.
Thank you. Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Here.
And Mayor Milne.
I am here.
Thank you.
And tonight we have some special guests here in the audience, and they're going to do our Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by the Go-Getter Girl Scouts Troop number 905 in Pasco to honor the upcoming International Day of the Girl. And then after this, we're going to have Brian Newberry, and I think he's going to speak a little briefly. He's online about the great Girl Scout program. So with that, if we could have the Girl Scout troop lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you for that. It's an honor to have you guys, girls, here. So we're going to have Brian Newberry who's going to say a few words.
Mayor Milne, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I just thank you for this opportunity. Also, I just want to uplift the city council for being so welcoming to us. Council member Barajas helped us ribbon cut the store, and since that time, 3 years ago, we've been able to expand another office space. So in Tri-Cities, Pasco is our foundation. That's our headquarters down there. And we hit over 800 Girl Scouts last year in the Tri-Cities region. And so thank you, Pasco, for leading the way. Over the next month, we're going to have 14 Day of the Girls and 14 different city councils, and you tonight and Spokane were the first. The Day of the Girl is this Saturday, as you said, sir, and I just really want the girls, if they can hear me, to know that we're celebrating you girls tonight, because we want you to know that we want to hear your voice, that for over a decade now, every day on October 11th, we stand up and say girls matter. So girls, know that you matter every day to us. Thank you, City Council, for recognizing them. Hopefully they brought you cookies. I always want to say thank you in that way to you all. And next year, these girls are going to have a new cookie for you next spring called the Explorer Moors. It's a Rocky Road-based cookie, sandwich cookie out there. And so anyone who's a big fan of ice cream, hopefully it's right up your alley. But these girls have done hundreds of hours of service over the last year. We finished up over 7,100 members between adults and girls. That's only the second time since 2013. So we're a growth organization. I think we'd all agree by unanimous vote that we want more Girl Scouts in the world. And those go-getters standing in front of you, Vanessa has done such an incredible job with them. They're over 100 strong now. So I'll let you continue on with your business. Girls, I'm really sorry I couldn't give you a high five there, but please know that you make the world a better place. Mayor, city council members, you also make the world a better place. God bless you, and God bless Pasco. Thank you.
Well, thank you for those kind words, and I can see some boxes of cookies over there right now. So thank you for that. Hopefully we'll be able to get a box or something. So anyway, thank you, and thank you for coming.
I just have a few words to say to the troop. Thank you so much. I told you I was not going to forget your names. Jalen, Anai, Sophia, and Jasmine. Thank you so much for being here tonight, and just know that you do matter. And thank you for recruiting other girls and helping other girls be strong and confident, strong little girls. So thank you again, and happy day.
And would your troop leader, would you like a picture with the Girl Scouts, with the city council? I know we should only take a minute or so, but I know most of us have had relatives or daughters that were in the Girl Scouts, so it'd be a big honor to get a picture.
That's great, Mayor. Thank you for doing that with them. We can post that on Facebook for us. Thank you.
Same, I just gotta come down to the, we'll stand down there with you guys. Stand with you guys. Or maybe if you guys could step forward and we'll stand behind you, since we're a little bit taller. All right, again, with that, we're going to move on to 4, which is the consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, by the City Council and will be enacted by roll call vote as one motion in the form listed below. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by the council members, the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. Number A is approval of meeting minutes for September 15th, September 17th, and September 22nd. Bills and communications approving claims in the total amount of $10,455,451.41. Ordinance number 4789 and resolution number 4651 amending PMC sections to modify start dates of certain city boards and commissions and updating recruitment process for city boards and commissions. We got resolution number 4652 awarding bid number 23467 for Schlegel Park stormwater main replacement to Big D's Construction of Tri-Cities. Resolution number 4653, 2026 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG Program Allocation Annual Work Plan. Resolution number 4654, 2026 Home Investment Program Allocation and Work Plan. Resolution number 4655, City Retirement Plans Amendment. Resolution number 4656, Pasco Facilities District Interlocal Agreement Amendment regarding legal counsel services. And I, which is resolution number 4657 and ordinance number 4790, Officer Wellness Program, and amending the 2025-2026 operating budget. Item J, which is resolution number 4658, sections 108 HUD loan refinance. Sections K, resolution number 4659, office space lease at post office building. Is there any on the council that would like to have something removed for later discussion?
Yes.
So we have Councilwoman Blaisdell. Which one would you like to discuss further?
Resolution number 4653, the Community Development Block Grant.
All right, so that's a motion. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second.
All right, how many for moving this later on down in our agenda? All those approved say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. All right, so we will move that further. Do we want to just have that at the end, or do we want to talk about it sooner?
Wherever.
All right.
End works for me.
Okay, well, let's move it down by the unfinished business. So with that, if I could get a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can amend my motion to not to approve the consent agenda as read, but to approve the consent agenda as modified.
As amended? Okay.
As amended, thank you.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. We're going to do a roll call on this.
Alrighty. Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Councilmember Cotta.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Yes.
And Mayor Milne.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
All right. So we'll jump to number 5, which is proclamations and acknowledgements. I'm not seeing anything listed, so we're going to jump to number 6, public comments. The public may address council on any items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. The item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of the city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or for the purpose posing of questions with the expectation of immediate response. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberate process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed to staff members who have access to specific information. Citizens' comments will normally be limited to 3 minutes each by the mayor. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments and/or submit written information for consideration by the council outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when called upon, please state your name and city or county of residency into the microphone before providing your comments. So with that, do we have anybody in the audience? I know. Okay, Mrs. Mary Maloney. Me? Yes.
Is this on?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident. Spokane has had a policy to sell dogs to Washington State University's veterinary school since 1975. Tri-City Animal Control, now TCAS, has been sending our dogs and cats to WSU for research, then they're killed, since April 16th of 2003. That's over 22 years and it continues. See Animal Control rehire Angela Zeiler in the Tri-City Herald, quote, "The dogs euthanized at WSU were ones we would have had to kill anyhow," end quote. Also provide results at Animal Control for the 48 counts of animal cruelty, stolen donation of $375,000, and the missing and/or stolen rainy day fund. See Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Zeiler. Animal Control, or TCAS, has no spay-neuter services. Animal Control still denies constitutional due process protections as authorized by Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr. And Animal Control still performs botched, cruel, and barbaric euthanasia methods, see files. And now Animal Control, TCAS, issues fines with a usage pay system that puts a bounty on our dogs and cats and then requires a ransom to be paid to redeem our pets. See tonight's City Manager report on page 4 regarding 232 animal control cases listed, provide all due process violations, and include all usage pay fines. With Pasco's hard-earned taxpayer-funded CIP budget of well over $500 million, no funds go for our homeless people, and no funds go for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for our dogs and cats. And yet, ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins, now Aquatic Center Director, is paid nearly $11,000 per month, plus his travel expenses, and he has plans to spend $280 million or more on a wow factor wave machine. Provide fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers Hayden Homes for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets, see photos. Provide all LID and ULID designs for my property with costs and a U.S. mail notice and start date sent to me. Include all Pasco officials and Pasco employees' communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. Include a permit number 404 for the floodplain sewer station and for the Road 48 Community Park. Provide all groundwater fecal contamination reports caused by the ruptured floodplain sewer lines, see photos. All requests are to Pasco via RCW 42.56. All requests are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
All right, well, thank you for that. And I'll give you an update on the Aquatic Center. There is no wave factor. I did ask former Mayor Matt Watkins a couple different times about that because, you know, you brought this to our attention. And if you look at the current way, there is no wave pool, nor is there any plans to. So I do appreciate bringing it up, but it is not in there, nor will it be in there at the moment or anytime in the future. So just giving you a heads up, if you like, we can talk about it more after council, but it was in a meeting 2 weeks ago, the same question that you keep asking. So just let you know, I do hear you. Yes.
Good evening, Council. There's some familiar faces and some new faces, so welcome. I'm here tonight to talk about the sewer and water connection fees. Before I get started, I'll distribute something to be passed out so that can be distributed while I'm speaking. So to provide a little bit of background for those who are new to the council, I used to be Pasco's city engineer and now represent developers doing consulting work in the area. And some of my clients had a lot of concerns about the situation that they've been put in as a result of a project they participated in that the city built. There was a large LID project to bring sewer to around 450 acres in the city. And the sticker price of that was a little bit below $20 million. And Maria probably knows a lot better than I the exact value. But so that basically means that those people who were farmers can't be farmers anymore because you can't pay the debt service on that debt and still be a farmer. So that LID was finalized, and then the city has gone through a number of increases in a lot of their fees. Now that this 450 acres of homes at 3 or 4 homes per acre are locked into having to move forward regardless of what happens to them. So the the financial performance of those projects has gone down the toilet because of a lot of these fees, which a lot of them you haven't seen me because I've looked at it and said it's painful, but it's fair. I think Maria does a pretty good job usually of getting these fees studied and pretty well balanced out, and so I go through it, and it's not a fun spreadsheet to run, but it's the number that actually pencils out to be what it probably should be, whether I like it or not. When I saw this, when I went through it, and I had some concerns, there wasn't enough information to say for sure kind of if my concerns were validated or not. But a couple quick things. There were some concerns because buried in there was mention of paying for past assets, and there was a really high sticker price, probably $240 million of past built assets included in the new connection fee, and we're also replacing all those things with the new connection fee. So I'm getting a sense that we might be paying for a thing and the thing to be replaced at 50 years, 20 years, and also paying to replace it now in this cycle within that very large sticker price. So it'd be good to check that. There was mention of including interest, which would be good to double check as well, because if the city didn't pay interest on it, it wouldn't be fair to back charge a developer interest, even if it's allowed by state law, but I think the state law is assuming you did pay interest. And then the RCW I passed out makes it very clear that the fees the city charges need to be proportionate to the system's capital costs, which the county, city, or town can demonstrate are attributable to the property being charged. So if you can't show that the fees you're proposing are related to our project, then you shouldn't be able to charge those fees. So some early input on that process.
All right, well, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else in the audience that would like to?
Good evening. I'm Amber. I live here in Pasco. When you hear the word weed, what comes to mind? Most people think of something unwanted, stubborn, growing where it shouldn't. If I asked you to choose between a dandelion and a rose, most of you would probably call the dandelion the weed. But before you answer too quickly, let's look at what a weed actually is. According to the Webster's Dictionary, a weed is a plant that is not valued where it is growing and is usually a vigorous growth, not valued. Growing where it isn't wanted. That definition isn't about the plant itself. It's about the person deciding its worth. A weed isn't defined of what it is. It's defined by who's looking at it. When I was 13, I was sent here to boarding school in Pasco. We were required to work 20 hours a week in a nursery, child labor quietly disguised as a class. My hands were cracked and raw from pulling plants I didn't plant and didn't choose. That was my first lesson in what people call growth. So when someone asks me now if I enjoy gardening, I say no. That's the last thing I want to be doing. But I did learn something from it. Even in the smallest green things, we'll fight to live. It will push through gravel, reach for the light, and bloom in places no one planned for. Some call that stubborn. I call it survival. And that's where I find myself today. I've worked hard to grow roots in this community, to contribute, to help, to make things better. Yet lately, I felt the quiet pull of hands trying to uproot me. Not because I've done harm, but because I don't fit the image someone else wants for this garden. So yes, I'm choosing to step carefully, even to leave this environment for my own peace and safety. But make no mistake, that doesn't mean I'm gone, because I am the weed you haven't seen the last of. Pull me up and I'll grow again somewhere new. Cut me down and my roots will reach deeper. Scatter me and my message of fairness, of truth, of community will spread wider than before. So when you see another so-called weed standing tall where no one expected it to, I hope you'll remember this moment, because sometimes the thing that refuses to die isn't the problem, it's the proof of life. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to make a public comment? Going once, twice, 3 times. Okay. Guess we're done with that section. We'll move on to item number 7.
Mayor, we do have one public comment online.
Okay. Well, sorry, I didn't see that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Give us just a minute here. The person with number ending at 2591, you can unmute yourself and be able to speak. Can you hear us? Okay, we'll take their comments and we can move forward.
Okay. So that'll move us on to item number 7, reports from committees and or officers. Do we have any reports from anything that council did this past week? Start off with Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Well, I think we've been absent for the last 2 weeks, right?
Right.
Okay, so I'll start with 2 weeks ago. I went to Felines and Firefighters, and I believe, I'm not sure the number, but while I was there, they adopted some cats. I'm not exactly sure how many. Maybe Director Rice can answer that, or he's looking. I also went to Coffee with the Cop, and it was National Coffee with the Cop Day. So there was Washington State Troopers, City of Pasco. There was a lot of community members. That was nice to be able to mingle with everyone. And then I also went to the Elected Leaders Reception put on by Tri-City Regional Chamber and the Home Builders Association. And last but not least, River Fest was this last Saturday. Beautiful weather. And that was with, I guess, all of the community partners throughout the Tri-Cities were there. So Port of Pasco was there. Visit Tri-Cities was there. City of Richland, City of Kennewick. Some of the tribes were there. There was a lot of people there. So, and that's about it.
Well, that's a busy last 2 weeks. Councilman Joe Connor.
I attended Fields of Faith yesterday, put on by Fellowship of Christian Athletes, and that was great. That was over at Lamson Stadium. I counted, I think, 22 schools that were represented there, including the clubs from Chiawana and Pasco High School and many others. And so it was just great being with the kids, praying for them. There's a lot of junior hires out there that want to get involved. They're getting excited about it, and so that was a lot of fun, and catching up with a lot of people from Pasco that were out there.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm not seeing any other comments, so let's...
Excuse me, Mayor. Just to follow up on Councilwoman Blaisdell's report that we had 17 cats and 4 dogs placed in new homes that day. So we appreciate your attendance and the community's attendance, and of course our fire chief and his firefighters' attendance that day as well. Thank you.
Well, it's good to see so many cats and some dogs, so good job. Good work to everybody. Let's jump to number 8, which is hearing and council action on ordinances and resolutions related thereto. We got item number 8A is public hearing, Fat Beam franchise agreement, and we're going to start off with Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and Council Member. For this item, I actually going to introduce to you Mary Heather Ames, Deputy Public Works Director, and she will give us an overview of this franchise.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. I don't have a clicker. Should I just say down arrow? This one? I know how to do things. Yeah, oh, perfect. Okay. Woohoo! All right, so what we're talking about this evening is a franchise agreement. And a franchise process is something that's governed by many regulations. It starts at the federal level. In 1996, the Telecommunications Act ensured that local jurisdictions would do this, would provide franchises for businesses that cover telecommunications services. And that the franchise means that they're able to use public rights of way for the purpose of telecommunications. So state law allows us as the city to regulate the placement of those telecommunications facilities in the right of way, but we cannot prohibit them entirely. And then our own regulations here in Pasco, we have a portion of the code that provides for a franchise agreement which covers the use of the right of way for those telecommunications purposes. So that whole process requires a public hearing, and that's why we're here this evening. And the business today that we're considering is FatBeam. FatBeam, information is from their website. Their mission is to advance innovation in communities and businesses by delivering reliable and scalable fiber connectivity in the Western United States. They say they're the fastest growing fiber provider in the West. They have over 150,000 fiber miles, and they're in 8 states and more than 150 cities. And they've been here in Pasco since 2015 and had a 10-year franchise that has expired, and we're looking to renew. This map shows their current fiber layout, the location. The purple, it's very small but noticeable purple dots are schools within Pasco. So they have really worked on serving the schools for Pasco. So this franchise agreement includes conditions that they must obtain permits for construction, installation, maintenance, repair, or removal of any of their facilities. For us, this is a 10-year agreement. That's a standard length. It'll begin this year in 2025 and expire in 2035. And as I mentioned earlier, this is a renewal since they've been here since 2015. The fiber optic lines that we're talking about, their facilities, they are buried, so within our right-of-way, but under the ground. And then this is a non-exclusive franchise, which means that other companies can be in the same portion of right-of-way. We could have 2 different providers using the same right-of-way. And in fact, we do have places where we'll have not only some telecommunications, but maybe some other utilities as well within the right-of-way. Like it gets used for a lot of things. So like power, for example. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions and then encourage you to move forward with the public hearing.
All right. With that, do we have any council? Let's start off with Councilwoman Ross.
Thank you. You answered a lot of my questions as you were explaining. Is this exclusive to schools only?
No, they are not an exclusive provider to schools. They provide to businesses and residences, I believe.
Under a different name?
You know, I think maybe in other locations they have provided to residences. I don't know, honestly, how much marketing they're doing for residential within Pasco.
Is there a way, this is probably for staff, is there a way to find out if they're doing a DBA or what other names they function under?
Sure.
I'm just curious.
What I understand is that their headquarters are in Idaho, and they do cover multiple states. So my guess is that they have not gotten DBA status in Washington State, but I can certainly find out.
That'd be good. And if just an email would be fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We're not seeing any other questions, so I guess we'll open the public hearing. So do we have any members from the audience that would like to make a comment or statement? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right, let's close the public hearing. And with that, well, thank you for the report. And we'll move on to number 9, ordinance and resolutions not related to hearings. So 9A is a quasi-judicial ordinance, number 4792, Arroy rezone from C1 to R1. And usually have Eric Ferguson. Is he on the line or?
He's online.
Okay, well, if he wants to ask his question, then we can move forward on this.
Can you hear me okay, Mr. Mayor?
We could kind of hear you. It was kind of muffled. I don't know if you want to
How
try
about
again.
now? How about now?
A little bit better.
Okay, I'll try to talk as best I can here. Sorry I wasn't able to be there tonight. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. Its proceeding is to render a final decision on the materials presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, or privileges of specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies, and the hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council member personally, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to the hearing of the facts, whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than the staff prior to this hearing, and finally, any other conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make them known. Hearing none, are there any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in the proceedings? Hearing none, move forward, please.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So it looks like we're going to have the report by Director Haley Metzen.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you is an ordinance that would rezone one parcel addressed as 613 West Clark Street from C1 retail business to R1 low density residential. And this request aligns with the comprehensive plan land use map, which designates this area as low density residential. A little bit of background here. There was a public hearing that was held at the hearing examiner on August 13, 2005, and the applicant requested the rezone. And after testimony and review, the hearing examiner found the request met the applicable criteria for this rezone and recommended approval. Since the approval, there have been no timely appeals that were filed for this recommendation. And as you can see on the screen here, there is that parcel shown in red. This is in an existing neighborhood with existing homes, and this portion of the street is zoned, I'll show you on this map, commercial currently. That's shown in the pink there. And so those lots in this area all have that pink zoning commercial, so there will be a little bit of a gap there, but the overarching land use designation for this site is low density residential. So you can see all of those parcels are yellow, which means the long-term plan for this area is for these homes to be low density residential. And taking forward this tonight, and then when we update the comprehensive plan, we may look at this area closer, along with other areas with different designations and zoning on the screen there. And a few more procedural details to go through here. When reviewing a rezone application, the hearing examiner looks at consistency with the comprehensive plan and the compatibility with existing land uses and zoning in the area. And we believe this designation is compatible with the surrounding homes. And staff is recommending approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions, technical questions. Oh, this one is not a public hearing, so happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right. Is there anybody on the dais that has any questions or for Director Mattson? Let's start off with Councilwoman Ross.
Thank you. Just one quick question. Do we know what business was functioning downstairs?
I do not off the top of my head. I imagine it was an office type business in there, but I'm going off memory here, so not exactly sure. There was a business in there before, and they'd like to convert it back to residential.
And so is the request to use both first floor and second floor for residential?
Yes.
Or just the top?
Yep, the applicant could do a home occupation if it's zoned residential, and there's, some home office options and some other light home occupation options they could go, but as far as I know, it's using the whole structure as a single-family dwelling.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, I'm not seeing any other questions or comments on this. So if I could get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4792, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located north of West Clark Street between North 6th Avenue and North 5th Avenue, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Looks like it passes unanimously. All right, so let's move on to 9B, which is also quasi-judicial, if I can say that right. Ordinance number 4793, SG Land Management LLC zoning determination R3 portion to annex property. And do you want to have Mr. Ferguson do his little question again, since it's quasi-judicial?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Hang on just a moment there. Sorry, I'm trying to switch between screens. All right, so same situation as last time. It's a quasi-judicial hearing, or proceeding to render a final decision on the materials presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, and privileges of specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies, and the hearing must be fair in three respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties, any direct or indirect financial interest that in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council members personally, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts, whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than the staff prior to this hearing, and any conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make them known. Hearing none, are there any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in the proceedings? Hearing none, please proceed.
All right, well, thank you for that. And again, we got Director Haley Matson.
Thank you. Tonight's ordinance in front of you, if approved, would finalize the zoning assignment for a portion of recently annexed area under ordinance number 4786. And this property has gone through the annexation, let me see, sorry, my clicker isn't working. Yeah, next slide.
What was that?
And next slide.
What was the ordinance number again?
So the previous ordinance that
Oh,
was
okay.
adopted related to the annexation was 4786. That's why it doesn't match up to the numbers on the agenda tonight. And this portion of the property, and I'll just skip to the map actually, if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. So this is the area that was annexed previously into the city, and tonight's motion is for one of the two properties, and the zoning assignment proposed on this 22-acre site is R3 medium density residential zoning, and staff has determined that the zoning is consistent with the Broadmoor master plan. And just an overview of the site there on the screen. The subject property is located south of Burns Road, east of Shoreline Road, and west of Road 122 and north of the future Sandifer Parkway. And this area was formerly zoned as RS20 under the Franklin County zoning ordinance, and upon annexation, the city is required to assign a zoning determination for this property, which is proposed as R3. The hearing examiner held a public hearing on this on August 13, 2025, and after reviewing the record, the hearing examiner found that this project was consistent with the comprehensive plan and Broadmoor master plan and compatible with the existing surrounding uses, and the hearing examiner has recommended approval. and there have been no appeals that were received on this property. And I will just note that the property next to this, a part of the annexation over to the east that borders city limits, that property was also part of the annexation I cited earlier, and the zoning proposal for that property is R4, and that will be coming to the council as a separate item on October 20th. And so these items are coming separately but associated with the original annexation. And that other one was slowed down a little bit. There was some feedback from the neighborhood that we'll touch on the 20th. But this project has not received any formal appeals with this zoning designation proposed from the public. So with that, staff is recommending approval of this rezone application, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, do we have any members of the council with a question for Director Mattson? We're going to start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Mattson, for the presentation. If you would be so kind as to explain for the public, you said no appeals were made, but here in the agenda item, I see lots of names here, people that spoke up in opposition of this project. Would you just, for the sake of everybody, tell us what the difference is?
Sure. So the information you're noting in the packet is likely comments from the hearing or comments that were submitted in opposition. And if you submit an appeal, there are certain requirements for appeals that need to be rendered before we can take it in. So if you appeal a development and say, I don't like development next door, I don't want housing here, that doesn't really meet the appeal criteria. So we've tried to send folks that are emailing staff the appeal criteria, and that is required to be met in order for it to be considered an appeal. So I believe there are several people with opposition to this development and just development in general in the area, concerns about traffic, but they didn't really necessarily have something technical to appeal, such as I don't think the city reviewed this properly against the Broadmoor EIS, and there's a stipulation here that isn't working. But if the applicant follows all the codes and is consistent with the plans, there's not a appeal option where you can formally appeal the hearing examiner's recommendation because you don't support the project.
All right, I appreciate the clarification because I think there's some people who may feel that, hey, you know what, we did speak up and not really understand the difference between just speaking out in opposition versus an appeal. This is probably, I think, since I've been on council, probably the most opposition I've seen to a project. Do we know the numbers between number 14 and 15, the 11 written comments, were they the same people, or do you know, it doesn't say here, were those in addition to the ones who appeared and spoke?
I believe it was a mix.
Is there some overlap, I
Yeah,
guess?
it wouldn't, there might be slight overlap, but based on the number of comments we received on the project altogether, it wouldn't surprise me if that was in addition to the comments that we received.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Let's jump to Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was going to say the same thing that Mayor Pro Tem Grimm was saying. I guess that there wasn't no formal appeals, but I definitely was watching a lot of the hearings examiner meetings when these two parcels were being deliberated. I mean, there was a lot of people in here that were against seeing the character of their area change right across the street. I heard their concerns. I've seen a lot of their concerns on Facebook, next door. I don't have a problem with what we're doing, especially in regards to the Broadmoor Master Plan. Are we ready for 6 to 29 units per acre in this area? Everywhere. I mean, we're not gonna have any traffic issues. I mean, I'm seeing things on social media about the GOAT apartments and all the traffic issues we're having there, parking issues we're having there. And so, it may fit our bill. You guys look across our Broadmoor Master Plan, it's consistent with that, compatible with surrounding uses, no special conditions or concomitant agreements required, supports orderly growth within UGA, but we both know growth is a little bit more messier than that. I know. I think the main issue I always tell people is that, that's why they need to pay attention when the city is doing these comprehensive plans, these Palmer master plans, because they can influence the type of growth that we're going to see in certain areas of the city. I think for me, I think at the end of the day, we need to really get with the public about how we want to grow, because I don't like seeing rooms full of people who are totally against development. I think we need some type of buffering. There's really no buffer between these two parcels, essentially, and then across the street. So I can understand their concerns, and maybe some of their arguments don't bring merit. They don't have an engineering degree. They're not going to sit here and get all technical, but their quality of life is going to be impacted. Our quality of life is impacted anyways when we see big townhomes go across from single family homes to big huge apartments so there's things here that I think we need to really understand. Again, I'm not against the development, but is there some type of buffer that we're going to need to do later? I don't truly believe we have the infrastructure right there. Do we even have the water rights? Do we have water rights for this whole parcel?
If they don't have the correct infrastructure in place, we can't approve the development. So they need to demonstrate that when they come in with development permits, which this is just assigning, the annexation and the zoning, and then it's on the applicant to show that the utilities, the traffic level of service is addressed to the same level that the neighborhoods around there needed to meet as well when they were built recently. And we review all of that, so I don't know.
What about schooling? I think someone brought up a good point about that school is at capacity, and yet we're going to do all these homes, so they're probably going to have kids, right? Unless these homes and stuff don't have kids in them.
Yeah.
Is that something that we consider when we, say we bless these and say, yep, they're good to go?
Yes, the school district is aware of the growth in this area. We do have monthly meetings with the various groups in the area, and the school is notified of this and plans for it when they update their fees each year. They're aware of our growth figures. And during the comprehensive plan process, we'd involve them as a stakeholder too.
And these two parcels are here pretty much fill this out in that area at this point, right? Next month, whatever the planned development that it's going to be. Below that is that's the aquatic center and all that, isn't that below that?
No, this is
exactly where
this is a little bit.
I know it's more north,
out,
but I'm saying
farther out west.
Right.
So aquatic center would be a little bit out to the east.
Right. Okay. I think there's definitely these areas of our west area we're going to have to really look at least I'm going to, because I definitely hear the concerns from a lot of the residents who have came in consistently in the past year in regards to a lot of the growth that is happening around them, a lot of that infill. So those are the questions. I didn't really have questions, more just comments really, but just wanted them for the record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I know I've been trying to get like a park out there, and I know sometimes a park would be, good to separate different areas, but that's not the case here. We don't have the land, so, but there is always the dream. So, anyway, with that, I don't see any other questions, so can I get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Of course, Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 4793, assigning R3 medium-density residential zoning to SG Land Management LLC portion of the annexation area as recommended by the hearing examiner, and further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
So it was 5-1 with Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem Grimm in dissension. All right, so we are going to move on to 9C, which is resolution number 4660, health insurance fund loan, and if we could get Director Garcia to give some input on this.
Good evening. So tonight we have a resolution of authorizing an interfund loan for $6.5 million from the Economic Development Fund to the Medical Dental Insurance Fund. So overall, interfund loans are a commonly used financing tool between funds, and overall the fund that's in need receives a a flexible loan with reasonable interest rates and no loan origination costs. So it's a low cost option, and then the lending fund receives interest income with that loan. So the purpose of this specific loan is to stabilize the self-funded medical plan that the city offers. And overall, it's faced financial pressures from various factors over the last few years. Some of those factors have been flat revenue streams and increased claims and just the overall rising of healthcare costs. So the plan has historically been cost effective. However, the premiums haven't been adjusted since 2014, so that's caused that flat revenue stream. And we also have composite premium rates, which means that the same rate is paid regardless of the family size of the members. So with the increasing cost in medical costs and the increasing enrollment in families, that hasn't aligned with industry standards, and the plan has just been strained. So at this point, the medical plan is running at a deficit, and it's at a risk of falling below the requirements of the state for having a self-funded plan. So this interfund loan would help stabilize the fund and would help restore the reserves that are required by the state. And it would also allow time for some planned corrections to kind of revive the plan. So some of those corrections include increasing the premiums, which would be increasing the premiums for both the employer portion and the employee portion, and also restructuring the rate structure to move away from the composite rate, so to move more towards industry standards. And the loan would be for 10 years, and it's at a 4% interest with the first payment starting next year. And overall, the Economic Development Fund would receive about $1.4 million in interest over that 10-year term. And if there's years with surplus in the medical fund, that loan could always be repaid sooner. So some of the alternatives are council can modify the terms of that interfund loan, or deny the loan, and we can, which would mean that the plan would have to be closed, this self-funded plan, and the city would have to move towards a private insured plan, and which would increase rates significantly both for employer and the employee. Overall, on the city side, it would be about an increase of approximately $6.8 million on top of what's already budgeted for that. So it would be a significant increase. And on top of that, moving towards a private insurer requires a 3-year commitment, and the rates would estimate to go up about 8 to 10% annually.
All right, with that, I know talking with other council members wanted more information, wanted to think this one over, so now would be a chance to ask those questions, and I don't believe we want to make a motion, but I know we do have questions at this time, and then we'd like to kick it down to our next regular meeting to vote on it then, as long as all the questions are answered. I do understand that time is of the essence. We do need to get this done. I know the council wants to get stuff done, but we also want to make sure that we get to sleep at night and make sure that we're not rushing anything through. So with that, let's start all the way to my far left, and so we'll start off with Councilman Perales.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I guess my first question is, how did we get here? I guess I was on the council like 2 years ago. So when were we in the negative? And if we were negative like 2 years ago, why wasn't that brought to our attention during that time? So I guess that's my first question.
Yeah, so there have been adequate reserves. Really, this last year and really this year have been where it's almost a perfect storm of various factors that came into play. So last year there was a national hack to a healthcare processing site, which really delayed claims altogether. So we weren't really seeing those claims come in. Then later in the year, there was our actual third party filed for bankruptcy, which was didn't impact just us. So that was also an item that was out of our control. So that also delayed claims. So once we changed over to a new provider, this year's when all those claims, so really we this year have been paying claims from, some have even been from 2023, from late 2023. So those two items have been large factors in it. Also, just overall inflation in healthcare costs have contributed to that. So there's a few items, it didn't help that the rates haven't been increased since 2014, but overall it was stable. But again, those factors in the past year and a half really just amplified that need.
So, I mean, we're taking essentially money from our savings, right? This is from our
So essentially,
reserves.
it is from our savings, but if you are just giving the money to the healthcare fund, I would categorize that as taking money from the savings and utilizing it. In this case, the healthcare fund will pay it back over the next 10 years. So all of the premiums that we will be collecting, the increase in the premiums that we've been communicating with staff includes a payback to the general fund. So essentially you're loaning it out. If you've ever loaned money from your 401k, this is very similar to that, where you're loaning money from your savings account and you're paying yourself interest and you're paying yourself back over time as well.
But again, this is in our, we're taking money from our reserves to pay for this.
For our economic development fund, yes. Yeah.
Okay. So, we've talked about our budget, we talked about Broadmoor. So does this put us in a predicament if we don't see that development out of Broadmoor? Is this going to hamper us because we essentially gave another fund $6 million? So we're $6 million poorer now?
No, because the Economic Development Fund has a lot of other funds in there mixed in as well. So it is at a healthy level. And the reserves that we've counted from Economic Development Fund is not part of this particular equation. So there's enough funds there that you could loan this out for the next 10 years and be comfortable. That's not to say something catastrophic does not happen and we do need these funds, at which point you would have to make a decision on increasing the premiums quite significantly, maybe for 1 year, pay all of this back and utilize those funds.
So we're not going to see any impacts with anything in the coming future in regards to spending?
Not from our projections. There will be no projects that will be impacted. And again, if something really catastrophic would have to happen for us to need these funds.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go on to Councilman Blaisdell. Thank you.
Just wait.
Okay, well, I guess we're gonna wait. So let's jump to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And really, some of my comments and I guess questions fall along the lines of Councilmember Perales, as far as that was one of my concerns, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Ms. Sigdell, is if we loan this money out, we're trying to grow and develop the city, is there the potential for something we could be missing at that point, or not being able to support, or like Councilmember Perales says, not being able to loan service or something out there at Broadmoor. I guess I'd like to say to staff, thank you for bringing this up too, by the way. This is, not necessarily an easy thing, because it looks like, this has been ongoing for a long time, but, this council has kind of prided itself on transparency and everything. So I appreciate this being out in the open, and kind of, what do we do from it? I think since I've been on council, we have loaned between buckets, as someone would say, but I think this is just a big amount, and the fact that it's kind of been just unmet for a long time. I mean, I appreciate the heart for trying to do the very best we can for our team members, for staff, and trying to keep those rates low, and keep contributions for the sake of retention, at a minimum. So I am grateful for keeping an eye on that, but, holy smoke, $6.5 million is a lot of money. And so, I would like to let this percolate for a couple weeks, Mr. Mayor, and bring it back in a couple weeks.
And
Thank you.
do you want to add that, I understand that it is a high dollar amount. A majority of that is due to reserves that are required to be held in the fund. So the state requires 16 weeks average of claims to be on hand just for that delay in claims to come in. So like 4.1 million of that amount is for reserves. So it's almost like we just have to have that amount in the fund. It's not necessarily that the fund is in the hole that much. It's running at a deficit at about 2 million, but 4 million of that is for reserve requirements.
Perfect. And so that's the 16 weeks, Ms. Garcia, is
Yes.
the 4 million?
Yes, and if there's changes to, again, if there's changes in behavior or in claims, that reserve requirement would be reduced. So that would be another reason why we could pay it faster. So if it's just this year based on our estimates because of the high claims we've been seeing, the estimate that we need at the end of this year would be that 4.1 million.
Okay, and I see that all in there. So just for the sake of the public, where's the fund at now, in case I missed that in here?
So right now it is at a deficit of 2 million.
Okay.
Almost 2.5, yeah.
2.5 million, and then we would need really the 6 million that's being sought here just to bring it up to the
Right.
4 million for the reserve and everything like that, to meet that threshold of the minimum reserve.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, I wasn't in the hole of the 6.5. It's just, that's what's needed to stabilize the fund and to meet the requirements of the state.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right, now we'll go on to Councilwoman Blaisdell.
So I guess my only question is this something that you need a decision on tonight? Because it wasn't on the workshop the last time we had the workshop meeting. So I guess my concern is, why wasn't it put on the workshop meeting for us to ponder and ask more questions? And so I'm just assuming that this is a very, very time-sensitive subject.
It is, but it can wait till the next regular meeting. One of the reasons why it was delayed intentionally, we wanted it to come to the previous workshop, but one of the reasons is we were waiting on renewal rates, which they just came in early last week. So that's one of the reasons why we bring it to you now, just because as soon as we got the information, we wanted to present it to council. But we don't need a decision today. We can wait till the next meeting.
Okay, just personally, because of the amount of money this is, and I would like to wait until the following meeting just so I can ask more questions. And I would also like, when Harold is here, just to get more clarification for me personally.
So I think that's what staff is saying, it'll be in 2 weeks.
Okay.
That way it'll give you a chance to meet with Harold one-on-one and hopefully resolve any issues. So let's jump to Councilwoman Bross.
Thank you. This is for the whole team, I think. The delay, this is for clarification, I work in health insurance. The delay is in particular to the open enrollment date. I know for a lot of insurance plans, it begins October 1st. You cannot speak about any of the changes until that release date. When did you learn of the changes?
So the renewal rates that we received were just last week when we received those. So we didn't have what the estimate would be for the.
Right. And so what I'm trying to get at is that you could not give us any further information because you did not have it based on waiting on the state to allow you to release any news. So there's delays there out of your control. We understand that. I understand that. I know there's also pressure because open enrollment is now. When does it close for city staff?
So the plan is to have open enrollment the first 2 weeks of November. Okay, yes, perfect.
I don't want to interrupt, so I'm just silently sitting back there. So open enrollment is going to be scheduled for the first 2 weeks in November. And just to what Griselda said, we were working with our broker very frantically because we really were considering, do we just not go with our self-funded plan? It was really a strong consideration of going to the state plan like PEB or AWC, which if we don't get this loan, I think that is in the options, we will get kicked out of our self-funded plan and be forced in, we'll still have to pay this money. So the money is still going to be owed, and then the amount for the AWC plan is going to end up being more than what we will currently be spending if we were to stay self-funded.
So I agree that we should move forward, but I also understand that there's more questions, and but I also understand that there's a need to come to a decision quick because of the open enrollment timeframe. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Well, again, I recommend that sounds like I think we need to put this on next.
Mayor, City Manager Stewart has his hand raised, so.
Okay.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to add a couple of things. So one of the contributing factors to how you got to where you're at, typically self-insurance plans will have 3 stopgap insurances in place. Pasco has only had 1 of the 3 in place. So the 3 stopgap insurances that you would typically want to have in place would be on individual claims. So if you have a claim, say, comes in at $300,000, but you have a stopgap that you basically have an insurance that you pay the first $200,000, and then the insurance company pays whatever is over and above that. So that example of a $300,000 claim, the city would pay the $200,000, and then the insurance would pay the additional $100,000 to the $300,000. That you have had in place for the life of your self-insurance policy. But the 2 others that you don't have, one would be stopgap insurance for your pharmaceutical claims, your X claims. And then the third one is what I would say is a cumulative stopgap, that in any given year, you would only have a maximum amount of claim that the plan would pay out. Otherwise, your insurance would pay out that difference. So let's say, for example, that you buy a stopgap of $5 million in claims, and if you have a $6 million claim year, the city's only paying $5 million. The insurance would pay that other $1 million. The plan that staff has worked out and has approved at this point implements those 2 other stopgap insurances to be in place as well. That helps minimize some of the risk for the city in future plan years. So that was another contributing factor, I believe, through this process that staff has remedied, in addition to implementing the tier rates and some of the other things. I would agree with what what staff has told you, that other alternatives are more expensive. And even if we switch to some of this, the city is still going to have to pay some of this $6.5 million to pay off the deficit in the health insurance fund. And I think that there is value in continuing to move forward with the self-insurance plan with these safeguards being implemented. And then in addition is every year when we review the medical claims and the renewal, that's the time to look at potential increases of health insurance costs and premiums across the board, so that we don't repeat this problem again in the future. So anyway, I understand the council's hesitancy. I will state that we did copy council in on some email communications in the week. We talked about it in closed session after the last meeting. So we have tried to keep council informed on this, so it wasn't as much of a surprise. But some of this data and information does come in at the last minute, which is not untypical with how these renewals go. And we had added challenge this year that with the bankruptcy of our third-party administrator, we didn't have a lot of the data that the health insurance providers like to see, particularly in history, to provide for this year's renewal. So that adds some added challenges to the process this year. But I think what staff has recommended at this point is the best alternative going forward, both financially and maintaining a quality health insurance for employees that helps us to recruit and retain employees going forward. So health insurance can be a very touchy subject for staff and can create some very significant morale issues to the organization. And I think staff understands where we're at and where we're going. And while it may not be ideally what we would all like, I think we're understanding of it, and I appreciate the patience and the understanding of the staff through this process here over the last few weeks. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the council may have at this time as well.
All right, does anybody have any questions for our city manager, Harold Stewart? Not seeing any, so yes, so we're directing staff to the next regular city council meeting, resolution number 4660, and we'll vote then in 2 weeks. All right, so we're actually gonna have the 9D, which is the part E, resolution number 4653 that we moved off the consent agenda, which is the Community Development Block Grant Program, and we would like to go over that. Do you want Director Mattson to, I guess why don't you give us a little bit about it, and hopefully we come to a decision on that too.
Sure. So this item was workshopped with the city council at the last meeting or the meeting before that, and this relates to the Community Development Block Grant allocations and annual work plan. And what was presented to you was and I thank you, Jesse. The allocations are up on the screen, and I believe that's what council may wish to discuss tonight. These were the Planning Commission was provided 3 different options with a mix of different funding allocations, and this was what was presented to the city council at the last meeting. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have related to this, and I'm also joined by Kristen Webb, our CDBG administrator, tonight too, to help if there are questions.
All right, well, let's start off with Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Okay, my specific questions have to do with PSK. So if I remember correctly, we replaced the walk-in freezer, the fridge equipment, a mixer, ice machine, oven, dishwasher, and we also upgraded 2 walk-up service windows, the hood, 2 griddles, 2 grills, 2 ovens, 2 fryers, and then new equipment combined an oven and we also purchased the parklet, and then a 3rd walk-up window for ready-to-eat food. Is that correct?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Okay, and we also upgraded the HVAC system.
Yes.
Okay, so I guess my question is there any money left over from what you have been allocated in the past?
No, those funds have been expended. A lot of those funds were American Recovery Act dollars, which had an expenditure timeline. So those had been expended due by the deadline as required. Some of the other funds were CDBG funds, which had an annual expenditure date, and those also have been expended by the required dates.
Okay, and so with that being said, I guess what else would we need $25,000 for if we've upgraded majority of the equipment that has been utilized for PSK?
I have a list here. I'm trying to pull up here that was shared. So some of the remaining items, there was our dishwasher garbage disposal, which came attached with the original dishwasher, which was a couple of decades old from as I understand. To add a second ice machine due to the additional client load, particularly several drink makers, we're finding that our ice machine is not keeping up for the Friday, Saturday, Sunday events. Additionally, to the 3rd walk-up window that we third ready-to-eat walk-up food window that we just added, we're hoping to add a fridge and a prep table that would allow other clients to use that shared equipment. So it'd free up the shared equipment to whoever's dedicated themselves to that window. There is a traditional remaining water heater, a tank-style water heater that is inefficient. We just recently replaced the other tank-style water heater with an instant water heater, so we're hoping to add a second instant water heater to improve both efficiency, not store that hot water, as well as improve on-demand services due to the number of clients. And then if funds allow, based on the cost, we do have a double oven, which has the option to add its own vent hood system. And by adding a vent hood system specifically to that oven, it would allow that oven to be placed outside of the traditional vent hood, which is really required more for hot cooking greasy foods over like a stove top, a flat top, a griddle, or a deep fryer. So, and there's only certain equipment that has those options. So that would be the hopes. At this time of the estimate, when we applied for the funds, the $25,000 appeared to be, would be enough at today's current prices. However, by the time we get approval and purchase those, I'm hoping they hold that price, but I don't know for sure.
Okay, my next question is PSK making enough revenue from the vendors that we have in there to handle the monthly expenses?
No, as I broke down in a recent email, at this time, based on current revenues and current revenues and expenses for this year up through August, so 2/3 of the year, we did a quick projection forward. And I believe that just based on those, it was an annual deficit of about $59,000 based on those specific expenses and positions budgeted in that area. In addition, there are some other areas. Our farmers market contract manager uses some of his service to support PSK. We have a rec specialist that spends a couple hours down there. I have a department assistant who pays all the invoices, who spends a couple hours monthly to process invoices. And then myself probably use 8 to 10 hours per month. And then just an unknown number of hours from facility finance and IT as required. So I'm just guesstimating based on taking those projections forward and the information I was provided. That probably brings the annual deficit to $100,000 to support the kitchen as it runs currently.
I guess my biggest concern is and let me make this clear, I am a huge supporter of the Pasco Specialty Kitchen. By any means, I'm not saying that I'm not supportive, especially because it's supporting so many businesses. However, I do think it needs to be self-sustaining, and I'm not looking at this as I'm looking at this as a person that has used commissary kitchens in the past. I have never had ice supplied to me for free. I've always had to pay for my own ice. There's a lot of things that, and I don't know what we charge people to use specialty items, like, I don't know if they get designated grills or designated ovens or how that works. But I guess my biggest concern is why we have a deficit of $100K for a year's time in the Pasco Specialty Kitchen if we have enough vendors to be able to utilize the Pasco Specialty Kitchen. And I think we've upgraded a lot of the equipment. So with that being said, I think and this is my personal opinion, but I think that I would like to see money go to somebody that needs it more, like code enforcement, in hopes that we can help code enforcement out. Because I think that need is greater than Pasco Specialty Kitchen, in my opinion.
All right. Any other comments before we get a motion on this? I'm not seeing, so Mayor Pro Tem Graham, can you kind of put together a quick motion so we can vote on this?
I will, Mr. Mayor. I move that we reallocate $25,000 from Pasco Specialty Kitchen to code enforcement.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Graham to change this. So we have
Mr. Mayor. Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, this is Eric Ferguson. Yeah. I'm not sure, and I'm not sure if Kristen's on board or still online, and Mattson is as well. But are we sure about the legality of being able to move that money around in this particular way that the motion's been proposed?
Hi, this is Kristen. Yes, the funds can be reallocated to code enforcement. That is an eligible activity, as all of these activities are. And there's not a cap like there is with public service.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so everything else would stay the same, but just that the 25K would be
I have a
switched around.
follow-up question.
Okay, so let's, question for Councilwoman Bras.
Mr. Ferguson, now hearing that this can be reallocated, can I just get a feel from the staff? What will happen with PSK if this does not get assigned? Or anything gets assigned?
I think PSK will continue to function as is. This money is never guaranteed. We weren't sure the whole money was guaranteed, to be honest with you, and maybe still don't know based on the funding. So again, these are requests to help continue to improve the kitchen and maintain those clients and keep it, help make downtown lively and vibrant. But at the same time, prior to the city assuming operations a couple years ago, and, taking over where it was, the existing equipment was in place and being limped along. So I think the kitchen is in a fairly good spot. It has been traditionally supported by CDBG funds, whether for staffing or support, not just the kitchen, but the overall program that ran those areas. We'll go with that. So yes, if we lose those funds and those are signed elsewhere, then we'll continue to move along without those suggested equipment that we asked for.
Thank you. Just a last comment. I think maybe for future requests, it would help the council if you would show like the year before gains, expenses, how many clients are in there. I know you've done that in the past. You've sent that out, but it might help persuade the continued support to the PSK.
All right, and I guess we have another question by Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Again, let me make this clear. I support PSK. That is not why I'm questioning it. But hypothetically, if later down the road something happens, we would just have to amend it going forward. Am I incorrect?
I would assume if we lose a major piece of equipment that I would come and ask for a budget supplement based on that for council approval, would be how we, just like anything, whether it be a pump in the park or a fire engine or anything else, we treat PSK like that. So yes, if there'd be a failure that would stop the overall operations as they are or have major impact, yeah, we would come back and update council and see if emergency funds are available versus pre-awarded funds.
Thank you.
Director Mattson.
Thank you. Just was seeking clarification. Maybe Kristen already knows this answer, but just wondering, as far as direction, that extra 25,000 going to code enforcement officers, since you mentioned it was to help them, I'm just wondering where you envision that going. Is it to the existing? We have 2 code enforcement officers currently. One is designated for the low income, moderate areas. So is that money going towards just supplementing that position more, or what did you specifically mean by assisting code enforcement with those funds?
Are you asking me that?
I'm just asking, since the direction provided was moving $25,000 from DKS to code enforcement officers, what the intent was behind that, just because we manage these funds, and I was just wondering what the intent was. And I'm assuming it's just to go toward salary, so it's not coming out of the city fund.
I hear over and over that we don't have enough code enforcement. We don't have enough hours for code enforcement. So, I mean, how you manage your budget is, I guess, on you. But I mean, I hear that all day long, especially in the downtown area and with small businesses. So I don't know how you manage your team, if that's where you see it needs to be. I just know that code enforcement, we've had lack of code enforcement, and I feel like the ship is a little bit tighter over there by what I hear on the ground.
I think what Director Mattson is getting to is historically for code enforcement, this is essentially helping the general fund by $25,000 a code enforcement officer. And so the expectation of council, what I'm hearing, is more hours for code enforcement officers. And I do want to clarify that for $25,000, we clearly cannot hire an additional FTE, but very likely what your expectations are that more hours, as in potentially overtime or temporary staff, that would be funded by this $25,000 is what I'm hearing, and I think that is what Director Mattson was trying to clarify from council to make sure that we understand what your expectations are.
I guess, yeah, that's what I was thinking, just to help bridge the gap of the Madam Councilwoman, that I guess that's what I would envision if we were to move it for whether it be overtime hours, because oftentimes one of the issues we come up with is not everything in the city happens from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, and we run into those weekends and evenings and that kind of stuff. And so, yes, I would go along with the motion, for that, for that expanded coverage. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to Councilwoman Bras.
So in that line of comment as well, so basically this $25,000 would either be for a wage increase or a temporary person or the overtime hours. It doesn't bring in another full-time employee, so I think that's the clarification you were looking for.
Yes, thank you, that helps. And just wanted to clarify, the CDBG funds need to be in compliance with the HUD program, so there are stipulations. Code enforcement should be focusing on low to moderate income areas and things that tie back to CDBG, which there is some good synergy between the two, but just wanted to make sure you knew that that money would be going towards CDBG related code enforcement.
All right. And Councilman Joe Cotta.
Is there a plan to get the Pasco kitchen to solvency, or a plan to make a plan?
I think the way it's been operated in the past, and again, for your reference, we assumed operations of it June 2023 when the previous organization running it kind of stepped down and defaulted, so it wasn't something the city has entirely run. It may be actually unique to cities. I know there's several commissary kitchens, but in that manner, it has been previously supported by CDBG funds for various factors, as well as some other additional city funds that are available or funding mechanisms, which I'm probably not strong enough to speak on tonight, but we could, do a little history lesson on that. So I think the idea of it was as a program, as ran by the previous organization, was to help start additional businesses, particularly in the downtown area, help with new jobs related to those businesses. And then since I've assumed it, but maybe always was to help bring faces downtown and help keep downtown lively and bright, bright, vibrant and moving forward, particularly as we develop other areas of the city. We don't want to lose what we have in our downtown area. So historically, maybe I believe Kristen could probably speak to what what has been from CDBG funds and how that was allocated. Wasn't always towards equipment, but generally towards operations or supporting special events that we now support as well, like Fiery Foods and Cinco de Mayo or something else that we've taken on at those times. So. But again, the city has supported it. We have current council, previous council has allocated funds from our American Recovery Act funds. Previous CDB fund expenditures have been approved. So we have been making lots of improvements down there. So it has been well supported. To solvent, based on currently what our revenues are, we'd almost have to double our rates to what our current clients, which I think is probably not doable. However, a rate increase is probably due now that I've settled in, my team settled in, understand how it operates, and know what some of the other commissary kitchens are. We could look at removing some services as well as another councilwoman spoke of, or maybe charging additional for some of those services to help offset that. But right now, I believe based on the size of the kitchen and the activity of the clients we have, we're almost at maximum capacity. So I could maybe add another 5 or 6 based on what those food industries are and the demand for the kitchen, but there's no way I could double the number of clients there to break even is kind of the current pending issue. So getting close, yes, but not having any government subsidies, we like to call them, would be hard to run in its current situation.
Any analysis on how the income being generated from those other businesses are supporting the city?
That's something that used to be reported when those funds were, CDBG funds were being used. There were some reports that were collected, but with the loss of use of the CDBG specifically for supporting the clients and offsetting some of their client costs, like it reduced some of the rate fee and structure. Since we're strictly buying equipment, it hasn't come to needing to report that structure because we have an inventory of that equipment and also a client count. So those are something we can definitely look into and report on, and something I've looked into. Just wouldn't be comfortable speaking on the numbers tonight without looking at our current client list and understanding those. And again, I appreciate the council's decision this evening. It is, it is a sum of money, but it's not a sum of money that will continue to keep the kitchen running forward, but it would make it a bit nicer. So I understand and appreciate the discussion this evening.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I'm not seeing any other questions, so we do have a motion on the floor. We have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. Let's just do a roll call on this and see where it lands. So just to clarify, the motion is to move $25,000 from the specialty kitchen and move to code enforcement. So yes would be the moving, the nay would be not.
Okay. Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Councilmember Cotta.
No.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Yes.
Mayor Millman.
No. So,
So that's a tie and it fails.
okay. All right. Doesn't happen often. We got 3-3. Do we want to introduce a new
Mr. Mayor.
motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we accept sorry, I lost my place here. That we accept the CDBG program allocation and annual work plan number 4653 as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Okay, so we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We got a second by Councilwoman Barajas. Again, let's do a roll call. Or do we have any discussion on that, or looks like we're good? So I guess let's do a roll call.
Councilmember Cotta.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
No.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Yes.
Mayor Milne.
Yes.
It passes 4-3, or 4-2.
Alrighty. Well, thank you for that. And so now we'll move on to number 10, unfinished business. And we got the adjustment to utility rate and connection fee, water and sewer. And we got our deputy city manager, Rachel Siddell.
Thank you, Mayor and Evening Council. We have Brooke Tasha, who's a project manager with Bauman Consulting Group, and our very own Maria Serra, City of Pasco Public Works Director, who will present today on a pretty in-depth and complex topic of utility rates for water and sewer services, as well as the connection fees. You heard the public comment today. Very data-centric calculations here that need to be done, and looking at replacement of a Butterfield treatment plant, which is almost a 100-year-old facility. So a lot of information to go through, and you are definitely in good hands with these two experts. And with that, I will pass it on to Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We are talking about water and sewer tonight, and we're gonna look at the overview of this presentation. We'll start with background and system overview for both utilities, and I will take care of that. And then when we walk into the overview of revenue requirements and calculations, assumptions, and on, I will pass it on to Brooke Tasher with FCS or Bauman Company. Okay, so as you know, the city owns and operates both the potable water system and a sanitary sewer system. That infrastructure is upgraded and maintained through the use of utility rates. We have revenue requirements to meet. Some of those will be explained in detail as we walk through this presentation, specifically understanding the needs for having reserves and planning for the replacement of infrastructure, as well as being sustainable. So we have talked about other rates in the past, and we have discussed how City of Pasco manages those utilities. We account for them independently, and each of those is self-sustaining, meaning that we do our rate and connection fee analysis to ensure that those utilities are providing benefit to those ratepayers that are paying for those. And our customer base for each of the utilities is slightly different. And we'll get more into detail on that in the next slides. So while I'll give all the overview again, the focus of this presentation is to discuss the revenue requirements and the connection charge calculation. Okay, so we're going to start with water system. This is our potable water system. The overall system serves within city limits the vast majority of the parcels and some areas that are in unincorporated Franklin County within the UGA. The system depends heavily on the two water treatment plants. One is the Butterfield Water Treatment Plant. Some of you had the opportunity to tour that facility. That facility was designed in the 1930s and began operation in the 1940s. Some of the components in the facility are still original. The West Pasco treatment plant was built in the 2010s and was recently expanded through a series of projects which are just about wrapping up. Butterfield is our year-round facility. It produces a maximum of 21 million gallons per day, although its nominal capacity is 30 million gallons per day. And West Pasco operates all seasons except winter, and currently operates at 12 million gallons a day, just about, when we finish our phase 2 project, and it has plans for expansion to 18 million gallons a day. And that is important because when Butterfield eventually gets to its replacement project, we will need reliable water supply to be able to meet our demands, especially during winter, when West Pasco currently doesn't operate. At the time that we're doing those projects, we will switch over and actually have West Pasco operating and Butterfield maybe stop operation. During the summer months, both facilities run at maximum capacity to meet demands. Additional from the treatment plant, we have miles and miles of a pressurized system for pipelines, valves, hydrants. You can imagine the whole system that serves our overall city. We have 3 zones, which are based on elevation, so that we ensure that we have the right pressures in the right locations. And 4 storage reservoirs. Some of those are ground level with pumping stations, others are elevated, and of course we have booster stations throughout the system. Okay, that's a good overview of our system. Now we have a couple of pictures. You're seeing Butterfield. This is our oldest, biggest water treatment plant. Again, we have a facility plan that identifies the need for full replacement of this facility, and you'll see in the coming slides several plans or scenarios that we have run to evaluate what are the impacts of the different ways to replace this facility, either replacing it all at once or doing it in phases or doing it in an extended period of time. Next picture shows the West Pasco treatment plant on one side, and you're seeing the different filtration system through membranes again, this is a smaller, more modern facility. And on the opposite side of the screen, you're seeing one of our reservoirs. And this is just illustration for understanding what all components exist in the water system. Finally, I should mention that while the capital projects are delivered through our Public Works Engineering group, our maintenance and operation occurs through our operations team in Public Works, and then there is an environmental team that ensures that we are compliant with discharge permits and solids and so on that are part of that treatment system. So our operations crews and pump mechanics and others ensure that they can respond to emergencies like water breaks, as you're seeing on the screen. They also drop meters or install services or repair items that are not working, install hydrants sometimes. And of course, we have our operating team that runs that treatment facility and oversees booster stations and tanks and so on. Oops. We're good. Okay. So this next slide has an overview of what a typical capital improvement plan would look like for this utility. And I am calling attention with that orange box to show if we were to accommodate an accelerated schedule for replacing Butterfield, which we understand needs to be replaced and is a massive project. We are talking $220 million to $260 million. If we were to accelerate that schedule in order to replace this facility right away and avoid some throwaway improvements that would kind of allow us to limp along, what we have tried to do is move other projects outside of the time, this very near term, so that we can balance expenditures. So there is no cheap alternative for water, but we, as the people managing that utility, understand that we can't have it all at once. And so we have worked diligently trying to move projects, and for each scenario that we work through, this accelerated schedule we're seeing, a three-phase that is slightly longer in period for replacement of Butterfield. In those cases, we bring some of those projects in the bottom of this list up. And then, of course, in the extended schedule, we are trying to balance so that we don't have any one single year that is really, really heavy in expenditure. So there is a little bit of an art to this planning for capital improvements. So again, following with that, I would like to point some of the projects that had previously been shown and approved in capital improvement plans in prior years that were in this water utility plan for the near term had been now moved out in our proposed CIP. And that proposed CIP is what we've used for our rate analysis. Additionally, every year when we prepare capital improvement plans, we identify which needs arise from maybe operational needs or maintenance concerns. And all those newly identified items had been in this CIP scenarios that we've run, scheduled to be further out than the 6 years. So we're looking at actually 10 years plus. And that is, again, to try to balance expenditures because it's a pretty expensive endeavor to replace a treatment plant. Okay, so that concludes my water presentation, but let's jump onto sewer. Sewer is a little less complex, at least what we're going to cover tonight. So the sewer system, as you know, is wastewater, is water that is dirty, so to speak. So it's when we have showers, when we flush toilets and wash dishes and so on, that water is then put from the individual parcels onto a system that is owned and operated by the city of Pasco. That effluent goes eventually through a collection system, which is, again, hundreds of miles of pipeline onto a treatment plant where that effluent is treated before it's disposed of back into the river, meeting environmental needs. Our system as I said, is mostly gravity, although we have 17 lift stations that address low areas that cannot flow via gravity. So those lift stations have force mains, and the lift stations are basically pump stations with pumps that are pushing that effluent from a low area into the nearest gravity system so they can flow via gravity onto the treatment plant. And we have a picture of our wastewater treatment plant. This is from the recent expansion that occurred via 2 phases. And again, a picture of the lift station on top. That is a Maitland lift station specifically. And this facility, just like water, relies on the engineering team to deliver capital projects, an operations team that runs the wastewater treatment plant, pump mechanics that ensure that our pump stations are functioning, and then operations team that ensures they're doing preventative maintenance, they're jetting pipelines. They also respond to emergencies like overflow emergencies in manholes or any backups or other things that occur within the system. Once more, I'm showing you the proposed capital improvement plan. The vast majority of the items in the light green, so many projects you have already seen in prior capital improvement plans from prior years. And then we have added other operational and maintenance concerns. Most of those in the darker colors will be addressed either via the capital improvement plan or an O&M budget. And we have again tried to balance those expenditures. All those that are in the dark green are replacement in kind for the most part. So it's important to mention that the projects within the sewer utility include further expansion of the wastewater treatment plant. Our recent expansion has allowed us to reach 9.5 million gallons per day in capacity, but ultimately our facility plan indicates that we need in the order of 12 million gallons per day in order to meet future demands in this facility. And if you're wondering why is there less treatment capacity in wastewater than in the treatment capacity in potable water, is because there's some uses that are non-consistent. So some of the water that is produced is actually used for things where water is evaporated, or water is used in industrial facilities, or that go to PWRF, so they do not come to this facility, or for example for irrigation in select areas of the city. Okay. I think for sewer, it's also important to mention that we are vastly below the US average on staffing, and specifically we are non-compliant currently based on the size and complexity of our system with our own planning documents for that utility. So the proposal is to add staff members as part of our rate analysis, and this would be staggered. And what we are doing is ensuring we are complying or getting closer to complying with our own planning documents in a staggered way, showing goodwill. It's a good faith effort, so to speak. And this would allow to, as our system has grown and will continue to grow, having the adequate staffing to respond to the items that are happening and the needs of the system for maintenance. So our level of service continues to be maintained. So that is a total of 13 FTEs proposed for expansion, which is about 1/3 of increase from what we currently have in this utility. And with that, I have provided an overview. I'm happy to answer questions on the overview if you have any, but if not, we can move on to the revenue requirement with Brooke Tasha presenting for you.
All right.
Okay, Brooke, it's all
Perfect.
yours.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Maria. And you're going to stay to change the slides for me, right?
I think so.
Okay, thank you. So yes, we can go ahead and dive right into the technical review. We'll start with the revenue requirement. So when we talk about a revenue requirement, we're talking about the total amount of revenue needed to satisfy all utility obligations. We have our direct expenses, things like our operating and our maintenance expenses, our debt service, and our capital costs, whether those are rate or debt funded. In addition, we also have our indirect costs, so things like maintaining our reserve levels and meeting our debt service coverage ratios. When we compare our revenue at our existing levels to a forecast of our obligations over a multi-year period, which we really are looking to determine whether our rates are sufficient to cover our forecasted costs. If not, we can develop a plan to meet our needs while minimizing customer impacts to the extent that we can. This next slide, in order to build the forecast, we need to make some initial assumptions. So first, we're going to concentrate on a 10-year period from 2025 to 2034 to show the impacts of the forecast. The rate setting window is going to be a shorter one from 2026 to 2029. We look out over 10 or even 20 years to model impacts from capital investments because they're often really sizable in nature, as we saw earlier from Director Sarah. And it really benefits us to start planning early for them. We typically want to set rates on a shorter period to allow for adjustments to the plan. So as good as any plan is, we really know there's likely going to be deviations from it. So setting rates for a shorter 3 to 5 year period really allows those natural checkpoints to happen, allowing us to correct course if needed. So to build this forecast, we did use projected rate revenue based off of 2024 actuals plus growth. The growth rate was determined with comprehensive planning documents and is just under 3%. That represents about 550 to 750 new connections annually. For expense forecasting, we're utilizing the city's 2025 and 2026 biennial budget with escalation added for future years. You can see here we do have a couple additions to the budget. We're assuming a 1.5% increase to the utility tax starting in 2026. And as mentioned just a minute ago, 13 new FTEs are proposed for the sewer utility. Those are also based off of comprehensive planning documents and are required to partially meet compliance with ecology regulations. Overall, expenses are increasing on average between 3 and 3.3% depending on the year. And then finally here, the majority of new debt is going to be forecast conservatively based off of revenue bond financing with a 20-year term, a 5% interest rate, and a 1% issuance cost. There's one exception to this. We're going to show a low interest loan option for the water utility, recognizing the success by staff in seeking out those opportunities. So I mentioned indirect costs earlier. These are often related to financial policies. So for Pasco, we have 3 main policies that we want to ensure we're meeting. First is our operating reserve, and that's to ensure that we have cash on hand to meet cash flow fluctuations throughout the year. For each utility, we'll aim to keep 60 days of O&M expenses on hand to weather those ups and downs. That's between $1.5 to $2 million for the water and sewer utilities. Next, we have our capital reserve. So this is a place to provide a source of funding for emergency repairs, cost overruns, nothing catastrophic in nature, but are those really unanticipated costs. For this target, we're going to aim to hit 2% of our total asset values each year, which is a little under $3 million for each utility. And then finally, for all revenue bond debt, we'll plan to hit the minimum bond covenant ratio of 1.25. This is a target that's typically outlined in bond covenants to provide security to bondholders, and often showing a higher coverage ratio prior to issuing bonds can help to achieve better ratings in the end. So after we set the stage with those financial policies, we can concentrate on the first set of results for the water utility. In looking at the key components for water, we have existing rate revenue that ranges from $16.2 million to $20.9 million in support of O&M expenses that range from $11.8 to $16 million. We've got existing debt service that starts at $4.2 million and decreases to $3.6 million as some loans are repaid. And we've got future debt service that'll range, really depending on the scenario in question, but it could reach as high as $22.1 million within the next 10 years, depending on the pace and the level of capital investment. So although we're going to look at different options for capital funding, in total, the costs are just shy of $350 million in needed investment across the 10 years. Those investments include that full replacement of the Butterfield treatment facility, as well as the expansion of the West Pasco treatment facility. The financial plan will consider a combination of cash, connection charge revenues, and proceeds from revenue bonds and low-interest loans to fully fund the capital plan. Total debt in this baseline scenario across the three separate issuances would be about $245 million. So in this next slide, we're going to pull together the components of the revenue requirement in the graph. The bars are representing our expenses, while the solid black line is a projection of our revenues at their current levels that only considers growth. The dark gray bars represent the O&M expenses, the orange bars represent existing debt service, and the blue bars represent rate-funded capital or capacity for new debt in the future. You can see that while the water utility is projected to meet those obligations at the existing rate levels in 2025, as we move into the future, rates would become deficient as the utility prepares to take on more significant debt service amounts beginning in 2028, which is shown there by the green bar on the graph. What we see here is that capital is the driver behind the need for the rate increases, but we can talk about a handful of different options to satisfy that deficiency. So we created 4 initial scenarios for consideration to solve, again, that noted deficiency that we just discussed. First is scenario 1, which would allow for Butterfield completion by 2030. We looked at funding that CIP timeline with the use of revenue bonds as our sole borrowing mechanism. And then as a subset of that scenario, in 1A, we looked at funding that same CIP timeline with partial use of low-interest loans. In scenario 2, we've spread the Butterfield construction out over 3 phases, with the treatment plant complete by 2033. Similar, in scenario 2, we looked at revenue bonds for borrowing, but we also looked at a subset of that same scenario in 2A that would again include that partial use of low-interest loans. For each low-interest loan scenario, we assumed $80 million in low-interest loans, or about 30% of the total debt requirements that could be funded, again, through low-interest mechanisms. We don't always like to plan on those low-interest loans until we know we have them at hand, but again, city staff has been very successful in pursuing them, so we wanted to include the scenario to recognize the upside that can come from that continued hard work. All right, so here we're going to look at the overall rate increases that are needed based on the scenario and the associated capital completion schedule and the funding plan that aligns with each scenario. Scenario 1, this is the accelerated CIP timeline, would require 20.75% increases through 2028, dropping to 9.5% through 2030, followed by inflationary levels thereafter. Impacts would range from $5.67 to $10.26 a month within that shorter rate setting period for a typical single-family residence. In scenario 1A, which includes the assumption of low-interest loans, that rate path would drop to 17.5% increases from 2026 to 2028, followed by 10% increases through 2030. Impacts here would range from $5.50 to $18 or $8.19 a month within that rate setting period. Scenario 2, the 3-phase CIP would require 25.25% increases in 2026 and 27, followed by 10% through 2031 and 3% thereafter. Impacts here would range from $5.32 up to $10.72 a month within that, again, that rate setting period for a single family residence. And then finally in scenario 2A, again, here assuming low interest loans, we would see that rate path drop to 21.25% in 26 and 27 and 9.25% through 2031. And then finally here, impacts to the rate setting period range from $4.61 up to $8.74 a month. You can see by comparison of the total residential bill in 2034 that the cumulative impact is lowest for scenario 1A and highest for scenario 2. So in this final chart here for the water utility, we'll show a comparison of existing residential rates for the city of Pasco as well as some neighboring utilities. Also some jurisdictions that may not be neighboring but are of similar size or growth rates. At the end of the day, these comparative charts, they really can be apples and oranges because of all the different considerations that have to go into utility rates. Many have different geographies, requirements, or different water supply differences. But we do know the question often comes up at how do we compare. So right now, Pasco is lower on this comparative schedule. The changes we saw on the previous slide would shift the city up this chart to more middle of the pack, but we also know other utility systems will be assessing their rate levels as well, and will very likely see the need to increase here. Okay, so for our sewer discussion, we're going to follow a very similar format to what we just walked through on water. For the sewer utility, existing rate revenues will range from 12 to 15.4 million from 2025 to 2034, in support of O&M expenses of between 9.3 million growing to 15.2 million. Existing debt service begins at 2.3 million and increases to 4.1 million. Future debt service is forecast to add about 8.1 million to the sewer utility obligations over the next 10 years to help fund 168 million in capital improvements. $99 million in new debt is forecast across 3 separate issuances in 2029, 2031, and 2033, and it will be combined with cash, future connection charges, and existing low-interest loan opportunities to help satisfy that capital plan. The capital plan for sewer, although not as large as water, still does include the wastewater treatment plant improvements from 2030 to 2034, as well as a number of collection main upsizing improvements as well. So here again, we're going to bring the revenue requirement components together, just like we did for water. So similarly, we have our O&M expenses in that dark gray bar, followed by existing debt service in the orange bar. The blue bar represents our capacity for rate-funded capital or potentially new debt. And again, although we're just meeting obligations in 2025, as those obligations continue to grow into the future, when comparing to revenues at our existing rates, which is shown again by that solid black line, we would be deficient in covering our existing debt service in total by 2026, and that deficiency would grow as we prepare to add additional debt in the future, noted again by the green bar here. So in order to correct the deficiency that we're seeing here, we're looking at 8% rate increases through 2033 before again dropping down to inflationary levels at this point. That 8% increase would represent between a $3.06 and a $3.86 impact on a single family bill, again, kind of within that shorter rate setting period. So again, just like water, we'll look at a comparative single-family bill for sewer. A similar group of cities, of neighboring jurisdictions, or cities of similar size or growth, really here to provide a decent selection of comparatives. Pasco, again, is on the lower end of this chart and really isn't projected to make it much past the middle of this chart with those 8% rate increases that we just saw on the previous slide. Okay. So we're going to shift gears a little bit here to round out the discussion with a discussion of connection charges. So when we talk about connection charges, we're talking about the one-time payments that a new customer pays when they connect to the water or sewer system. These charges are authorized through the RCW you see here, 35.92.025, and the idea is that they represent a buy-in charge for new customers to purchase a unit of capacity in the system. It puts them on an even playing field with existing customers who had funded the development of that system. The charge itself is based on the infrastructure that's in the ground today, as well as the capacity enhancing future infrastructure in the utility's capital plan. For the calculation of the charge, in this next slide, we look at the existing cost basis, which are our existing assets in the ground today at their original cost. We'll remove any donated assets and can add interest up to a maximum of 10 years per the RCW. The existing cost basis is then divided by all current and future capacity units or total system capacity. The future cost basis consists of future capital costs that will be incurred to add capacity to the system or meet increasingly stringent regulatory requirements. Future costs don't include any repair or replacement-oriented projects, and the costs are spread only across the future added capacity units. The combination of the existing and the future costs makes up that total connection charge for the utility. So here in this next slide, we're going to see what that means for the water and sewer utilities with real numbers applied. First, we'll look at the existing cost basis, starting with the existing assets, again, at their original cost, backing out any contributed assets, and then adding the interest provision. Finally, we make an adjustment for debt principal, recognizing that outstanding debt principal is going to be paid for through rates when a new user connects. So the total existing cost basis for the water utility is $106 million, and for the sewer utility, it's $81.4 million. For the future cost basis, despite having different capital spending plans, the water with $321.6 million and the sewer with $131.6 million, we end up with a similar future cost basis of $70.2 million for water and slightly more, $72.2 million for sewer. And that's because we have a large amount of capital infrastructure investment that's related to repairing and replacing existing infrastructure on the water side, and that gets backed out of the charge. So while there's still capacity being added, which is represented by that future cost basis, it really does highlight the need to perform the repair and replacement improvements, really regardless of growth, especially on the water side. Finally, here we're going to divide the existing cost basis by current and future capacity units, or total system capacity, and then we'll divide the future cost basis by the future capacity units. So to put that in perspective, the future capacity planned for is approximately 21,000 new units over the planning horizon. The combination of the existing and the future cost basis results in the total charge for a new connection. The connection charge for the water utility is calculated at $6,148 per meter capacity equivalent. So this would be the charge for a 3/4 inch meter. Charges would scale up with meter size based on their meter capacity equivalencies. The connection charge for the sewer utility is calculated to be $4,583 per equivalent residential unit, or ERU, and we're going to discuss just a bit more about that in the next slide. So as mentioned here, the water charge would be based on meter size, and charges would increase based on the flow capacity of the meter. For sewer, the charge would be that $4,583 for one ERU or one single family residence. An ERU equates to 249 gallons per day of flow, and the charges for non-residential connections will be calculated based on a projection of flow and the definition of that ERU. The charges also shown are calculated maximum charges, and they can be set at a lower level or phased in based off of policy choices. It's just important to understand that if connection charges are set below their calculated maximum, that rates need to make up the difference, so we're shifting the burden a bit there. So here in this next slide, similar to rates, again, we wanted to show a comparison of connection charges for a similar subset of utilities. So we do show Pasco on the lower end of the scale based off of the average connection charges that are currently being charged. And then depending on the policy decision on connection charges, we may see that move to the middle of the comparative chart there. We're showing that in the combined chart off to the right. So it may move to the middle of that chart at the calculated maximum for water and sewer. And then finally here, we did also want to show some comparisons for existing charges and the impact of the changes if new connection charges are implemented. Currently, the city charges a combination of a capital expansion fee and a front footage fee. This charge structure can result in varying fees for similar connections based off of the frontage and the overall size of the parcel. Moving to a connection charge methodology would replace those fees with one new charge, and that charge would be standardized based on the meter size or the number of ERUs, which is often a much more direct nexus between the system capacity that's utilized by a new connection. And as you can see from the chart here, there would be variability both up and down with this change. Right, and finally, what you saw today in terms of rate and capital funding scenarios for the water and the sewer utilities included an assumption that connection charges would be phased in to their calculated maximum over 3 years. If it's decided not to adopt updated connection charges along with the rate increase strategies discussed, it can be assumed that those presented strategies would need to increase an average of about 1.5% per year from what was shown earlier. So now I'm happy to open it up for discussion, questions. Ideally, the goal is to try to narrow down options for formal consideration and see a plan approved for 2026 implementation.
All right. Well, thank you for that presentation. I saw Mayor Pro Tem Grimm was first up, so let's give him the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was a lot of information to swallow, I guess. So just a couple follow-up questions in general. Director Sarah, just if you would remind me, how much did the West Pasco water plant cost back in the 2010s? Roughly?
I don't remember that number. I know what the expansion costed, which was in the order of like just under 30 million.
Okay.
For
yeah.
expansion.
No, and I appreciate that. And part of it, I'm just trying to really, I guess, just to keep the fluid thing going here, just to digest some of this, because those are really, really large numbers, obviously. And, just thinking about the new plant there on the west side versus how much it would be to replace Butterfield, and just, again, trying to digest how big of a difference that would be, because it sounds pretty massive. Would this plan that's been put together here, I know across various areas of the city, we use treated water for irrigation, water that we've treated already. Would this move us away from that in any way?
Not necessarily. So there are areas of the city that use potable water because there is no other available either irrigation district or irrigation utility that can serve them. That's the reality of why potable water is being used. In most cases, it's not a choice. I believe if there is other choice for irrigation, those are more affordable, and therefore customers would opt to utilize an irrigation, either the city irrigation or the irrigation district water.
Because it's not just the plant, we'd literally have to go run a whole new set of pipes, correct? Just to feed those systems and all that, and would be even a lot more expensive, huh?
Yes.
One of the original numbers that was given to set all this was there was anticipation of growth of 550 to 750 connections a year. What do we do on average now? Is that about right? Because that seemed kind of a high assumption from what I recall. And I'm sorry for putting you guys on the spot and asking you all these specific numbers.
I think if you're thinking just residential connections, likely that number looks high, and we can get you the number, but it is considered as equivalent residential units, which actually includes industrial users are then converted back to be able to have that unit number, right? So it's industrial users, businesses, and so on. So the calculations seem accurate with what our planning documents have been. Both on the comprehensive plan as well as the water system or sewer system analysis or master planning, so to speak.
Okay, I appreciate that, because that's the number that was, based to use to come up with a lot of these numbers. And I guess if nothing else, I just want to say, that one of the very first things you said is, oh my goodness, this system is nearly 100 years old, and, we are kind of on borrowed time, and I don't think any of us wants to write a check or, pass that on for that amount, but obviously the system is way overdue to be upgraded, and I know one of the goals of this council, we said again and again, was affordable housing, but at the same time, I think it's really, really important we balance that with the need to keep our, water and sewer systems viable. So I know we need to move forward in this in some way, somehow, but I'm just kind of curious what everybody else's thoughts are, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Let's go to Councilman Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess one of my first questions would be, are these rates paying for existing infrastructure? Are these rate increases going to be paying for current infrastructure that probably was paid for with previous rate increases in the general fund?
all infrastructure in water has been paid either through bonds or low interest loans or the rate utility itself. So it does not mix with general fund. Now, the rates pay for the operation, the maintenance, and eventually the repayment of debt that we enter in order to deliver capital projects. So, for example, in sewer, it's very clear. We got low interest loans to build the expansion, or actually was a replacement and expansion at the same time of our wastewater treatment plant. And the replacement portion of those projects is being paid back by those users of the system, those that have been a ratepayer and those that join in to become a ratepayer.
Okay. In regards to, essentially, have we been undercharging these utilities essentially? I mean, when's the last time we did a rate increase? Was it 10 years ago?
No, we've been doing rate increases on a pretty consistent basis, on a yearly basis, in fact, since at least 2015 or 16. Where we have fallen behind is actually on the connection fees, and that is where you see a pretty significant jump. If we can go to that slide where it shows the changes, you'll see $866 for single family, and again, that varies depending on what your lot size, front footage is. And a slide before that, please. Or one before, sorry. Yeah, right here. So really that number very likely should have been around 2,000. And so you're looking at not just a jump up between the almost $900 to $2,200, and then you're adding because you're building a significant more infrastructure in the future.
So I guess why wasn't this kind of brought up years ago about doing a connection charge fees for both utilities?
I think the city historically has been kind of stuck between, and now we're forced into a situation where we were growing rapidly, but we're also trying to attract developers, we're trying to attract people to City of Pasco. And one of the ways that you do that is make things cheaper. And so I think at some point it was a policy decision.
You mentioned earlier that we've been increasing rates, but I mean, were we increasing rates 17%, 20% like we're proposing now?
This is a significantly more. There's been times when we've done double digits, especially in sewer, because there were quite a bit of improvements that needed to be done in that system overall. But when I say double digit, I believe 10% at most. So this type of increase is not something that we've historically done. Mm-hmm. But you're also looking at a full replacement of a treatment plant. That is a significant project by itself. And so that's what's skewing the numbers quite a bit.
Right. So the biggest reason for the double digits is the Butterfield treatment plant project.
Exactly.
And then that's why it kind of evens out, stabilizes later. Regards to the connection charges, I don't know, the wording in that seems a little odd with the 10 years of interest. So are you saying that in the last 10 years, if we've made improvements to certain facilities, those connection charges can help pay for the interest that we've essentially from debt that we've taken out?
I would like for Brooke to speak on that. I'm not an expert on it. Brooke, can you take this question?
Yeah, and so really the interest is meant to represent kind of the time value of money in this calculation. So it's recognizing that in absence of investing in infrastructure, the city could have invested in a fund that earned interest. And so it's also coupled with the fact that this charge requires us to use original costs of our assets. So that means the dollars that you see in those original costs were the exact dollars that were paid in 1985, for example, or whenever the asset was on the books. And so it's really meant to represent that kind of time value of money. And it is allowed per RCW up to a maximum of 10% in 10 years, not to exceed the original cost of the asset.
Mm-hmm. Could the 10 years be lowered? Could it be like 5 years?
From a policy perspective, I believe that you guys could choose to do that, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it just seems kind of odd that so we're already going to we're looking at levying connection charges, but then within that connection charge, they're paying for the system that's currently in place but yet they're paying money to expand the system. So it just kind of seems like a twofer in a way. Or is that not the way we should look at it?
Typically not. I mean, and that's the reason why in the future cost basis we back out any repair and replacement infrastructure. So we're really trying to ensure that we're not double dipping in either of those cases. Also recognizing, for example, that replacement cost today, you're really buying into the original costs of those assets. They cost a lot more to replace today as well. So
When would these, if we approve these rate changes and connection charges, when would they go into effect?
It is.
So I
really up-
believe, oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh, it is up to council, but the goal is for beginning of the year.
Okay. I mean, it just seems like a lot. I mean, that's what, 10 grand essentially on a new home with the connecting charges. And I remember Mr. Gonzalez did a presentation a year ago in June saying how, we were in the middle of the pack or lower. Well, I don't think we are now, to be honest. We're, you saw all those tables, paragraphs. I mean, we're going to be, up to the higher end. So I guess my biggest concern would be the halting of building. And then also the increase of housing costs, because they're going to pass the costs on to someone.
And as Ms. Tasha mentioned, as a policy decision, that there's a highest amount that you can apply, which is that $6,100 and $4,800 for water and sewer. You can make a policy decision to be anywhere from 0 to that highest allowable. You cannot go above that highest allowable. And water and sewer, some of our utilities, they're considered to be enterprise funds, and enterprise as in a business. And so the money, they have to be self-sustaining. And if they're not, then next time when you need to do a big infrastructure replacement and you need to get bonds out, you'll have a hard time finding investors for those bonds. And so it really needs to be that self-sustaining funds, and hence what Ms. Tasha mentioned is if it's not connection fees, then the rates have to come in a little bit higher. It's a larger base, but it's a little bit higher to make up for those funds, so that the fund itself can be self-sustaining.
Yeah, and I see at the end, she didn't talk about it, but there was a rate forecast comparison with half the connection charges.
That is
last
right.
page.
You have, in your staff report, you have a scenario that has a connection fee, half of the maximum allowed, and rates that correspond to that.
Okay, yeah, just a little bit to think about. I kind of have my mind made up, but I'll look forward to kind of seeing what the council decides. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that, Councilman Perales. Do you have any other? All right.
Mayor, in terms of direction, would you like for staff to bring this to you in the next regular meeting? Or would you like a little bit more time than that to think about this issue? Or if there's any other information that you would like for us to bring forth in the next couple of meetings?
I know there's a lot of information tonight. What are we saying, Council? Let's start off with Councilwoman Barajas.
I'm ready to move forward at our next regular meeting on this.
Councilman Cotter?
I agree.
I would say no.
Councilman, no. Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Hold. I could probably digest this a little bit more. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's give it a couple extra weeks and see where we're at on that. All right, so that moves us to 10B, updated traffic study requirements and scoping policy. We got Director Haley Matson.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. This should be a more exciting item for the group compared to what we've talked about tonight. So we have a traffic impact study requirements and scoping policy update for the group. If you'll recall, earlier this year, the city initiated a TIF program, traffic impact fee program that divided the city into distinct districts for traffic purposes, and a fee is now assessed in those different areas if you develop. And that was in an effort to streamline our process related to traffic impact fees and make it more clear and understandable to use for applicants, and then identify projects that need to be fixed globally throughout the city. So that occurred, and this is a follow-up and related item to traffic impact fees and studies, and this relates to the scoping that is required for applicants as far as what submittals need to be provided for traffic impact analysis and traffic review at the city. So I wanted to be sure and thank the staff in CED who worked on this, and I want to start with Brian Cartwright, our Development Services Manager. He helped put this together, and he had help from Curtis Schleby, sorry, it's been a long day, Development Services Lead, and then Ivan Baragon, our Planner 3, who's actually in the audience today listening to the meeting, and then Craig Raymond, our Deputy Director, and other staff. So I just wanted to thank our staff. They are the folks that are working on these things in the background, and I'm excited for the applicants and for City Council to see the changes we've made. So the next slide here. We elected to update this policy just in our ongoing efforts to streamline development review within the development process and make things more streamlined and clearer and more certain for applicants. So in doing this update, we reviewed policies in our neighboring jurisdictions, Richland, Kennewick, and others, and looked at our old process, our thresholds, and found a way to make it more streamlined for the applicants. So the key components of this update, there's a couple different pieces here. So first is just providing a scoping outline in general that previously wasn't as clear to applicants, and the development standards, you needed to navigate through that and almost always talk to a staff member if you were new to the community and wanted to know what the scoping process was like. So now we've attempted to scope traffic reviews earlier in the process so that an applicant doesn't come in, submit a full-on traffic report that they've spent all this money on, only to find out in the first review, hey, you've missed key intersections or you've missed data that needs to be included in the report. So we are trying to capture the applicants earlier in the process, have the development review, technical review committee, and go through these scoping procedures. And before this scoping was completed, and I'll get to it in a second, we created a website for the traffic impact fees so the applicants can now log in and see what fees are owed for different districts. And there's even a calculator online that they can use to estimate their fees without even coming into City Hall, so they can use that and staff can use it as well. And so the scoping process here for 25 or more PM peak hour trips, and for those of you that don't know, PM peak hour trips are the time period between 4 and 6 p.m. during, I believe, the weekdays is when we see the most traffic and congestion on the road. So those are the trips that we want to look at closely, because in theory that's when most people are on the road and using the lights and the system. So the fees are based on PM peak hour trips, and the requirement for trip generation letter has not changed. So if you have 25 trips or more, you're still required to give us a letter, and that outlines like how many trips and where the trips are going for the initial review. The traffic impact analysis report, where you do an additional level of detail, and this is usually where a traffic engineer needs to be hired and a full analysis is provided. That threshold has been increased to 100 trips. So before, if it was 50 trips or more PM peak hour trips, that study was triggered. But with our new TIF program in place and our fees, we are now requiring a traffic impact analysis for 100 or more trips. So this will reduce the amount of reports required by the city for applicants. And then the scoping process outlined in your packets just really breaks it down in a very easy way. Here's what you do with traffic from start to finish, and here's the requirements. So it's outlined. It's an administrative document that we'll be linking online for applicants to use. And so this exercise was meant to increase efficiency and transparency for applicants and make the process easier to understand. When I first arrived, I know staff were working very hard with applicants to organize this, and I think after the TIP program came in place, we were able to really organize it a lot better, and even, spoke with different applicants on what they'd like to see. So we've built this out, and I believe it'll save the city time and money and applicants when preparing the reports. And I did want to qualify the requirement for the traffic study. The general rule of thumb is 100 trips, but there are some unique factors that could trigger the need for a report if there's less than 100 trips. And that is listed here on the screen, and then further vetted in the scoping analysis. There's some key aspects that could require a report. But overall, the instructions are much clearer now. We are trying to front load these requirements, and our goal is to get a reduced amount of back and forth between the consultant. Since we don't have a traffic engineer on staff, it's really important that staff help bridge the gap, but we don't have a traffic engineer on staff that can really comfortably advise on complex traffic issues. And I know that's a frustration for applicants when they come in and they just want a few questions answered. And if it gets too technical or too engineering, that's not a word, but if it gets too technical for the staff or for me when they're asking, that's where we do need help from the consultant. But what we're trying to do is at least get a good process in place that our staff who are not trained as traffic engineers can use a checklist, guide people through the process. So I think the changes we've made so far in the last few months have been really helpful, and getting this online and walking through it with the applicants should be a good streamlined change. And eventually, when we can get our permit system on the portal, there'll be instructions for people when they upload materials, and we can do a little information icon that applicants can click on when it's time for them to upload the traffic submittal or something related to traffic. This can link them to the scoping, so we can make the technology work a lot better in the future with this. For now, it'll be linked on the website, and then later on when we update our permit system, we'll have these in here, and we will use these, and if there needs to be updates to clarify certain sections based on feedback from applicants, we will do that.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Let's start off with Councilman Peralta.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. I like that we're doing this. My only recommendation would be to increase from that 25 to 30 trips for the trip generation letter, just because I would just like to see regional consistency. Kennewick does 30, Richland does 30. I think the WASDOT guidance is 30. So I'm not sure why we're going to stay at 25. I say we just bump it up to 30. And then I think everything that you presented looks great. So that would be my recommendation to the council, and I can make a proper motion for that. Unless the staff would provide input as to why they want to keep it at 25.
And I don't have that answer tonight. I would like to at least look into why that's the case. Because when we did look at this, we wanted to match other cities, so there may be a reason. But if that's the direction provided, it's five trips, I'm thinking it should be okay, but I just don't know the answer to why it's at 25 still.
Okay. Right. I have no problem with 30 myself, but if you want to give us some feedback, I'm good with that as well. Let's move on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just wanted to briefly say thank you, Ms. Mattson, for just coming in here with all the energy you've had, making all the changes you've had. I mean, obviously, we even all received a letter about the impact, the positive impact you're having within the development community, within staff, and just all the way around. I just want to tell you, I really, really, really appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
I'd like to echo those thoughts as well. It was nice to read the nice letter, and so thank you for all your hard work. Not seeing. Let's jump back to Councilman Charles. Okay. Well, I guess he's done. So.
How about this? We can plan on changing it to 30 and just move forward with that. If there's something I'm missing, then we'll give you an update in either the city manager's report or a quick update at the next meeting at the end when it's time for directors to jump in and say something.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. All right, let's move on to number 11, which is new business. I'm not seeing anything listed. And move on to 12, which is miscellaneous discussion. So
We do have Harold online there is a city manager's report that is on your agenda. And this is one of the first that Harold has implemented, and this is for council's use and for public as well to see what the staff is doing, and the communication from the city manager to council as well, outside of all of the meetings that you're in with Harold. And I'm looking at Harold's mic and I'm not seeing him unmute. So if you have any questions, concerns, more than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions? No? So I guess let's go on to Councilwoman Blaisdell.
This is the most detailed city manager's report I've ever seen. And I appreciate it very much. I know what every single department is doing. And even like, it's just very detailed and I appreciate it. And I know the public will also appreciate it. So if they have concerns, they can also read it and see what everyone's, like the transparency is there. So I appreciate everyone that's contributed to that. And that just shows that we picked the right city manager for the job. So thank you.
All right, good to hear. Let's go on to Councilman Prowse.
I will be quick. Everyone knows I'm avid. I go to a lot of sports events, and I just want to let people know, and the community know, that one of our own was SWX Sports Athlete of the Month, Jaden Williams from Pasco High School football team. So,
well, good to know. All right, well, thank you for that. I'm not seeing any other ones, so there's nothing on number 13, which is executive session.
Mayor, if I could go back to miscellaneous section.
Okay,
I do apologize. I do have few more items and I will be quick.
Okay.
This week, Officer Aaliyah Vargas will have completed her probationary period and will be presented with her permanent badge on Thursday, October 9th. And on Wednesday, our Public Works Deputy Director, Mary Heather Ames, will be presenting to the Legislator Joint Transportation Committee in partnership with WashDOT South Central Region Administrator Brian White to highlight the safety concerns on US 12 between A Street and Tank Farm Road. This is a great opportunity for us to present this regional priority project and request funding. Also, on this very same day, our Public Works Director, Sarah, will be presenting at Infrastructure Assistance Coordination Council, IACC conference in Wenatchee on funding strategies and share Pasco's successes at securing funds, which they're known in the state for and maybe a little bit disliked for it out of jealousy. Because of all of the work that they do, we have received a Public Works Board construction loan fund at $3.5 million for Lewis Street underpass. And that will help us meet all of the requirements set forth by BNSF to fill in the underpass that we've been struggling to find funding for. So,
all right. Well, thank you for the positive news. We much appreciate it. So now I'll jump to number 13, executive session. I'm seeing none listed, so we'll move up to the beautiful number 14, which is adjournment. Thank you. Hopefully by the time you get control, they'll actually have this thing figured out.
Yeah. Further negotiated, then that would be adverse at that point. So, but at this point, there is no adverse position to either party, so it's worked out. But I think it's going to get more and more difficult to do that going forward. Not that it would be adversarial, like I say, but that it would be, the interest would be different. Each party would have different interest, and that's a problem from an attorney's perspective. So just real quick, I will just walk you through the couple of the couple of changes that we have in there. If you'll go, if you have the part open, one of the things that it's paren 2 under section 2, where it says, it previously said the city attorney shall serve as the attorney for the district unless a conflict arises, and the district will have will have to obtain separate legal counsel. Now, the proposed change is the city attorney may serve as the attorney for the district, or the district will have the option to contract their own legal services. This would ensure the district continued legal representation regardless of future city attorney availability. So there's that change, and then the only other change is under Section 5, term of the agreement. The initial term of the agreement shall commence on the first day of, and it used to say January 2023, now it says October 25, and terminate on the 30th day of September 2026, or when the certificate of occupancy is received for the facility, or an updated ILA replaces this current ILA, whichever is sooner. So those are just the major change, and then of course obviously the change in city manager signature. But other than that, those are the basic changes. So it just gives them the board a chance to pursue other legal counsel if they decide that that's what they want to do.
All right, well, thanks for the clarification. Again, I have no problem if you guys want to have your own legal counsel. Let's go with Councilman Bras.
This is a question for you, Matt. Have you decided whether you're going to continue with the
Well, what we will be required to do, has been shared by our capable attorney over the years, is that we will have to go through a competitive bid process. So it's my hope that you'll all agree to this in the updated, this minor change to the ILA. So then I publish an RFQ or RFP, request for proposal or qualifications, and go through an evaluation process. Presumably Mr. Ferguson would reply to that. There may be others as well. We'll do an evaluation team and pick the most qualified candidate for it.
All right. Mr. Ferguson, did you have something else you want?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. It looks like we're done with that part. Let's roll on to, do we have anybody in the audience that wants to,
I think there's a second part to it. Since I'm here and it's been a bit of time, I wanted to give you a little bit of an update. On the facility, and just show you a couple of pictures and a couple of details. I'm trying to remember when I met you last, and I also know you're a new council member, and so welcome aboard and congratulations.
It still need to transition to the next topic on the agenda.
Oh, I'm
so you're just a little bit ahead. So yeah, I guess I'd wrap this topic up by saying staff would recommend the approval of the updated ILA so that the Public Facilities District can go out and recruit for new legal services so that we can move forward in the future. And if so, we'll bring this resolution back to you next week on consent agenda for approval or additional information as needed.
Okay, do you need any feedback from council? I'm for it as far as.
Yeah, if everybody's okay as presented, it'll be on consent agenda next week. Thank you.
Okay, and then anybody in the audience like to comment on this? Going once, going twice, going three times. Okay, well, let's move on to B, which is Pasco Public Facilities Aquatics Facility Construction Update with Management Operations Request. And now we're going to go to Mr. Matt Watkins.
Thank you, Mr. Rice and Mr. Milne, too. Process is very important, so it's good to know that somebody's running this meeting and it's not me, so thank you. Little update I wanted to give on the facility, and we have walls in place. We've been doing a variety of construction. I do have a video at the end of it. Just wanted to give you a couple of pictures. Last time I was here, we didn't have these updated pictures. The thing that's been done most recently is there's outdoor concrete being done for the outdoor portion of the facility. You'll remember that the facility is 60% interior year-round. The exterior is about 40% of the swim space, and you see the freshly drying concrete in there. I believe that's about 2 weeks ago. So it's fairly new, and you're seeing what's going to be the west wall of the facility. That'll be a glass wall with a little bit of a blue tint, and then the upper left where you see the yellow is where the 30-foot tall slide towers are coming out. So you're getting a sense of scale of this facility. And once again, if anybody hasn't taken a tour or would like to renew that, just get a hold of me and we'll give you a tour of the facility. Also glad to report that because of the design build process, that we've been going through, we've been adding betterments all along. The most recent addition was a Ninja Cross. This thing on the right retracts from the ceiling and is a competition course. There's two lanes of it, so people can compete against each other. This has been very popular with the community. And just a kind of a list. This isn't an exhaustive list, but some of the things that we've been able to add because of this design build process, where the builders and designers open their books basically and say, hey, we're not going to have to use all that contingency. We're going to be able to release some of the money, so we've added things. Initially, we did a 10% larger an auditorium. We'd heard the community saying it needs to be a bit bigger. We're able to do a bit about that. We put a higher end chlorination system in it for maintenance, added some lighting and skylights. There's also a rain cloud thing goes off, you hear some sound, and there's going to be some water coming out of a fixture. Going down the slides, there are some translucent light bands, for example. So a lot of experiential things. But we've also, practical matters, we want to make this as automated, non-keyed system as possible. So we're spend a little bit more on the access control system than with the base thing. And of course, then the Ninja course. Just future activities. Of course, we have the ILA update, the small one that we've asked for tonight. Then the big one that I think we're talking about, want to talk about tonight is coming up. It needs to come up, and I probably have done this out of order. Jesse, you probably wanted to talk about. I apologize. I wanted to do. I was excited to talk about the facility.
As former mayor, you can continue. I'll object here shortly.
So we'll talk about that in just a second. And then branding and marketing, again, another example of Pasco has been a tremendous resource, and I'm going to call him essentially a elder sibling to help us out as a newer operation. There's been a staff members help us do a RFQ for branding and marketing, so we'll be working on that. And then we're also talking about commissioning it, because we believe we're still on schedule for opening of Memorial Day 2026. Maybe a little question on the strike that happened, but we're still aiming for the end of May. I also just note there's a little wall in there that's a compacted earth wall. It's a signature piece, and there's some other version of that that's meant to represent a bit of the geology of the Tri-Cities. So the colors and the textures, I think, remind me of a little bit of the Tri-Cities. So things are coming along, and we're getting a facility built. And with that, then we go back over, and I'm going to ask Mr. Rice to talk about what we want to talk about.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Watkins. So yes, this is a two-part presentation this evening, which Mr. Watkins has already covered and updated the construction of the Aquatic Center and progress they've been making so far. And as when last time Mr. Watkins presented, one of the key items that still has yet to be completed is that the PPFD board needs somebody to actually manage and operate the facility. And they had several options to choose from, including going with a private company, which would basically run it for profit or near profit, hiring their own staff, or partnering with the city of Pasco. And based on discussions and several options, I believe the board has concluded that, in the city as well, is that the best management option would be the city to be the partner to manage that. And for several reasons as outlined on the screen. But basically, after a couple of studies we've done, we found the shared management operation, we could share staffing to reduce our overall costs for both agencies, shared programming to reduce duplication and competition between the Aquatic Center and the Memorial Pool, and that's particularly now that we're going to be covering that soon. And also just increased offerings to the community. Having two facilities work together will really be able to expand the offerings. Shared lifeguard staffing, including expanded training and certification. This is really a big one. All three cities struggle each year to recruit lifeguards, so having a fourth competitor for lifeguards would be very challenging. By combining together, we'll be able to implement an enhanced lifeguard training and also recruit additional staff and hopefully keep some of those lifeguards year-round. So. And then also operating at cost versus private management. One of the goals of the Aquatic Center is to provide a facility that all those in the community could attend. So by running based on just solely on cost and covering cost operations versus worrying about covering somebody that might need to run for profit will help reduce admissions to those in the community. And then just a centralized aquatic program will minimize confusion of the community. Having both in the community looking for swim lessons, looking where to go, where to show up, probably be confusing by calling two different organizations. So those are some of the reasons why they think it may be the best, the city might be the best partner to operate.
And what would be required, as mentioned, is an updated interlocal agreement again. So we'll update the one we spoke about tonight next week for legal services, and this would be an ILA that we'd need to update here in the next several months. But to kind of cover how that would work is PPFD will cover all related costs to manage and operate the facility. And to identify what those costs were, we've had 2 independent financial studies completed, initially by Ballard King, who's known for aquatics facility studies. And also we use one of our regular study providers, FCS, who's done many rate studies for the city as well. Both studies determine different rates of value return of revenue based on overall predicted attendance, revenues, and expenses. And I think that was kind of expected because one of the reports was done sooner. We weren't aware that Memorial Pool would be covered, and then several factors come out as we continue to develop it. So, but both studies reflected that the aquatic center will be fiscally solvent and able to cover all operating expenses, including those of the city. And the updated ILA would outline direct and indirect costs paid by the Public Facilities District and include an annual true-up to ensure accurate costs and charges between both agencies. Here's some examples of the shared staffing that we'd use along with the city's aquatic program, and remembering that we'll be covering a Memorial Pool hopefully by November, is I believe what we're looking at now. But so we'd be adding staff to run that year round anyway. But in this case, we'd look at sharing an aquatics division manager, supervisor and assistant manager, marketing coordinator, groundsman, and all the opposites of these, the 0.25%, are what the city would incur. So why PPFD would pay for 75% of the aquatics division manager, the city pick up that 25%. And that reflects all the way down in those. So total cost of that study, just for example, with benefits, the staffing would cost the PPFD approximately $535,000 a year. And again, these are for full-time staff, not including lifeguards, which would be a direct cost billed to each aquatics facility. So, and then here's an overall kind of expense look at what it's going to cost to operate. And as you can see, we have both the Ballard King study and the FCS study here. Why some of the numbers were different in between, and what between full-time, part-time utilities and things like that. Both studies did validate or came in very close, within about $40,000 what the total expenses would be, which helped build confidence in those studies to show that we're on the right track for what the operations cost will be, and if those are affordable with the Public Facilities District sales tax revenue. So. Some considerations we're asking direction for regarding city management is that if City Council is interested in having the city partner with the PVFD to manage and operate the facility, we will need a new ILA in place to identify these things we just discussed. Due to the timeline of opening, we're looking to have an ILA in place and approved by the end of 2025. And I will remind you that we have just generally limited meetings in December, so that's going to be approaching pretty quick. And then based on that, if we approve, we'll have about 16 weeks to achieve several major steps, but the biggest one being full lifeguard recruitment, training, and certification. If we don't have full lifeguard staff, we won't be able to open. That's where the combination of using the Memorial Pool Dome is going to be very helpful this year in trying to get lifeguards certified during that time we normally wouldn't have a pool available. Of course, we need to develop a marketing plan and begin advertising, create all our standard operating procedures and policies, train or recruit, hire the non-lifeguard staff, developing program and scheduling, and then set up and configure all our IT, financial, and safety systems. So a lot to be done, and it seems like a long time from now, May 2026, but when you condense this down, you kind of see a need of continuing to move forward as rapidly as we can. So our recommendation, hence any questions you might have, which we can stop and ask, would be approved moving forward with creating a new interlocal agreement, making the city the management operating partner for the aquatic center. There are some alternatives we can consider and also some impacts, but before we go through those, are there any questions that myself or Director Watkins could answer this evening?
All right, let's start off with Councilman Harpster.
Yeah, thanks. Slide 7 says at the top there, based on several factors, PPFD board believes the city is the best management partner option. That first bullet point, shared management and operation staffing to reduce overall costs for both agencies. So how would the city managing the facility reduce costs for the city?
Because in our example, we're expanding our...
Hang on, if you look at it backwards, the city's not involved at all. So there's no cost to the city. In this partnership, it's saying there would be a reduced cost to the city.
Yeah, so in our example, we are planning on running a Memorial Aquatic Center year-round, which is going to take an increase in staffing, and probably, if we didn't partner with them, need our own aquatics manager or some of our additional own full-time staff. But by combining our staff with their staff, we can share in that staff potential. So without the aquatic center, you're right, there wouldn't be any savings. However, I would be actually asking for probably some additional staff myself to continue to run Memorial Aquatics programs.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Second question, said PPFD will cover all related costs to manage and operate the facility. Is that forever, or is there a certain amount of time that they'll cover those costs?
That would be forever, but that would be additionally outlined in the interlocal agreement. Yes,
Okay.
they collect their sales tax percent forever, and that sales tax meant to cover operating and management expenses, capital improvements, and expansions in the future.
Okay. I asked because we all know we're already using a significant portion of our reserves just to make our general fund whole. And so I'm just concerned that even though it seems like there's no total direct cost to the city, that there really is no direct cost to the city. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate, and it's one of the reasons we actually hired our own FCS study aquatics program, primarily due to the observation of Deputy City Manager Sigdell, because again, she wanted to ensure that they would be, financially solvent, and that we wouldn't be trying to carry any losses they may have to continue to operate that center. So that was the need for both studies. They performed one, we performed one.
I can add that when we are operating a completely different facility, especially with another partner, there are certain requirements in accounting that will segregate that cost and all of that effort. So you'll be able to see with pretty good clarity on what it costs to run this facility, but also the board of PPFD would also require the same level of transparency to understand. There is a little bit of a risk at times for the same staff working on two different facilities, charging properly, and those are things that we deal with on a regular basis, because the city, even though you think of it as one entity, has like 26 different funds that are considered separate, and so our staff is pretty well trained on that element. So and we will continue that training to make sure that the costs are allocated in the right places.
Thanks. And then the last question, so that alleviates that concern. My only other concern is some of our current staff, Director Rice, for example, taking on more work. I don't see, a lot of staff members with available time for other things. So what's the plan to kind of balance that additional workload if we move forward with this?
So I think that's what we're looking to create, another aquatics division, which would have the aquatics division manager and those staff assigned to that for both agencies. So outside of my time, which may be included in the ILA overall, but not listed here specifically, those other staff members, including finance and IT, would be proportioned or hired. The challenging part for us is, say, an aquatics division manager, hard to find a part-time 500-hour employee, whereas a full-time 2,000-hour employee shared between both will be much easier to recruit and retain.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Let's jump to Mr. Ferguson. Did you want to make a comment on this?
I just wanted to also make sure that the council is also aware that the charter for the PFD clearly and in numerous places makes it abundantly clear that the city of Pasco is by no means a financial backstop or responsible in any way for any of their projects, any of their work. So I don't have the exact language off the top of my head, but I can tell you that it's about as close to ironclad as you're going to see in a legal document. So it's pretty clear that the city is not legally on the hook for any type of expenses for their project.
All right, thank you for that. I know on a side note, sometimes when I watch like online comments, people seem to think that we should be able to take money out of their budget to like for a road. They tell we're basically idiots that we need to take money out of the aquatic center to pay for roads, and why are we spending this money on the aquatic center? I don't know if we could ever make a statement or do something, but it always chaps me when I see those comments, because like that's not how it works. But anyway, Director Rice, were you done, or did you have anything else to say? Okay, so let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mulney. Thanks for the presentation. Just a couple of questions as far as the funding goes. Just if someone would explain to me, what is a general fund allocated charge out?
So as we identified all the individual positions and what those may do, there's also several overlapping staff that may include in finance, payroll, or other things. So that general finance charge out is what the cost of doing business is, which would be a prorated portion they would pay for those services. Whereas we don't have a specific payroll person that would be hired to do that, or a specific IT person, or a specific finance person, so, or facilities and some of those other things. And we see those charges in other agreements that we use as well.
Okay, thank you. And then just as far as when we're talking all the operations of it, I mean, does that include, I mean, we're talking making sure the right amount of chlorine's in the pool and just every unforeseen, detail of it, I assume?
Yeah, it'd be 100% managed and operated by the city. So all the opening hours, all the facilities, all the maintenance, all those things would be performed by city staff as the operating partner.
Okay, thank you. I guess, Mr. Mayor, I would be in favor of us doing that for some of the reasons given. I mean, I never want to see the government compete with private enterprise, but at the same time, it doesn't sound like we really would be. We'd be competing with ourselves basically at Memorial Park, and it does seem to be the best cost-saving way. Oh, pardon the pun, it just came to me, to pool our resources together. Sorry, I am a dad. I come by that honestly, but that's terrible. To pool our resources together to manage the facilities better, and like was stated in here, to keep overall costs down for the people who want to visit and enjoy it. And I think that's a huge factor. And I appreciate you considering it. Thank you.
Did you want to make a comment on that?
Just slight augmentation. Mr. Rice laid it out very well, and I think I also want to thank the city of Pasco for the FCS study, because by doing that, it also illustrated some details that we need to work on as a PFD. What this notion too is that since this relationship is going to be ongoing, we have now a plan of what that looks like with specific details for staffing. And Jesse's also shared extensively that it would be also either 6-month or a yearly process where we go a true-up process where we'd say, is this too low or is this too high? Because exactly as you mentioned, the aquatics facility needs to do the aquatics, City of Pasco needs to do the City of Pasco things. The two should not cross. They are separately funded and for specific purposes, and we want to keep that line clear.
All right, sounds great. I know I've been involved in this issue the last 8 years, and initially I was hesitant about the city being involved, but now I think it's 100% the right choice. It just makes sense. So I appreciate how Director Rice laid it all out. Appreciate reading this, and I think that it's our best interest to work when we can together to save on commodities and staffing, and it's a...
And we, the PFD, appreciate that, and would note also that we'd ask Mr. Ferguson on the PFD's behalf to initiate that ILA detailed update and get it done before the December meeting for the council. We wanted to come to council first to make sure that you're on board with this. I'll do a similar presentation at the next PFD meeting, and they'll be enthusiastically supporting this, and we'll run in parallel.
Okay, I think we're all on board on this. I see some heads nodding, so it looks like we're unanimous on this. And again, it would be kind of nice to have the city put out like a little video that the taxpayers, as far as how it's being funded, why these are separate. I just think it would be good to put on like the Facebook page or something like that to show that these things aren't, like losses and stuff like that. I just think it'd be good for the community to have an idea, and then I could, comment. I know Leo always comments on everything, but I could comment like, hey, go to this article.
I have a comment.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Mr. Perales, did you want to comment on this?
Yes, right on cue. You just said I always have a comment, and I do.
All right.
I think we should pump the brakes on this. I don't like being pushed into a corner here. I heard the comment, this needs to be done by the end of 2025. We don't meet in the month of December that much. And, well, I guess my first response would be that we should have had this in front of us about 2 months ago then, so that we can digest a little bit, because, I have not been a supporter of us taking this over. I think we're scaling up quite dramatically from Memorial Pool to this huge aquatic center. And so I have a lot of questions that I will issue online that I would like to get addressed. And and commented on. And honestly, when it comes down to the money, I think I have an issue with that as well, is because, well, we're only going to pay 25% here, but I think we all know that really doesn't happen. And then before we know it, hey, we need to use more money, because I would push back and say, the PFD can foot the rest of that. And, we have a budget deficit, and so we are growing our government by taking this on and overseeing it. We're going to have to hire more staff. It could be argued that we should reduce staff, but I get it. We're managing a huge facility. And it just comes down to also safety things that I want to see just a little bit fleshed out a bit, in regards to the training of the lifeguards, emergency action plans, and just other stuff. I think this is a huge undertaking, and I know it sounds like a lot of you in the chambers are in favor, but I just think I want to get some questions answered. Obviously, if I'm the minority, I'm in the minority, but I'll send my questions to the city manager, and maybe perhaps we have a follow-up presentation where some of those questions can be answered, to provide full transparency to the community. I don't got the warm and fuzzies. I don't want to dip my toe in the water, to use another pun, on this one right now. So those are my stands. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks for the comments. I know being in the process from 8 years ago, this really has came a long, long ways. Again, I was against a lot of it, what we're hearing, where it would be like up against some like Pacific Clinic where they would have weightlifting machines, all this, but it is totally different concept. I do trust former Mayor Matt Watkins where he's going. But yes, we do want your questions answered, so I would say schedule a meeting with city manager or any members of city staff. And I know Matt Watkins has also asked that if we would like to go out there and check out the facility, he's willing to give us a tour. So let's get involved and let's see what we can do to answer some of these questions and make this the best facility for Pasco.
Mr. Mayor, I hope we could proceed forward at the same time that if Mr. Perales has any questions that I can answer, PFD representative, I would imagine I could work with the city manager. Also, any questions that Mr. Perales might have, and see if we could work those in parallel and still aim for a December adoption.
Well, I know time is of the essence, so yes, let's see what we can do to get this pushed forward. So I'm all for that. All right. And we have one for, let's go with Joe Cotta, and then I'll see if Melissa has anything to say.
Yeah, just a comment on the attention that was given to organizing this so that you can have a consistent manager. I mean, somebody who can be there. You'd like to have a guy stay for a decade or however long it is. Obviously, if there's not enough resources to support somebody long term, it's not going to run as efficiently. And so I appreciate that.
Exactly. And I would note, too, we are in a very good situation. We've been fiscally prudent on this facility and spending the taxpayers' sales tax dollars as wisely as we can. We're excited about the facility and want it to be as sustaining as it can be. And we have full confidence that we're going to have an open facility that the voters approved in 2022.
All right, thank you. Does Councilwoman Blaisdell, do you have any comment on this or any questions?
I do not.
Okay. Well, again, if you do, just please chime in as we go along with the agenda. I'm not going to constantly go back and forth because.
And I don't know if you're at all interested. I do have a quick little video it's about a week old. If you'd like to see a zoom around drone shot of the facility.
Okay. Well, let's see what you got.
Also note too, in the foreground, imagine a community center to the north side of the site to the left. Don't think it was looped, but you've seen the booklet. May 2026. We're looking forward to opening it. We appreciate your support.
All right. Well, thank you on that. Looks pretty impressive, and yeah, should be exciting 5 months, 7 months, whatever. Do we have anybody in the audience that would like to comment on this? Not seeing anybody jumping up on that. Let's go once, twice, 3 times. All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. Much appreciated. Let's jump up to number C, which is resolution office space lease at post office building, and this is also Director Jesse Rice.
Almost done. Good evening, Council and Mayor. This evening, I have a resolution in front of you for approving a office lease space at what we call our post office building, 403 West Lewis, in downtown Pasco area. It's office space currently in the basement location. To determine value of that space, we did work with our real estate agent to determine a market value as well as build in a annual increase to keep up with that market value. On your screen, you'll see a post office and the floor space plan where the occupant will be renting that space. Monthly rent includes and the annual increase as indicated and displayed on your screen. The initial lease is for 3 years with 2 optional 1-year renewal periods. In addition to all leases, the city must also charge a leasehold excise tax. So in addition to the monthly rent, you'll see leasehold excise tax added to that. If the agreement is fully executed, it'll be for a 5-year total of $20,274. So staff recommendation would be to approve resolution authorizing city manager to sign the lease agreement. And again, we have some alternatives. You could request some additional information from staff, or of course do not approve the lease request. So with that, I ask, are there any questions?
So before we get to other council members, are these other offices also rented out that were down there? Or?
We do have additional space. Yeah, this is the space we currently have available. There's another group that rents space within that building, including the post office themselves.
Okay. I've never been to the basement. I've been to the post office umpteen times, but yeah, let's start with the Councilman Barajas. That's what I said. Council member, councilwoman.
Councilmember Barajas, yes, thank you. So I do have a question in regards to Article number 4, use of premises. Now, you mentioned this is one space available from several, is what I'm picking up, correct?
There's 2 office spaces that are adjacent to one another within the center of that building, within the center of the basement.
Who do we have down there?
With the addition of the other users, the Anatai Foundation. We used to be a group,
Okay.
I want to call them Group Health, but that might be the right name. I think it was. Yeah.
Anatai, yeah.
Anatai,
Thank
yeah.
you. So in regards to our item or Article number 4, it says the premises shall be used by lessee for office use and no other use or purpose without city's prior written consent. Even though they submit a request, what is the likelihood of the city issuing a permit for them to use the space for anything other than office? Say there's a desire to put in a radio station.
I think as we identified in the use of the premises is identified in the lease as it's written. So how you're reading it is as written.
As written, okay.
And that was reviewed by Mr. Ferguson's office.
Okay, so
Yeah.
no potential changing, adding, or changing the purpose of the rent of the space.
Not without your consent.
Okay. And then I had one other highlight. Oh, never mind. I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank staff for working and actually getting this filled. I know sometimes office space can sit there a while, so I'm grateful that we're able to find a tenant and get some income and, add to the business viability of our downtown. So yes, I would definitely be for this, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, my words exactly. Anybody else? All right, so with that, anybody... I guess we'll go back to Councilwoman Barajas.
Well, one last question. I was not clear on the rent, item number 3. What will the rent be? There's two different graphs, so I wasn't too sure.
Sorry, so the actual rent, it will be a total of both the monthly rental rate and the inclusion of the lease excise tax. So on this slide as presented, you'll see the total monthly rent. It includes in the far right column, total monthly rent. So base rent per month, leasehold tax, total month. So first year it'll be $318 per month.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have anybody in the audience that would like to comment on this? Going once, going twice, going three times.
I think Councilman Perales may have his hand up for comments.
Okay, well, I can't see his hand from here, but let's.
Okay.
Just a little council joke. All right, Councilman Perales.
No, I had my hand up for the other one.
Okay.
No, I have nothing to add to this one. I'm glad to see the Latin Business Association back in downtown again. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Anything else? Nope. All right.
No, so with that, we'll bring this back next week on consent agenda for approval. Thank you.
All right. Well, looks great. What's up? I already did. Yeah. So let's go on to number D, resolution city retirement plans. And we got Director Mattson with the Z.
Can you turn on your microphone, Director Metzen? Thank you.
Is that better? Okay. I'm pretty loud. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I'm presenting a resolution that updates and modernizes the city's retirement plans. This will not add any new cost. It simply puts the right framework in place so that we have more options going forward. Currently, the city offers a 457B plan where employees can contribute and the city also contributes. What this resolution is asking for or does is it updates and adds, it creates a 401A plan, which would create another avenue for employees to save more money for retirement. The city will continue contributing into the 457B plan for now. The 401A simply will give us a tool for the future if and when we decide to use it. Also, the resolution would create a 457F plan for the city manager. This is required by the employment contract. Instead of paying into the state retirement system, the city manager's retirement contributions will go into this account. Again, cost to the city, it's no added cost. The city manager contributions were already budgeted. They're just going to go into the 457F. And the 401A is free to set up and does not require the city to put money in it right away, or right now for that matter. Why this matters, this keeps the city competitive in attracting and retaining staff. Many cities and other public entities offer 401As. This also cleans up old, outdated retirement stuff that we have from old resolutions, and it gives us flexibility for the future without making any changes today. In short, this resolution modernizes our retirement plans, meets contractual obligations, and gives us flexibility going forward. So staff is recommending that council approve the two additions to our retirement plans by offering a 401A and the 457F. The alternative is that council does not move forward with this. Any questions?
Do we have any questions for Director Mattson? I'm not seeing. Looks pretty good. So thank you for that presentation. Do we have anybody in the audience that would like to comment on this? Going once, going twice, going three times. All right. So let's go on to E, consideration of deferral of water rights rate study. And we got our Deputy City Manager, Richa Siddell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and evening council. Per council direction, a couple of years ago or a year and a half ago, there was a requirement to conduct a market value study or a rate study for water rights every 2 years. That is a part of our Pasco Municipal Code. The rate is essentially when there is no water rights for the development, whatever development that might be, and the developer would be paying fees in lieu of the water rights. So essentially requiring the city to go out to the market, buy the water rights so that we can serve that development. The rate was set in late 2023, and so we're due for that 2-year refreshment. We discussed this with our subject matter expert, Dr. Daryl Olson, who conducted the last rate study for us, and he believes that the market factors have not really changed that significantly to change the number, which is currently at $4,150 per acre feet of water rights, or cubic acre feet. Is that right? Or acre feet. A new study can be conducted at this time, and we can still meet the deadline of the 2 years. The cost is going to be around $18,000. Given that the market factors have not really changed, and even the subject matter is saying that he does not anticipate any significantly different number, staff is recommending that we skip this update for another 2 years unless there's something really drastic happens in the water rights market within those next 2 years. So at this point, we're looking for your direction to see. Head nods would be great, so we can see if we can forego this and come back to you hopefully within 2 years.
All right. Well, thank you for that. I thought the recommendation was good. We'd save some staff time, and then $18,000. Obviously, now is the time to be saving as much as we can. Especially, it seemed like it was not needed. But let's start off with our Mayor Pro Tem, Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, and thanks for bringing this back to us, Ms. Sigdell. I know this was something we went back and forth on a lot. 5 years seemed to be too long, and then kind of we ended up at 2 years. I know we had even talked about 3 years, and like the mayor said, I'm all for saving money and cutting out unnecessary time and work. Did he provide an opinion on whether he thought, because I know one of the timeframes we talked about was 3 years, did he really think, because now we're almost at 4 years if we wait another 2 years, and that starts to make me a little anxious, because then I'm thinking, man, for just $18,000 we could potentially be leaving a lot of money on the table. So being a politician, I'm always looking for the sweet spot. So
when we were updating the rate late in 2023, the study was done by late 2022. So the study was maybe about a year. But even during that time, we had asked the question of, is the rate still valid as we're updating the rate? And it was. I think at least just with one experience, it's looking like the market doesn't move as much. But water rights, it's a really interesting realm, complicated, but also it's the new gold, I think. So we don't know exactly what the future will be. I think it's a good idea for us to continue talking with experts and seeing if the market is changing or not and keeping an eye on it. Maybe in the next 2-3 years, we'll figure out whether 3 years or 5 years or 2 years is the right time. And maybe that changes as things get more interesting.
No, thank you, Ms. Sigdell. I do appreciate that, because this, I'll be honest with you, it does seem pretty, it seems like we almost just got through that. And, part of it, that was a big arduous thing. It hadn't been updated in a long time. I know it was a huge, heavy lift for staff. We appreciate it. And I know the stakeholders were very engaged, and obviously it was a big process for us. And, another 2 years seems like a long time. I would definitely be foregoing it, foregoing it. I'm still not going to say that right, the mayor suggested, but another 2 years does seem a little long, and I would be interested in maybe at least hearing from our SME again next year if he, just has a feel for what the market is. But thank you.
All right. Thank you for those comments. Let's go to Councilman Herbster.
Yeah, I would just express my support for staff's recommendation with skipping it for now, and saves a little bit of money. And I deal with water rights a lot and would agree with Dr. Olson's take that the market has not shifted substantially in any direction over the last couple of years. And it's worth mentioning, he did our last study. Presumably he'd do the next one. So if he's willing to say, hey, you don't really need to spend this money, that speaks volumes to me on that. I think I don't even feel like we need to go with the second alternative of keeping track of the markets. I know you're already doing that, keeping an eye on it. So That's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Saw a couple head nods. I guess just for the sake of argument, Mr. Councilman Perales, do you have any comment on this issue?
Yeah, I'm kind of of the same mindset of Councilmember Grimm. I mean, it's 2022 is when the last council decided to change the policy, and then we came in. And I guess one of my questions would be: is the current price that we have per acre foot? Are we held to that amount if we were to go out and buy water rights from someone who has them? And if that's based off this study, so if someone has 200 acre feet, we can only pay them $41.50 for those 200 acre feet.
No, it's still a negotiation, and as I'm learning quite quickly, not all water rights are created equal. And so
Right.
even if they're the same, depending on which basin they're coming from, where they're coming from, there's just too much complexity to the system. So in a sense, it is a market rate, which is an average. We've seen some water rights go as much as 10,000 acre feet, but there's a reason, there's a buyer who is willing to pay for it. And even for the same water right, it might not be as attractive to us because of our location. No, we're not obligated to buy every water right at this particular rate.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to just, if I'm on the council in a year, maybe we'll talk about doing the study in a year or so in 2026. So that will be 3 years. That's it.
Okay, I think we have some direction then. So, do we have anybody in the audience that would like to comment on water rights? Once, twice, 3 times. All right. So let's jump to F. I know we have somebody online on this, but what's the resolution number 20 or for 2026 Community Development Block Grant, the CDBG program allocation and annual work plan? And again, we're going to go with this time. We'll go with Director Haley Matson.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you is a workshop item related to the Community Development Block Grant Program that the City of Pasco is eligible for. And this is the annual process for determining how the federal CDBG funds will be allocated in Pasco. Some background information here. The CDBG program is established at the federal level and is administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, also referred to as HUD. And these funds are given to cities eligible for this program on an annual basis. And the purpose of this program is to provide housing, a suitable living environment, and expanded economic opportunities to the community. And the emphasis here for the primary beneficiaries is that these folks receiving the funds are required to be helping low to moderate income households in the community. And Pasco has had a long history of using these funds throughout the program and doing great things with these allocations. The process is listed here on your screen for where we are today. We received applications for the CDBG funds in May, and the application window closed on May 31st, and staff had reviewed the applications for completeness, and in July the Planning Commission held a public hearing where the applicants are present. And then in August, staff presented a recommendation to the Planning Commission. And this year we provided 3 different options with a mix of options for the group to consider. Planning Commission did select option 1 and has recommended that the council consider approving that option. And that recommendation is forwarded in the materials. When staff reviews the applications to receive these funds, we look at our local policies and council's goals, and also with the consolidated plan for the Tri-Cities home group, and then also the CDBG and HUD regulations. And here on the screen are the allocations that are proposed under option 1, and the city is receiving just over $650,000 for this year's plan, and the different organizations are listed there and the amount that is recommended for funding. So I'll leave that slide up on the screen. Tonight's a workshop, so happy to answer any questions. I'm also joined by Kristen Webb, our CDBG administrator. She is online tonight too, so she may be helping with questions depending on what they are. So happy to answer any questions at this point.
All right, do we have any questions by the council? Let's start off with Councilman Harpster.
Just 2 questions. One of my concerns is that this is dependent on the federal government and them passing a budget. They've got to October 1st. Last I checked, obviously the president's proposal removes both of these programs. Senate wants to keep both. House wants to remove home program but keep CDBG. And so I just want to ensure that if we approve this list as presented, there's no chance that we start on any of these programs until that funding is for sure. For example, the playground equipment, I'd hate to get started on thinking that the appropriate budget's going to pass and then it doesn't, and then we're halfway through.
Yes, we'd absolutely wait until it was funded through this program before starting any of these projects.
Okay. And then the second point or question rather is the second line there, code enforcement officer, $70,000. I think we've discussed this before. I don't think it's prudent to spend grant funding on employees. And so the question is that a full-time employee or a part-time employee, and maybe an employee that already exists or a new position that's being created?
Sure. Kristen, do you know exactly how this is allocated to the code enforcement officers by any chance?
Yes, so that actually is, it is for a current employee, and it is for the employees that goes into the low to moderate income areas in the city, and code enforcement actually is an eligible expense. So I believe for budget reasons, which I could be overspeaking there, this is what they've always done.
Let me just make sure I heard that right. This is what they've always done. There is...
Yes, if I may, historically, there's been actually more programs than just the code enforcement, like in the recreation realm as well.
That.
And we've removed and revised that to give more funding to other efforts. Code enforcement is one that is remaining. It is not an additional position that the grant is funding. We have one code enforcement officer, I believe, right now, and essentially their salary is supplemented by this grant funding, very much like in the past, the recreation staff that were funded via this program. It was not that it was above and beyond that we were hiring additional recreational staff because of the grant. We're just supplementing their income, and now general fund is paying for that part of the income.
Okay, so we just to make sure I understand, the general fund, we've already counted for the cost of that employee. This just helps kind of offset some of that.
Exactly.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Any other council discussion? I know, looking at the list, it looks like, if I'm reading this right, you had requests for 1.29 million, and again, there's only allocated 650,000. So obviously, we got a comment from Upwards wanting to reconsider, but at this time looks like there's only so much, so you're actually getting less than half of the request. Would that be pretty much
Yes.
what you're saying? Okay.
Yep.
Just want to make sure, so we're not trying to take anybody out, or obviously daycare and other things are very important to us. On the other hand, it's hard when you only have so much money. Do you want me to comment on that?
I just wanted to clarify, we have 2 code enforcement officers currently, but the explanation that Richa gave was accurate.
Okay. Let's go back to Councilman Harpster.
Yeah, I forgot in my notes. I wanted to thank the Planning Commission for their time spent on this. Appreciate that the meeting minutes were included in our report. They did, I think I watched about half that meeting live, and they did spend quite a bit of time on this discussion. helpful for us, then we only have to spend, 5 minutes on it this evening. So, thanks.
Good point, good point. All right. Yeah, so first I'll go with anybody in the audience that have a question on this. Going once, going twice, going three times. Let's, do we know if she's, this Melanie, Farr, is she, still online? I know she did send us comments, which I think we all have. We're not seeing her online. Okay. Do we have any of the council that would like to chime in? I'm trying to move along quickly, but if you'd like to make a comment or have a suggestion, please do so now.
No, Mayor, thank you.
All right. Okay. Well, with that, do you need direction, or are we good, or sticking with option one?
We plan to bring it back for a formal decision, I believe, at the next meeting or the one after, if there's a noticing requirement.
Okay. Just want to know if you need like shaking of heads or something like that, but I guess we'll keep moving right on then. So we're going to move on to G, which is resolution for the 2026 Home Investment Program Allocation Work Plan, and also by Director Haley Matson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, council again. Tonight before you is the annual work plan for the home consortium program, and the city has been a participant of this program along with Kennewick and Richland since 1996, and this makes the city eligible for federal home investment partnership program funds. And this agreement was recently renewed through December 2028, and for the city of Richland is serving as the lead agency. So the estimated amount for Pasco this year is $263,000, and these funds are regulated by HUD. I mentioned that during the last presentation. And for Pasco, staff is recommending that the funds be allocated across the three eligible activities listed in your packet. That would be for the down payment assistant program, also referred to as CHIP, the first time homebuyer program, and this helps low to moderate income households purchase homes. The second option, or the second allocation that's being recommended, is to the tenant-based rental assistant program, and this is rental subsidies that help households afford rent and utilities. And the third is owner occupied rehabilitation. So it's important to clarify here that council is not approving the funding itself. This is a part of the program, and the amount allocated to the city is determined through that. So tonight's purpose of tonight is to determine which activities the home funds can be used for in Pasco, as outlined in the packet. So staff is recommending the distribution as proposed within the packet, and we believe it meets all the federal regulations and our local stance as well. So happy to answer any questions if you have them.
All right. Do we have any members of the dais that would like to comment on this or have questions? Let's start off with Councilman Kata.
How does one apply for these benefits?
Kristen, would you like to help answer that question?
Yeah, so we actually have online applications as well as paper applications, and most of this is just advertised on our website, or we do advertise also on our Facebook social media.
How is eligibility determined?
It is determined by income, so we have a formula that we have to calculate per HUD, and it's all based on income basis.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Scott, do you have anything else to say? You have your lights still on? Okay, just making sure. All right. I'm not seeing anything else. So anybody, do we have anybody, Melissa or Leo, do you have any comments on this or questions?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not as well. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Do we have anybody in the audience that would like to make a comment on this? Going once, going twice, going three times. All right. So we'll move on to item H, which is Resolution Ordinance Section 108 HUD Loan Refinance and Budget Adjustment. And we got Interim Director Garcia.
Good evening, Council. So before you, we have a proposal for a interfund loan and a corresponding budget amendment related to a loan that the city received back in 2021 from HUD, and it was for the Peanuts Park project. It was for a little over 3.7 million, and at the time, it's a variable loan rate. And as you just saw with the CDBG allocations, there is an annually allocations that are supposed to cover the debt service for that loan. However, over the past few years, because of the variable interest rate, that allocation hasn't been sufficient to cover the interest and the principal payments. So general fund has had to subsidize that and cover the excess on interest. And over the past 3 years, that subsidy from general fund has been around $299,000. So we have worked with HUD for a few months last year to try to fix that interest and restructure the loan. However, that effort was paused early this year. So we are now at the point where we've been kind of waiting because it was, expected that it was going to resume. However, that hasn't happened yet. So we feel it's in the best interest that we essentially refinance that loan internally and pay off the loan with HUD, and we are able to fix the loan here internally and have reduce the subsidy that's coming out of general fund. So our recommendation is that we move forward at the next meeting with the resolution to establish the interfund loan and the corresponding budget amendment. And the alternative would be to stay as is and pay that variable rate.
All right. Well, I know saving money is definitely what we want to see. So, anybody have not seen any lights chiming in? Not seen anything from our online council. So, do we have any members of the audience that would like to comment on this? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right. I look forward to seeing it on the next council meeting. So let's go with section I, resolution ordinance officer wellness program and amending to 2025-2026 operating budget. So we are going to go, I guess it was Ken Roski, but I guess we'll go with you as well.
Captain Harpster.
Captain Harpster. I know who you are, but thank you.
You bet. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So before you, we've brought you a resolution and ordinance for an officer wellness program. The resolution would be to accept the grant funding that we were awarded, and then the ordinance to amend our operating budget. So the Pasco Police Department was awarded a grant funding to enhance our current officer wellness program. The funding opportunity we applied for was for $37,500. This is a no match grant, and so the funds that we would spend, we would be reimbursed by the state from the Criminal Justice Training Commission. So I'm here for any questions. If you have any questions about this, I can answer those for you.
All right. Well, let's start off with Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say thanks for looking out for your officers first and foremost. We appreciate, finding grant money and everything too, but always, officer safety and officer well-being is at the forefront of our minds also, obviously along with the public too, but appreciate you looking out for your crew there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those kind words. I think, everybody on the council thinks the same thing. So thank you. Do we have any from the online council that would like to comment on this?
Yeah, Mayor. No, Mayor.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the presentation. Anybody in the audience that would like to comment on this? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right.
Thank you.
Looks like you're off the hook there. All right. So we are moving right along. So we're on item J, resolution award bid number 23467 for Schlegel Park storm water main replacement to Big D's construction of Tri-Cities. We got Public Works Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. We are presenting to you a bid award, and this is for action next week should you concur with this recommendation. The bid award would be to Big D's construction of Tri-Cities, and that is for the replacement of a stormwater main. It's a 42-inch water main that exists within the Schlegel Park area, and it sits in an easement from the Corps of Engineers. The renewal of the easement with the Corps of Engineers requires us to do analysis on the condition of that pipeline, and it was found that there were root intrusion and some of the prior linings of that main had failed. This main serves an area that is shown in your packet. Actually is one of our basins which eventually discharges into the river. So it is important that we perform the repairs and replacements to be in compliance with the Corps of Engineers, but also to avoid further damage of that pipe with potential for sinkholes, for example. So the bid was published and it was publicly open. There were 6 valid bids. The lowest one was from Big D's Construction for an amount of $506,233.08. That is lower than our engineer's estimate, and there were a total of 6 valid bids and 1 non-responsive additional. So 7 in total, 1 was not responsive. Again, our engineer's estimate was just over $552,000. And this project is fully funded with local funds. It is through stormwater rates, and there is a bond that has been issued to allow for this work to occur and then be repaid through rates. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Anybody on the dais have any questions on this? Well, I know we've used Big D's before, and they seem to do a good job. Great name, by the way. It is a pretty good name, Big D's. But anyway, so do we have anybody from the audience that would like to comment on this? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right. Look forward to seeing that on the agenda. Let's go with number K. So ordinance and resolution amending the PMC sections to modify start dates of certain city boards and commissions and updating recruitment process for city boards and commissions. And we are going to go with our city clerk, Deborah.
Thank you, Council. As you know, I don't usually talk to you, but I'm going to be carrying this baby for Ms. Pashan tonight to hopefully get it over the threshold so we can have it some action done on October 6th, which is the next council meeting. So as you recall, Ms. Pashan brought this topic before council on mid-August and discussed possibilities of making some changes to the recruitment process for our boards, for your boards and commissions, city boards and commissions. So when you discussed that, you said to go forward, and council did, the staff did, and they identified some opportunities to provide some streamlining of the recruitment process and to help emphasize predictable timeliness, reduce administrative burden, and also improve the onboarding process for new members. So as you can see, the result was we're supporting and wanting council to consider transitioning to a semi-annual recruitment cycle, and that would be in the spring and the fall. And also, prior to advertising the upcoming terms, have the mayor and his selected subcommittee for the boards and commissions determine if eligible incumbents require an interview. And if they don't require an interview, then we would contact the incumbent to see if they're willing and wanting to continue on. And then that incumbent would just go on for approval without having posting that position. Because as you know, some people are interested in applying, and then the incumbent takes that position. So that would help alleviate that. And then of course, we're also considering, or having you consider, modifying the start dates of some city boards and commissions, so that would align with that semi-annual recruitment process. So some boards and commissions would have a start date of January 1st, and the other half would be July 1st. So you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Oh, we already talked about that, so the next slide. Okay, so we talked, nope, let's go back one. Where's the slide with all the boards and commissions? There we go. So those are the boards and commissions that we're considering an adjustment to their start dates. Thank you, Jesse. So if you want an example of what a recruitment cycle would look like, we would take like the September cycle where we're looking for filling vacancies for the following January. So at that point, we would confirm the subcommittee from the mayor, propose interview dates and onboarding, and then in October, we would actually advertise for the vacancies with the marketing campaign, which would provide a better outreach, we believe. And then in November, this council subcommittee would conduct the interviews, and the mayor would make the appointment, and we would place those on the council agendas for the full council confirming those appointments. And then what's really nice is in December, we'd have a group of people from a variety of different backgrounds, and we would meet with the staff liaisons of those new board or council commission members and the city clerk to do onboarding, which would be a nice enhancement. So the impact for these would create efficiency. It reduces recruitment cycles from a multiple of times throughout the year of recruiting to 2 planned cycles. And that helps free the council because you would know the dates or the approximate month when you would be doing your interviewing and such. And provides consistency, creates that predictable process. And then preparedness aligns recruitment with a structured onboarding schedule and ensures new members are ready to contribute effectively. And then as we go on this process, of course, we will continue to look for improvements if improvements are needed. So the staff is recommending that we do both items, a resolution adjusting the recruitment process to semi-annually, and then also an ordinance changing the PMC to align those those boards and commissions start dates to a January and July item. However, council, it's at your discretion. Alternatives, you could leave the start dates as is and approve the resolution for the semi-annual recruitment. You could also do the opposite. You could approve the ordinance and modifying the dates and then keeping the recruitment as is. Or you could do nothing. You could keep it status quo. So I'm just looking for your guidance, and we'll bring this back on October 6th if everything's been A-okay.
All right. Well, I like the improvements. I think it worked really good for us. I mean, it's a lot more simple. It makes sense. Like efficiency. That's the number one thing is city government should strive for. So, or one of the things we should strive for. So, I'd definitely be all for of changing that. I would say, like a lot of times in November, we got a lot on our agenda. Do you think that there would still be problems to get all this done when we're trying to wrap up at the end of the year?
Well, we'll try that this first year. I mean, we're already if this moves forward, we'll be a few weeks behind the 8 ball, but I think we can do that. That's our goal.
Okay.
And working with you. And so the first thing we'll need to do is find out who you'd want on your subcommittee this time. So that would be 2 council members or a mayor pro tem.
Okay. Well, let's see who has the questions or comments. So let's start off with Councilman Jokata.
Do you know why the staggering was done to begin with? Are there maybe some justifications that are now obsolete, or what was the justifications there?
To the best of my knowledge, it was, many of these boards and commissions have been around for many, many years. The Planning Commission, and that's just one example. And so I think it's just when they actually started their jobs on that commission or that board. So over the years, they've just started at different times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Barham, it was not lost on me that you said you were carrying the baby for Ms. Pashon. Everybody else may have missed that, but I see you over there. On On a more serious note, though, ma'am, I would definitely before all of these changes, and this has honestly been one of my favorite parts of council. Like the mayor was alluding to, just how many of these process changes, efficiencies, and staff time we've been able to save, partnering with staff, us giving recommendations, you guys bringing us ideas, and really over the last 2 years, that's been one of my favorite things, just streamlining processes, like you said, Mr. Mayor, and us just getting more efficient as a city. So thank you for bringing this one to us, and thanks again for the humor.
Thank you. And as you know, next Monday is a fifth Monday, so I don't think there's any council meetings planned for next week. So, yay.
Correct. Yeah, we like that. Especially since I'll be out of town, so that's good. Are you asking to have, like, if we get some volunteers on council for a subcommittee, or?
If you'd like to go ahead and set your subcommittee tonight, you can.
Okay. I was hoping we could get the newest member, Joe Cotta, and our Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, if they could be on that committee. That would be great. Or
That would be fine. I'm going to be out of country on October 6th, leaving the 8th, coming back the 17th. That's my only conflict.
So when would this meeting?
Well, I think the very first thing would be looking at those incumbents for the subcommittee to see if you want to go ahead and reappoint them if they're eligible to be reappointed. That would probably need to take place right away so that then we can move forward on the recruitment process for the other positions that don't have somebody coming in.
Okay. So, like, within the next week, you would like them to?
Well, we'd need to come back on the 6th, and you guys approve this process, and then probably the 7th is when we could meet. And with the subcommittee, since you're not a quorum, you can meet virtually, so that wouldn't be an issue.
Okay. Are you good for that, or?
I'm happy to serve at your disposal, Mr. Mayor.
Don't hear that often, so thank you on that. All right. So we got 2 members that are willing to serve, so thank you. And do we have any other comments? I'm not seeing any. Anybody from the council chambers that would like to make a comment on this issue? Once, twice, 3 times. All right. So that rolls us through that. So we're going to move on to number 6, miscellaneous council discussion. I'm not seeing anything. So let's start off with our city manager, Harold Stewart.
Just one item this evening. I believe our Parks Director has some data and statistics from our Fiery Foods Festival. So I'd like to have him share that, and then I don't have anything further after he's completed.
Okay.
I'm going to surprise you at 2 items since he gave me control. So, thanks. So good evening, Mayor and Council again. I want a brief update about our Fiery Foods event, which was held in the previous week. We're able to get our metrics to determine our attendees and also share some other additional information with you. So approximately 2,400 people attended Fiery Foods, which was comparable to the previous year. We had about 40 vendors signed up through a range of food and informational and retail sales. We featured 4 food eating contests this year, 2 rounds of hot pepper eating, one for our community VIPs, which Councilman Perales participated on and made it pretty far, and then one open to the community. Both of those, we had first place winners that went all the way through the end of the Carolina Reaper, plus a couple more to help do a tie break. So those individuals have heavily punished themselves for the wonderful medal we provided and other gifts. So very entertaining in that. We also added a hot wing eating contest this year, which was solely sponsored by Wingstop, so we appreciate their contribution. They provided several hundred wings and several rounds of competition for that, as well as added a taquito speed eating contest at the very end of the festival. All those seemed very well received by the community, so we hope to expand that next year into maybe a commercial salsa contest. We're hoping to recruit about 10 different restaurant vendors to contribute salsa to have a salsa tasting contest. So staff are already working for next year's event. So In addition, we had, of course, several musical entertainers as well as a kids zone. So I think it was a very good event. We hit the perfect day of the week for the weather, unlike some of our other events we've had this year. So appreciate all of you that came out in attendance. Appreciate all of our sponsors and all the staff time that made it in there. And for those of you that have been here for a while, you know I always track my steps. I had a little over 28,000 that day, so about 13 miles. And no scootering. I didn't have time to scooter anywhere, so those were all real steps. So appreciate that, provide that update. And then also this Saturday at Tri-Cities Animal Shelter, we have our Felines and Firefighters adoption events. You can come on down and see some of our local firefighting heroes. I believe we have City of Kennewick and City of Pasco planning on being there. Plenty of pets in stock. Come on down. They're only $50. Take 2 for $100. Whatever I can do to help clear out that shelter. I appreciate the community's help in adopting some wonderful pets. So thank you for that.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for all of your work in trying to adopt these cute little pets. Yes, we need people to step up and adopt little dogs and cats that don't want to. It's pretty difficult being at an animal shelter and with all the barking and stuff. So again, thank you for putting these things together, and thank you for your work on these issues. With no other lights, I guess we got one light by Councilman Harpster.
Just a quick comment. I believe Councilwoman Blaisdell is our representative on the Visit Tri-Cities board, but one of the sort of bummers of the Ironman being here in town is that it doesn't come into Pasco at all. And but it goes through Richland, Kennewick, and West Richland. They revised the course compared to last year and this year. And so I wonder if it wouldn't be helpful for Ms. Blaisdell, maybe others from the city, to contact Kevin Lewis at Visit Tri-Cities and just petition to maybe alter the course again so that it comes into Pasco, at some point. And like I said, Pasco agencies there assisting, but it'd be really nice to get some of that traffic in here and be more of a full-on Tri-Cities event. So it felt more like a Richland event. So just some food for thought.
No, it's a great idea. Thank you. All right. Well, I'm not seeing any other lights. And anything else from Perales or Blaisdell?
No, Mayor, have a good night.
All right. Well, thank you for that. At least we know they stayed to the end. So we got an exec session. I'm not seeing nothing. So jumps us to number 8, which is adjournment. Thank you, everybody, for staying here. Meeting is adjourned.
Good evening and good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting of Monday, March 17th, 2025, and happy St. Patrick's Day. It's good to see a lot of young faces in the audience. I think you brought us down to a median age of less than 80, so welcome and thank you. We do thank you for being part of your City Council, for attending this meeting. The agenda packets are available on the small table to the right as you enter under the sign that says agenda. For anyone that's following along online in the ether, www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting's televised on PSC-TV, channel 191 in Pasco, in Richland on Spectrum Cable. It's also on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and previous council meetings, videos available on the city's website. The public may submit their comments, other than outside of the comment time, via the Ask Pasco app, through the city clerk, or through the city manager. With that, Ms. Clerk, if you'll read the roll call.
Certainly. Council members: Barajas, Blaisdell, Grimm, Harpster,
Present.
Perales, Mayor Pro Tem Milne, and Mayor Serrano.
I am present.
Thank you.
Leaves us all here. If you'll please join me and stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So with that, we do have a consent agenda. That's item number 4 for anyone following along. The consent agenda, all items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine. They're adopted by the City Council in the one roll call motion. There will be no separate discussion for any of these items unless a council member desires to remove and place further along in the agenda. So with that, we have a handful of items on the consent agenda. Item A, approval of meeting minutes for February 28th, March 3rd, and March 7th, and March 10th. Item B, bills and communications, approving claims in the total amount of $3,743,876.74. Item C, resolution number 4575, change order number 3 for wastewater treatment plant phase 2A construction with Apollo. Item D, resolution number 4576, memorandum of understanding between the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the ATF, and the City of Pasco. Item E, resolution number 4577, memorandum of understanding between the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the ATF, and the City of Pasco for the NIBIN Enforcement Support System, or the NESS. Item F, resolution number 4578, memorandum of understanding with the Washington State Department of Commerce and the City of Pasco for participation in the Domestic Violence High Risk Team, the DVHRT. Item G, resolution number 4579, letter of agreement between the Geiger Institute and the City of Pasco for implementation of the Danger Assessment for Law Enforcement, or the DALE, D-A-L-E, model. Item H, resolution number 4580, service agreement between Hanford Mission Integration Solutions, or HMIS, and the City of Pasco for use of the Emergency Vehicle Operations Course. And finally, item I, approve Visit Tri-Cities Tourism Promotion Area Reserve Funding Request and 2025 Work Plan. With that, before I get a motion, do we have any discussion or desire to remove any of these items? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. Can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Grimm.
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
Yes, a yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. With that, that moves us on to item number 5, which is proclamations and acknowledgements. We do have one proclamation, and I'm stuffing the final envelopes to give to our wonderful students at the Pasco High dance team. So what I will do is I will read. You know what? Let's do this. Why don't you all come up, all the members of the dance team, and I'll come down and read it to you from there, and I'll hand these out to you. And then I know there's a request for a photo op, so if that takes a few minutes, we could take a quick intermission. But I'll come down, and I'll approach you from the lectern. That way I can read it into the lectern. I'll stay here, and then I'll hand it over to you. So on behalf of the City of Pasco, I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Pasco High Schwana. That's the right Schwana. Okay. I just want to make sure it's a different word. Bulldogs hip hop team for your historic victory at the 2025 Dance Team Union National Championship, earning the title of national champions in the hip hop small division and becoming the first team from Washington State to achieve this prestigious title is a truly remarkable accomplishment, one that will be remembered and celebrated for years to come. Your extraordinary performance has brought us great pride and joy to your community, and I'm honored to commend you on your well-deserved success. This is an exceptional achievement. It's a testament to the hard work and the dedication you've poured into your craft and you've truly exemplified the power of teamwork, tenacity, and passion. Countless hours of practice, perseverance through challenges, and an unwavering commitment to excellence have led you to this incredible moment. And you have a well-earned, deserved place among the best. Your steadfast dedication and your ability to shine brightly on the national stage truly exemplify the spirit of Pasco. Your victory not only showcases your talent and the talent of Pasco High, but it also highlights the strength and spirit of our community. You've inspired younger generations by proving hard work and determination anything is possible. And I believe that the Shawana Bulldogs have set a new standard for excellence for teams across this region. As the mayor of Pasco, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to each one of you as a member of the Shawana Bulldogs hip hop team, to your coaches, to your mentors, to your supporters, of course your family. Couldn't do it without them. I encourage you to continue pursuing your passions with the same enthusiasm and determination you currently do. I congratulate you. Thank you for representing the city of Pasco throughout the nation and certainly throughout the Pacific Northwest. I've got letters for each one of you, but I understand the photo op has been requested, so I'll come down. And what we'll do is I'll come down to you, and then council will stand behind us, and we'll do that, and I'll get you your letters. And then if we need more time, we'll take more time for photo ops. Other than that, you're free to go for the night. So with that, well, that was awesome. It's great to see young people, and as I've always said, it's nice to celebrate success in our community, especially when we get to do it with the youth. So we appreciate them representing us, and we wish them the best over the next few weeks at the state competition. With that, that rolls us into item number 6, which is public comments. Public comment the public may address council on any item unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of city council, or to express an issue on an opinion. Its purpose is not to provide a forum for debate. Some questions may require consideration by council, or may require some additional input from staff. So there's no expectation to have an immediate response. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes by myself. You got a timer here to my right. And as you run kind of low, we ask you to summarize your comment. Certainly you can submit a written comment subsequently. So with that, do we have any public comment? And if you can give your name and city of residence for the record, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Thomas Grandbois, Big Maple Properties, 108 North 4th Avenue in Pasco. I wanted to highlight a couple of things tonight. I wanted to highlight some positive things, some positive staff interactions that I've had that I know you guys probably get a lot of. You don't always get a chance to hear positive things. So I wanted to highlight Chad from the graffiti abatement program. The other day there was some graffiti in our alley, and we got a hair up our, you know what, and we decided to go through the Ask Pasco app, which is amazing, and we tagged, I believe, 30 pieces of graffiti within our immediate area, and within 3 to 4 days, Chad had knocked them all out. So I really want to recommend everybody, to all the people watching at home, if you do have graffiti, please just use the Ask Pasco app. It's fantastic, and the turnaround time is incredible. The other person is Park Ranger Steve. He's one man, and he does a great job covering our parks in the downtown. I don't know what we did without him there. His presence is really, really vital to our success. And then the final thing, I know there have been some requests for public records in the past from folks here, and I went and I submitted a public record request for what was provided to them. So Ms. Mahoney, I just wanted to give this to you. This is a print up of what was provided to you, so you don't have to worry about that. So I'll just leave this here for her to pick up in case she has any other comments. So thank you all very much.
Oops, sorry, my mic was off. Ms. Mahoney. Go ahead, ma'am.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56, provide permits for Pasco and Hayden Homes to kill our 8 floodplain American bald eagles, provide a 404 permit for Pasco's floodplain sewer station, give a start date for the floodplain Road 48 Park and for the floodplain LID on Pearl Street, indicate which plan, LID plan or design. What's the total cost for the Pasco Aquatic Center, including Matt Watkins' Wow Factor wave machine, which comes in at a cost of, who knows, $22 to $280 million. Pasco's CIP budget is over $500 million. How much is going for homeless shelter for people with and without pets? How much of the CIP budget is going for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic anywhere? Provide the deleted Pasco City Council meeting with City Attorney Lee Kerr's comments regarding the WSU contract, Angela Zeiler's missing rainy day fund from Animal Control, his permission for no due process at Animal Control, floodplain development, and more. How much money does WSU pay Pasco and Animal Control for our dogs and cats used for research? Animal Control, Angela Zeiler's quoted in the Tri-City Herald, quote, "The dogs euthanized at WSU were the ones the shelter would have had to kill anyhow." See Animal Control Zeiler-Zegan's files with Bell, Kilo, Jack, and more, as well as WSU Animal Control dog videos. Give Angela Zeiler's rehire date at Tri-City Animal Services. For all details, call Lee Kerr at 509-735-1542. Animal Control has botched many euthanasias, calling it popcorning the dogs and cats. That is, dogs and cats suffer painful and violent deaths. Provide Zeiler-Zegan's education and certification for humane methods of euthanasia required by the Animal Welfare Act. Provide results for the 48 counts of animal cruelty, theft of $375,000, the missing rainy day fund. See Chambers, Hernandez, Howard, and Angela Zeiler, respectively. Provide insurance policies for Tri-City Animal Services and cat bonds for Pasco. For a list of all WSU dog and cat research providers, call the WSU president at 509-335-4200 and WSU's Dr. Guy Palmer, also of the Paul Allen School of Global Animal Health. He can be reached at 509-432-3385. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment?
City Council members, my name is Amber Wade, and I have lived in this community since 2001. I'm here today to again address the ongoing water issues in our mobile home park at the Sands Mobile Home Park located on 1st and Court Street. Recently, it took me 30 minutes to fill my bathtub. That is completely unacceptable, and it is not just me. Other residents have experienced low and inconsistent water pressures, and we have taken measurements to confirm this issue in multiple homes. Instead of fixing the problem, management is now threatening me with another cease and desist letter for speaking up. I already received one, and when I reached out to their attorney for a response, they never even acknowledged my email. And I am not the only one. Other residents are afraid to speak up because they fear retaliation. Local politicians have come to the park, spoken directly with residents, heard their fear firsthand. They acknowledge that what is happening is not right, and something needs to be done about it. On top of all of this, this ongoing fight is affecting my mental health, which I have spoken before. I have worked hard to regain my stability, but the constant stress, intimidation, and fear of losing my home are taking a serious toll. This is not just about water, this is about our well-being. No one should have to fight this hard just to be in a livable home. So I am formally requesting that the city step up and send an independent third party to contractor to measure the PSI levels multiple times at different locations with both myself and Bruce Schnabel, the owner of the mobile home park. So we need transparency, fairness, and a real solution. This is not just about me. This is about holding mobile home park management accountable and protecting all residents who live under these conditions. What steps will the city take to ensure that we have consistent water pressure and that the residents like me are not threatened for speaking up? It should not take somebody 30 minutes to fill up their bathtub on any day.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any additional public comments? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we'll move on to item number 7, which is our reports from committees or officers. Do we have any reports from our council members? I think Mr. Grimm, I see a flashing green. We'll see what that does.
I was wondering the same thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real briefly, Thursday night I attended the Benton Franklin Transit meeting and just really heard a report from our CEO, Thomas Droist, about the key performance indicators, and it was a real brief meeting, but I appreciated him challenging himself, his team, to standards there that are measurable and that they can follow up on and just really have some accountability in trying to better the organization. He's, several months in now, but I'm sure still getting his feet wet, but yet he is more comfortable, confident, and I believe he's off to a great start there. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. I'll go with Mr. Harpster because it looks like Mr. Milley's struggling. If we have to, slide my mic over, David.
Yeah, I attended the Pasco Chamber of Commerce luncheon today, along with Mayor Pro Tem Milne and Councilmembers Grimm and Brajas. Outgoing Port Director Randy Hayden gave a presentation on really how the port's done over the last 25 years that he's been there, and certainly exceptional. And they still got a lot of great stuff in the pipeline that I'm sure we'll hear about. That was it.
Thank you.
There you go. Now it's working. Okay, yes, last Thursday I did attend the Park and Recreation Advisory Board, and it was a great report, but the highlight for me was the Highland Park. I was a Pasco youth football coach for a while there.
So they talked about installing sidewalks, possible walking paths in the future, and then of course a little bit updating some of the landscaping. So yeah, it's just good to see that our youth are being well taken care of, and some of the fields that have been around for a number of years are improving and making them better and better. So glad to be part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. All right, I just know I saw some flashes with mics that weren't working at one point. So with that, it looks like that's what we've got for item number 7. We'll move on to item 8, which is hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. None are listed tonight. That moves us on to item number 9, which is ordinances and resolutions not relating to hearings. We've got item A, which is ordinance number 4764, Columbia Riverwalk Apartments West rezone from I-1 to R4. This is zoning matter Z2024009, and it looks like Mr. Raymond's going to kick us off.
Thank you very much, Your Honor and council members. Good evening. The owners of the property addressed as 2326 West A Street have requested to rezone parcel number 119-740-1015 in Pasco from I-1 light industrial to R4 high-density residential. The subject property is approximately 1.38 acres in size. And as you can see from the aerial map, the surrounding area contains a mix of high-density multifamily residential along with some commercial and even some single-family residential uses. Next slide, please. The comp plan land use designation is mixed residential commercial. As such, the requested R4 designation is allowable and fitting in this location. Under the mixed residential commercial land use designation, the applicant has the ability to develop a residential use in the 5 to 29 units per acre category. Next slide. The surrounding zoning designations vary from R1A2 low density residential alternative district to the north, C1 retail business district to the west, and R4 high density residential to the east. Given this, R4 is a fitting continuation of recent development trends in the area. Next slide. This slide speaks to the requirements on how to evaluate zoning petitions like this. And in consideration of all the criteria, application package, and public comment, staff finds consistency with this criteria. Additionally, the hearing examiners held a public hearing on January 8, 2025, and subsequently recommended approval of the requested zone change. Next slide. At this time, staff is requesting that the City Council adopt Ordinance 4764, amending the zoning designation of the subject property from I-1 light industrial to R4 high density residential district. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments? This hearing? Sorry, Mr. Ferguson.
Yeah, I just need to go through the script real quick for quasi-judicial. So this is a quasi-judicial hearing or proceeding to render a final decision on materials that are presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, or privileges of specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies. The hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: A, a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties; B, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council members personally; whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts; whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff prior to this hearing; and finally, any other conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make those known. Seeing none, any member of the public wishing to seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in these proceedings? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you for that. Do we have any questions or comments of staff from by council? Seeing none, can I go ahead and get a motion?
Yes. Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. I move to adopt ordinance number 4764, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located at 2326 West A Street on the south side of West A Street at the intersection of West A Street and South 23rd Avenue in Pasco, Franklin County, Washington, from I-1 light industrial to R4 high density residential, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second. Got a motion by Mr. Sorry. I got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We'll move on to item B, which is resolution number 4581, fourth amended and restated interlocal agreement with Benton County Emergency Services, BECS. Mr. Ferguson.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So essentially, first of all, I must say I'm very disappointed. I worked very hard on trying to get multiple colors in this document to show you the differences, and they were there, but then they got lost in translation. So anyway, I was. Do you ever? Okay, good.
At least on
I had it up to 3 colors at one point, but anyway, long and short of it is I won't drag you through it. I'll just show you the things I really wanted you to focus on that were different from last time. Were on page 14 of the document. I guess it's page 330. Well, gosh, I guess mine may be off now, but it's page 14 of the fourth amended document talking about. The public records. Essentially, the first section describes ownership of the records. Now that all the member agencies will be, or participating agencies will be members of they'll have ownership of their own records. The second part really talks about retention and that the BCS will be solely responsible for retention values, but it will not go below what the state law minimum is. So that's a significant concern that we would have, and it's ameliorated by that provision. Next part that really is focus is that the member agency will be the ones who are responsible for processing their request. And further down in that section C and D, you can see that BCS, because even though the records are created by each jurisdiction and they, quote, own them, they don't actually possess them because BCS has a lot of these records in their bank. So what is, and the big key, or I guess the big, not bone of contention, but the big concern was how then, if they have the records and we're responsible for providing the records to make sure that it's compliant with the Public Records Act, how do we know that the search was adequate? So the part that you see in D where it talks, you see the 1 and the 2 there, that is really the part that came in after a lot of discussions, because what it said is that if BCS does the search, they essentially are indemnifying the agencies for the adequacy of that search. Now, there's pretty strict requirements to get to that point. It has to be the only portion that if somebody was to have been found liable for not providing records, it has to be the only reason that it would have been subject to liability. But then also they have to go through and the city, you'll see 1 and 2 there, where the agency has to prove that they responded promptly and diligently, and that they promptly notified BCS, the staff, of their requesters' communication of additional searches. So those are two of the big concerns that we had that are taken care of by that provision. And then finally, the legal review is done by each agency now instead of BCS's attorney, who is the administrative agency is the City of Richland. So those are done by each jurisdiction now, that any kind of legal review is done by each jurisdiction. So those are the big things that I just want to make sure that we're spotted. A lot of work went into making sure that got written correctly and that everybody could live with it. So yeah, if you have any questions, happy to try to answer them. But
sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Do we have any questions or Mr. Corrales? It looks like you're making an attempt. Oh, Brad again.
There you go. I was just going to ask. So BCES is as approved our changes. So what we're approving here, I mean, it's not going to get changed.
You got it.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct. Yeah, everybody's gone through it. I think we are one of the last 2 to go. So everybody else has already approved it, so it won't have any changes.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4581, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a fourth amended and restated interlocal agreement for the Benton County Emergency Services.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Moves us along to item number C, and I'll read it and then kind of talk about why we have 2 distinct motions here. Ordinance number 4765, amending Pasco Municipal Code section 3.35.220 and 3.65.150, and creating one 13 or 13.85.095 with regard to irrigation utility rates. And as I mentioned, there are two options that we talked about. I know Ms. Sarah will get into detail, but that's why anyone following along sees the or in the motions.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. We are going to be talking about irrigation updates to rates and connection fees. And we have discussed this item several times in the recent past, starting in October of 2024 and through most recently in the beginning of March of this year. So this slide is familiar to you as all the things we have discussed in prior meetings, so I'm not going to go into detail here. The service area shown in light purple. And then there are two proposed ordinances. The ordinances are very similar. The only distinction is the rates and connection fee established in each of them. And we'll get into the detail of that. But what do these ordinances do? Each of them, regardless of which one you were to act on, they both update rates for the next 6 years, so between 2025 and 2030. They both create a section in the code that addresses the connection fees, which was not established prior for this utility. And they both expand the program of low-income senior discounts to the irrigation utility. So that is common for all options provided to you today. And so what is the difference between the two alternatives? So alternative A, which coincides with ordinance alternative A, provides a connection fee established at the maximum calculated by the cost of service analysis, and that is the $1,468 in connection fee, and then establishes the rate increases at the lower alternative of the two. So that is 17% for the first 3 years, and you're seeing annual cost for the utility in the screen, and then the following 3 years at 3%. Alternative B has a lower connection fee, which is proposed at $1,000 for connection fee, and then the increases to rates is a little bit higher than the option A. So in this case, the first 3 years is 17.75%. So that is just under 18% for the first 3 years, and then the last 3 years in the schedule is a 3% update each year. So that is all I have to present tonight, but I'm happy to address questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council staff? I know we wrestled with this for quite a bit of time, and we narrowed it from 3 options down to 2 options. Now we have 2 before us, and we'll take action on one tonight. Mr. Harpster, and I can circle back with some thoughts.
Yeah, no questions for staff. Appreciate the presentation. I did just want to point out to the rest of council that in the staff report that was prepared, it does a good job of breaking down the 3 reasons for the need for this fee. One being the upgrades that are needed to the existing system because of existing use, and then 2, to support future growth. And so the way that, and then 3, to cover rising operational costs. So the way that I would look at that is the first reason needing upgrades to fix existing issues is because of existing users, and that, so then the existing users should pay some share in a raised fee. And then the second reason, to support future growth, would tell me then developers need to also be paying a fee to support the growth of the system. And so just based on that, I'd be in favor of option A. Wanted to share some math that I did. So option B, at a connection fee of $1,000 per dwelling unit and a total rate increase of $173.69 by 2030 is a 475% difference. So it's not necessarily fair, but I do think it's the best case that we've got of the options, right? And there's a definite need. With option A, those numbers are very different. So connection fee of $14.98, total rate increase of $166.19. By 2030 is a difference of 801%. And so just another reason that I'd be in favor of option B. And then lastly, again, this is a need that I think can easily be explained. But as Ms. Copeland from Tri-City Association of Realtors mentioned a couple weeks ago, this does effectively end up as a tax on new homes. And so there, just that again is a third reason for why I'd be voting for option B. Knowing that this is necessary, but giving us the option to keep it a little bit lower. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Yeah, when we talked about this, I think I was in kind of somewhere between like a B plus, somewhere in the middle of A and B. Looking at it, I think, I'm supportive of option B, and my thought is this: we opt in for maybe the lower connection fee if that's the desire of council, and then maybe we revisit in a year or 2 years, and if the connection fee doesn't seem to be doing the right thing, we can uptick it again at that point. But I do agree with your sentiments there that we're assessing a cost to growth, paying for growth, but we're also assessing a cost to users, paying for historical users, which new growth can't account for any wear and tear, if you will. They're just adopting the system as they get it. So, yeah, I'd be in support of B. Certainly, if we lean towards A, I think it is what it is, and we've, at a minimum, we're getting the opportunity to make sure that our system's going to have longevity. I see no further lights. And that being the case, I guess, Mr. Millie, you pick and choose. Choose your own adventure, buddy.
Why don't we just shoot for option B first, and we'll see how that goes. So we're going to redo the reduced connection fee. I move to adopt ordinance number 4765, amending Pasco Municipal Code sections 3.35.220, irrigation water utility fee, and section 3.65.150, senior discount, and creating section 13.85.095, connection fee, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. Because we have two options, let's go ahead and do a roll call. I think that's just going to be cleanest.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Grimm.
Yes.
Harpster.
Yes.
Prowlis.
Yes.
Barajas.
For clarification, this is for option B?
Correct.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
It passes 6-1.
Thank you, ma'am. With that, we'll move on to item number 10, which is unfinished business. There is none listed. We'll move on to item number 11, which is new business. It's a number. There are 3 items. Sorry, Dave. Did I cut you off? All right. Just, with the mics not working right, I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. We'll move on to item number 11, which is new business. Item A is transportation impact fees study, Fair and Pierce, and that's going to come from Deputy City Manager Hugh Sigdell, who's not celebrating her birthday this week.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and evening council. I would like to introduce Kendra Breland. She's representing Fair and Pierce, a leading transportation planning and engineering firm. They have extensive experience in planning and designing transportation systems, and they're very innovative in their solutions for urban growth and infrastructure challenges, which we're very well aware of. And she will be presenting updates on Pasco's transportation impact fee process, and talking about the process itself and how it helps manage growth and fund some critical transportation projects, and also, and probably more importantly, ensure smooth development process for our community. And with that, welcome, Kendra.
We can turn now on the bass.
There we go. Thank you very much. And good evening, Council. Again, my name is Kendra Brandlin from Fair and Pierce. And I'm going to I've got a fairly lengthy presentation here. I'm very open if you want to ask questions as we go, or if you want to wait until the end. Either way is fine with me. So first of all, just a few kind of basic slides. What are transportation impact fees? They are one-time charges paid by new development. They are authorized under the 1990 Growth Management Act. And generally, they're provided to fund improvements that are needed to serve new development. So can't go towards things like filling potholes or addressing existing problems that we have on our transportation system, but they are really intended to fund projects that really provide capacity for new growth, so new trips, whether it's more cars, whether it's people walking, biking. Transportation impact fees are really just helping people to move more effectively. So a few other kind of details about transportation impact fees. One, and this is a requirement of state law, once you collect them, the time clock is there to encumber those funds. So once you collect them, you do need to encumber them to a project within 10 years, or you need to pay back development. Also, they need to go towards projects, first of all, that's on a transportation impact fee project list, and we'll talk about that later, but those projects need to be a part of your capital facilities element. So they need to have, the way I like to say is they're projects with status. They're projects that are in your plans, projects that the city is very serious about. And what are those types of projects? State law allows them to be anything from streets and roads to bike and ped facilities that provide kind of some capacity for multimodal commuting, so that could include trails under state law. Generally, what we're seeing communities fund impact fees for are really just kind of what we put in that umbrella of complete streets. So those are intersection improvements, whether it's adding a signal or a roundabout, whether it's adding sidewalk, curb, and gutter to a street, or adding a median treatment, or adding additional lanes. So a lot of need on your guys' capital list, we know. So they're a good funding source to kind of help move some of those projects forward. I wanted to just quickly go over a few important terms that relate to kind of plans that the city of Pasco has developed. First of all, the Transportation System Management Plan. So this is a long-range plan that outlines the vision, goals, and strategies for the city's transportation network. So this is really a kind of a long-ranging plan that really attempts to describe kind of the universe of your transportation needs over a long-term horizon. The Transportation System Management Plan, master plan, important to note, it is not fiscally constrained. So it really is kind of the starting point for transportation planning for the city. The next plan that I wanted to quickly summarize is the comprehensive plan, and in particular the capital facilities element. As I noted, this is an important plan to have in place and important for transportation impact fees. This is the city's long-range capital plan, but it is more fiscally constrained. The capital facilities element, of course, covers more than just transportation. It covers public buildings, utilities, parks, as well as transportation infrastructure. But it's important to look to this plan as a source of projects for funding transportation impact fees. And then the one other plan that I wanted to discuss was just the Transportation Improvement Program. This plan is a 6-year plan. City adopts it pretty regularly. I'm sure this council has seen it a number of times. And this plan looks out to kind of needs that you have in your transportation system over the next 6 years. It can include capital projects, but it can also include safety, maintenance, and congestion relief projects. And then last but not least, of course, is what we're here to talk about tonight, which is transportation impact fees. And in particular, the transportation impact fee project list, again, as I stated, it needs to have projects that are coming from your capital facilities element. And these projects really need to provide capacity for growth and be system improvements. So impact fee projects really should be addressing the city's most critical needs. And really, again, they're projects that are helping make sure that your city is ready to accommodate future growth. So So this is a very busy slide, but what we've attempted to do here is explain how impact fees can bring consistency and order to the development process. So in talking with your city staff, these are issues on the left-hand side of the slide that have been raised, and on the right-hand side of the slide is really kind of how impact fees can help address some of these issues. So current structure of your kind of development review process requires extensive analysis and weighing of impacts against nexus and proportionality on a project-by-project basis. Impact fees help to establish that nexus and proportionality in advance, streamlining analysis so you're not having to do that process over and over again. You have a lot of one-off analyses that are being done for every project, which can result in mitigations that don't align with other city plans. And the kind of benefit of impact fees is that they are minimizing that one-off analysis, and they're generating revenues that go towards a project list that has importantly been council approved, because council would be adopting this program. Current system leads to drawn out negotiations, long process, pretty expensive, requiring a lot of outside expertise. Impact fees are streamlining that and reducing the need for negotiation and outside expertise. And fair share calculations, don't always provide for full project funding. Impact fees, once they're generated, can be spent on any project on the list. And kind of the last kind of issue and benefit I wanted to raise is that while many impact fill projects today don't result in any offsite mitigation, that's resulting cumulatively in issues, more congested, a more impacted transportation system over time. Impact fees apply to all development, so every development would be paying in and generating revenue for expanding your system. So generally, when we think about impact fees and how can they address Pasco's challenges, one, you have a gap of funding for transportation that impact fees can help to fix. There's a perception potentially out there that development is occurring without paying for adequate mitigation, and impact fees ensure that growth is paying for growth. And last but not least, the current system right now is very drawn out, very expensive, time consuming, which has impacts to the community, to the developer, to city staff. So impact fees are attempting to address all of those issues by helping you to kind of streamline your processes. I would be remiss if I did not note that with impact fees, that doesn't mean that you're not going to do TIAs. TIAs are still going to happen in the city, but in adopting an impact fee program, the city has the ability to potentially modify the TIA development process to streamline it, to reduce the scope of that analysis and make those analyses more expeditious. So again, the hope here is that by imposing this fee, on the plus side, we're speeding up the process and making it easier. I want to make sure that there isn't a question or a comment.
I do have a quick question. If you can turn off your mic, I think it allows his mic to turn on.
Just a quick question on the first slide, third bullet point. It said funds that traffic impact fees funds improvements that are needed to serve are reasonably related to and reasonably benefit new development. And then the second most recent slide said impact fees can be spent on any project on the list. So reasonably benefit new development, is it the particular project that's being applied for, or new development in general?
If you can go back to your mic, sorry. I know this is...
I will be trained. I promise you by the end of this meeting, I'll have it down, or maybe not. No, very good question. So first of all, impact fees, and I apologize, we're using projects on both sides of the ledger. We're using projects to talk about transportation infrastructure. We're also using projects to talk about development, and that is very confusing. My apologies for that. In terms of projects on the list, impact fees at the very beginning of this process, and we'll talk about this in later slides, we identify what projects are a part of that program. So those are transportation capital projects. And not to get ahead of myself, we have roughly 18. We'll talk about that as kind of a draft set of capital projects the city has. It's on your capital facilities element. It's actually on your transportation improvement program as well. That we think are, a really good move. These are going to benefit citywide mobility. What the impact fee program does is it establishes a nexus. So it says, if you're a development, you're coming in, you're generating this many trips, your fair share for this whole list is X amount. But then the city, that money kind of goes into an account, and the city is able to direct that opportunistically to any of the projects, the pre-described 18 projects that are on that list. Does that answer your question? Okay, I will keep going.
Wait, Mr. Prowlis has a comment or question or something.
I was just going to say that on that current slide you're on, we didn't get that in our packet. So it was apparently added. I don't have that. If you keep on going, the last slide you were just on. I just want to make a note of that. It's not in the packet. Keep on going. Slide that we were just on before we went back. Keep on going. One more. This one. It just wasn't in our packet, so the presentation we have is, like I said, I wish I would have had a chance to review that.
It's the last slide.
Yes, it's the last slide.
Oh, okay. Never mind. It's on the very last one.
Okay, great. Thank you. And yes, we thought it would make more sense to bring this slide in at this part of the presentation. So apologies for that confusion. I'm just making sure we're here. Okay, yes. And we already went through this slide, so I'm going to keep going. So state law provides a pretty clear path for how impact fees programs should be constructed, and should Pasco move forward with developing an impact fee program, we would absolutely be following kind of that state prescribed process. So again, you start with a list of eligible projects that again have status. They're on kind of either your capital facilities element, that's kind of the general source. Transportation impact, transportation improvement program is also a great source. Then for each of the projects that were added to the list, we'd be kind of assessing their eligibility first, making sure, taking out any elements that are addressing existing deficiencies, and then also using the travel model to understand who's using those projects, because that also helps us to assess the eligibility. And once we kind of go through that process, we'll understand what those eligible costs are, then spreading that over the growth that Pasco is expecting over the next kind of 20 years, the life of your current transportation or your current comprehensive plan, to arrive at a cost per trip. And it's really that cost per trip that then is assigned to a fee schedule, which is related to the vehicle trip generation characteristics of development. So really, just put simply, this process allows us to figure out if you're developing a single family home or you're developing a certain amount of commercial square footage, how much should development pay into this program that Pasco can then use to help develop projects that are providing capacity for all this growth. So I would be remiss if I did not note that Pasco does have a transportation impact fee program on the books today. It's very old. It's first established 20 years ago and last updated in 2009. So it's been around for a while. And the rates, as you can see on the screen, are quite low. The fee is $709 for a single family home. It is $435 for each multi-family dwelling unit. And it is $43 per daily trip for commercial development. And so these rates were established quite a long time ago based on a different list of projects, based on different growth projections. So they're out of date. Also, they're not generating significant revenues for the city. So a scan of kind of Washington State and kind of what the context that you would be walking into, we looked at, there are more than, first of all, there's I would say there's even more than 74 cities in the state. There's large number of cities in the state and counties that have transportation impact fees. Citywide rates generally range from $907 to over $15,000 per PM peak hour trip. So there's huge variation across the state, as you can imagine, across geographies, across different preferences of different communities. And on the average, when you look across the state, the average is $5,700 per kind of PM peak hour trip. So that just kind of gives you a sense of kind of that variation. When we look at your neighbors within the Tri-Cities, you can see the rates on the screen. Richland and Kennewick both have multi-district programs, so the amount that you pay per PM peak hour trip kind of varies per where you're developing within the city. Richland varying from $1,800 to about $5,000 per PM peak hour trip. Kennewick currently varying from $400 to $1,600 per PM peak hour trip. I will note that Richland's program is pretty recent. I think they adopted it within the last couple of years. Kennewick's program is a little bit more outdated. I was going to look up the date on West Richland's program, and I apologize, I did not do that in advance.
Do you have a question for Mr. Harps?
Thanks. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right. If the previous slide that detailed the state's required methodology says on that fourth bullet point, remaining eligible program costs divided by Pasco's expected growth in PM peak hour trips for next 20 years gives us the TIF rate? And if so, why on some of these cities, or all of them, does it range so much? And what other data kind of gives us that rate?
So this is just a single cost. So when you see, for example, that range in Kennewick and Richland, they're going through the same process, but they're actually breaking their city into little pieces. And so it's having just a different rate based on where you're developing and what that nexus is with the infrastructure in their program. Okay, I'll keep going. Okay, so I want to now zoom in on Pasco, because this is where it gets a little more fun. So first of all, we've been working with city staff to look at potential candidate projects that might be included in a program. And this map on the screen is by no means final, and we'd certainly welcome council input. But we've got 18 projects here. These are all on your transportation impact or your transportation improvement program. And I think staff was really mindful of striking that balance between having a list of projects that had citywide benefit, but at the same time, not such a large list that it would lead to an overwhelming rate. So just looking at kind of starting from kind of a reasonable balanced spot. So that's kind of the projects just for preliminary discussion, again, not final here. And I wanted to talk about the calculation, and I think Councilmember Harpster, you might appreciate this. We will actually go into kind of some of that math so you can see it here. But first of all, at an abstract level, we start with, kind of the cost of the project. And I will note in particular, I'm going to go back quickly to this slide. When we look at the projects that are on this slide, and if you really kind of squint at them and you see them, some of these are really large projects. We've got some overpasses in here. And I want to note that we don't have to put 100% of the overpasses costs into the program, and we probably wouldn't. It's not reasonable to assume that Pasco would be funding 100% of that. We recognize there's a shared cost. So for these projects, as we're bringing them onto the list, we're certainly recognizing that the city pays a portion of those costs, sometimes most of it, but in other cases, a lesser portion. So again, we start with the project costs. So again, we have 18 projects. So we look at that. And then for each of those projects, we assess whether there's an existing deficiency. So we need to extract that from the eligible costs in the program. And then again, we run the model to understand who's using them. Trips that are starting outside of the city or ending outside of the city, we have to actually give haircuts because we can't charge for growth that's occurring outside of Pasco. And after we do that math, we arrive at an eligible impact fee cost. So I think it's probably a little bit more concrete if I give this an example. So we picked one of the projects on the list, the Burden and Madison Avenue intersection improvements. This is a project that's on your transportation improvement program. Its cost on that program is $2.17 million. And kind of the haircuts as we go through this process that we would take, first we recognize that intersection is not operating great today. It's side street stop controlled, so folks are stopping at a stop sign. We've got kind of lengthy queues today. The intersection certainly could benefit from additional capacity, even in the absence of development. So given that reality, we take a deficiency kind of haircut out of that project. Then the next step is that we use the travel model to understand, you know, who's kind of traveling through that intersection, where are they going, where are they coming from, and we arrive at 81% of those remaining costs are left. So when we take a $2.17 million project, we remove the existing deficiency, which we've estimated for this particular project at 70%, and then we recognize that of those remaining costs, only 81% can be assessed to Pasco given the trip profile of who's using it. We are left with $527,000 that could be included in the program. So we do that sort of calculation for each of those 18 or however many projects are in the program to arrive at kind of what the costs are.
So let me just make sure I summarize this for the audience, but really, quite frankly, for my benefit. You start with the hard cost. You've determined that it's 70%. In other words, it's a congested area, so we can only allocate 30% of the issue to 30% of the issue to the future growth. And then we look at the 100% of the growth within the city, but assume that only 81%, because there will be places on the east side, there will be places elsewhere. So that 81% would then have a potential to impact that, and that's how we come out with the total kind of project fee eligibility, right? Okay. Thank you very much. Just want to make sure I wrap my head around it. You may have to re-hit your mic.
I just had a question real quick. So that means out of the fees that we can collect, only $527,000 can go towards that? Okay.
$527,000 of that project contributes to kind of getting to a cost per trip fee. So it actually doesn't mean you can only put that amount in. That project is only contributing, because what we're doing is we're looking at all the projects you have in your program, we're assessing their eligibility. That actually isn't a limitation on how much you put to this project. That's the beauty of impact fees. When once you've got the program and you've got the projects on your list, you have a lot more flexibility in how much you're putting. You're not limited to a specific amount that's calculated on that table. Okay, one other piece, and I'm not going to go into a ton of detail on it, but I think it's an important one to consider, is TIF districts. So one of the questions that I received here was, why do some cities have a range? And that's because they have multiple districts. That is something that we could certainly look to for Pasco. We could look to having many districts. We could look to just having a few, but it allows us to look at kind of, the nexus between development where it's occurring, what the infrastructure needs, and making sure that the fees make sense in the city. Certainly no requirement that you have multiple districts, but it is something that we could consider. And, you know, if we did consider different districts, we just want to make sure that they're logically set up. We're using, highways, railroads, topography features, or land use and zoning classifications to really make sure that, kind of those edge issues are as logical as possible. And the reason why I bring it up is just, it does seem like a regional norm here to have multiple districts. So here's Kennewick's program. You can see they have 4 districts. And you can see kind of how the fees vary by those districts. Similarly, Richland, with their kind of newer program, here's how their fees vary by district. So I think this is my last kind of content slide. Just wanted to share with you where we are in our process before collecting any more feedback that you have. As you know, we've been kind of working on this analysis since kind of the beginning of the year. We are here today kind of to seek your initial feedback. Our next step would be ideally to kind of come back to this, first of all, to get your feedback tonight, and then kind of work on kind of developing a program that's responsive to kind of what we're hearing from you. Hopefully kind of coming back to you in April. And once we have a program that I think we feel is a good representation of meeting the city's needs, we'd also want to go out and speak to both the community and the development community to make sure they understand how this is moving forward and to seek their feedback. The end goal would be to have an impact fee program adopted in June. So I think that's it for me. Happy to take any feedback you have.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. Very helpful. Mr. Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and just start it off. I think the only two notes that I made was that I wanted to see if you can provide a recommendation to the city in regards to updating our TIF fees every so often. I think you made a comment earlier that like the city of Kennewick looks like they haven't updated it in some time. The city of Richland has recently done it. So, and according to our staff report, we hadn't done anything since 2009. So if you guys could look into that and see, probably around 3 years, 4 years, probably look into updating it. We can hire a firm, update our values and go from there. So that would be my ask or feedback. And the second one would be, I would like to see perhaps a draft for districts and what that would look like across the city, whether it's 2 districts, 3 districts, 4 districts. Obviously, you guys have the data. You see certain parts of the city aren't as developing as other ones, and we're more focused on the west side of Pasco. So I would just like to see what a district kind of rate fee structure would look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perales. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My sentiment's similar to Councilmember Perales that I think districting would be an important part of this. I think that having the same fee all across the city makes no sense at all, and would love to see it broken down into districts. But I think we should be very careful when we do draw those lines, even as an example or sampling, or because I think the second those lines are drawn, there's going to be a lot of eyes focusing on it. And, maybe there'll be some minds will be made up, and if we go back and change some of those lines too, and I know that's part of the process and everything, I just see the potential for I just upset people in that if we move those lines a whole lot. So again, Mr. Mayor, just to summarize, would love to see districts. This is probably 2009, long time coming, and this being updated, and we should just be, real careful. We want to be completely transparent, but at the same point, once those lines are kind of drawn, I think we just need to be really careful to speak how they are a work in progress. So people don't have their, hearts set in stone on what those lines are going to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, one question for you is if you look at the Richland Kennewick zones, the zones with the highest fees are where the most development is occurring. So what kind of a process informs where the boundaries are proposed to be? Is it based on the amount of projected development?
It is really city by city how we approach it. So I think the level of development, the travel sheds is important. The infrastructure quality it needs is important. I think if you can make a reasonable argument that there are certain areas of the city where people travel differently, they use the transportation system differently, those are things that kind of drive it in that way.
I think to me at least, it seems fairly simple. I mean, we know where the most development's happening in Pasco. That'd be one zone. Just looking at Kennewick, their biggest zone is zone 3 that they named all other areas. That's where development occurred decades ago. And, there's not going to be that much more development. So I think it'd be a little bit of an easier process than what maybe we're all thinking up here. Although we're not the ones that'd be doing it. So, one comment that I did want to make is we hear from folks in the development community, they want more predictability. And this would help with that. It's, looking at, I was involved in a project in Richland, and looked at their traffic impact fee areas map, and it was extremely easy to do the math to figure out what our fees were going to be. On a project in Pasco, we couldn't even come up with math that made sense to try to at least get an estimate because it was so unpredictable. And so this would take away that unpredictability. And again, like with the irrigation fees, the process to create these boundaries and the proposed fees, as long as we can explain it, I think I'm good with stuff like that. And what I typically hear from most folks in the development community, at least those that are level-headed, they're good with it too, as long as it can be explained. And the process you described, I think, is at least to some extent easily explained. With the proposed list, I did want to just make a couple comments. I was glad to see Convention and Sandifer on there, and then Lewis Street and Heritage. One that I would appreciate staff potentially looking at adding is Road 90 in Sandifer. And I'm not even sure if that's on the tip. I don't recall. But that's a intersection that's gotten very busy with all the commercial development on the north side, and then the schools going in even further north of there. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you. I see no further lights, so I'll kind of throw out some thoughts. One, I do appreciate this. I think to your comment about predictability, you mentioned kind of financial predictability. I want to ensure that this also dovetails into process predictability. And I know we've talked about process improvement, and I'm looking to my right, not directly at you, ma'am, because it's more of for staff. I want to ensure that if we're going to adopt a new fee structure, that it kind of lays the pathway for these folks so they know what they're up against. They have a good, clear basis on their timing, because that's the predictability I think I hear more of, hey, you know, we expected one iteration, we're down on 6, or we expected 1 month, we're on 4. Ms. Sigdal?
Yes, Mayor, that's a big outcome of this whole process. And as we mentioned, it does not eliminate the TIA process altogether, but it definitely limits it significantly. For example, our Tier 1 TIA right now is 25 trips or over, which is not that hard to exceed. So we would be looking at what the next tiers look like for the city once an appropriate level of transportation impact fee is set. And also just the scope of that, because you might have a big project, but we might be just looking at the neighborhood transportation rather than citywide transportation and having to do a TIA that is a lot more complicated, that takes many months, and a lot of back and forth between the two traffic engineers. So it would definitely eliminate a lot of time in that process.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then my other comment is, you know, I'm not really sure if I'm sold on the districting approach. I understand, as Mr. Harpster mentioned, we have obviously a very well, robustly built out, very limited infill on the east side. If the donut hole ever comes into the city jurisdiction, is annexed in, you know, those are going to be infill projects, and I think that's going to be a different approach. I don't know if that means we need to zone it or just look and contemplate the rate accordingly. An infill versus a growth project, maybe that's the appropriate way to do it. That way, I think it really helps set the stage of not arbitrarily saying this is a particular zone or not. This is impacting through adding where maybe there's not capacity, as opposed to we're going to have to build a new road on the north side of the city, and there wasn't capacity ever needed. So those are my thoughts, but I think bottom line is, you know, I appreciate where we are. I appreciate the update. I think this is something that's a long time coming, obviously, and it'll benefit, I think, both the city as well as the development community in understanding what the roles and responsibilities are. So we appreciate your expertise here, and staff, thank you for bringing this. I think with that, I see no further lights. It looks like you're off for the rest of the night, so enjoy the rest of your St. Patrick's Day. With that, we'll move on to item B, which is city manager recruitment. Looks like Ms. Matson, you're coming to join us.
Do I just use the arrow? Okay. All right. So, Mayor, Council, thank you for letting me present tonight. I'm here to provide a brief overview of the proposals that were submitted by 3 firms for the city manager recruitment, GMP Consultants, Prothman, and Trepepe Smith. So the objective is for council to select the best recruitment firm to assist in the city management recruitment. In evaluating the proposals, we focused on 4 key areas. Each firm's experience and past work with Pasco, their proposed recruitment timelines, any guarantees offered if the selected candidate doesn't work out, and just the overall fit. So for all 3 firms, the recent experience working with the city, so GMP Consultants, they recently recruited the Pasco's Deputy CED Director and led the 2022 City Manager recruitment. Prothman recruited our current Public Works Director in 2024 and the HR Director in 2023. Trepepe Smith led searches for our IT Director in 2024 and our CED Director in 2023. So for the recruitment timelines, all 3 are very similar. They all propose a similar timeline of 12 to 13 week process. With the first 2 weeks would be initial stakeholder meetings and profile development. In weeks 3 through 7, they would do candidate outreach and advertising. Through weeks 8 through 10, they would do candidate screening and preliminary interviews, with final interviews and candidate selection around weeks 12 and 13. This would ensure an efficient and thorough process regardless of the firm selected. So next steps, council has 3 options to choose tonight. Option 1 would be to make a selection based on the submitted proposals that are in your packets. Request presentations from 1 or more of the firms that have submitted proposals. Or solicit additional proposals if desired. If a firm is selected tonight, we can move quickly to finalize the contract and begin the recruitment within the next 2 weeks. That concludes my presentation.
You made it under 3 minutes as promised. But as also promised, there may be some back end questions. So we have 3 options. I will tell you this, I think we can, let's just start here. Can we scratch number 3, solicit additional proposal from other firms off? Can I get a head nod from council on that? Okay, so we're down to 2 options now. I mean, I think I could personally probably make a decision tonight, but let's talk this through. Who would like to schedule or discuss with these firms? Is there anyone on council that wants to participate in that selection process? Yeah, I mean, like have an interview process with the firms ahead of selecting one. Go for it. I'm off now. No? Sarah, you're on. Charles is on. So, Charles, you go off. Leo, you go on. No?
It's my light.
Oh, Harpster. It's.
There we go. I was just going to say I would go with GMP, but I think I kind of want to go with a firm that hasn't chosen this position before for our city. So I'm going to go with TSTS. That would be my recommendation. And then I'll make it easy. If they're not on the table, then I would just go with GMP.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. So, Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I would agree with your take, Mr. Ronald, that we make a decision tonight based on the materials submitted. I would think that any presentation is just going to be a repeat of the information that was already provided to us that we all should have reviewed in depth. And so then with that, I'd be in favor of selecting GMP based on their history with the city, and also especially based on their very recent history with the city of Kennewick. Out of all the 3 firms listed, they have the most local recent experience. And I think that would be helpful. You know, there's a number of candidates for the city of Kennewick job. One got it. There's obviously potentially still some candidates out there that they've already made contact with. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm, you had your light.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in agreement with Councilmember Harpster. We should make this tonight. I mean, I have a little more, GMP or Prothman, either one would be fine with me. But yes, I don't think there's any reason to further interview. The information submitted is great, and we need to get moving on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Barajas, you can go.
Try that one. It's working. Wow. Okay. I don't think we need any further information from any of the three that we have there. I would personally go with Prothman. I'm looking through their paperwork submitted, and I like their placements. We have worked with GMP. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Zabel is here through GMP. So for that, I would like to go through Prothman.
Okay. Like with that, you know, either Mr. Zabel or Mr. Ferguson, do we have any concerns if we were to select the firm that, if you can just put that on the record for us?
I'm sorry, what's the question? That there's any concerns that if you went with a firm that you're currently already contracted to for a different service?
Well, there's that, and Mr. Zabel, you still work with them, correct? Well, albeit not. Can you explain your status, and let's just have Mr. Ferguson speak to it?
Yeah, the city has an agreement with GMP Consulting to provide city manager services. I was the selected city manager to assist the city here.
Okay. Do we have any concerns with that, Mr. Ferguson?
I'm not aware any. There is no ethical relationship in terms of like a reason to particularly cordon anyone off or keep any kind of. I mean, obviously, Mr. Zabel could be involved in that or not, depending on what your preference would be. But yeah, I don't think if there's any ethical issue there.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barajas. I see you're on.
Yes, one quick question. On that note, Mr. Zabel, are you still a consultant, considered a consultant with GMP?
I'm a consultant acting as the interim city manager. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Milner or Ms. Blaisdell, do you have any input here?
Yeah, basically, hold on, dude.
Oh, sorry. You spoke once. You're great.
Okay. Yeah, I like GMP as far as what they had to say in their packet, so that's where I was going on that.
Okay.
I don't have a preference.
I was just going to ask Mr. Ferguson that because it appears we're a little bit split, would we need to make a motion to select a firm and make it official?
I think we can do that. It does sound like the GMC is leading. Mr. Milne, do you want to make a motion? That's what did I say? I don't know. I drive a Ford, so I can't be GMC. I promise. Yeah, let's start there and let's go from there because I only heard one for TSTS, Mr. Press. Anyway, go ahead, Mr. Milne.
Okay, I make a motion that we use GMP Consultants as our search for the next city manager.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. So, it sounds like you will, Ms. Mattson, contact GMP, let them know, and roll this out.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Zabel can start breathing into retirement soon. With that, we got item C, which is a request for zoning code text amendment. Mr. Zabel, go ahead and kick this off for us.
Okay, great. Thank you, and good evening, Mayor, Council. So we're discussing this item as a result of a resident or property owner initiated text amendment to the city zoning code. This particular item pertains to a proposal on a parcel located at Outlet Drive and Sandifer Parkway, and that proposal includes a car wash. The property zone C1, which does allow car washes. However, it requires that a car wash in a C1 zone be located more than 300 feet from a residential district. Yeah, and the property itself is not large enough to accommodate a car wash and meet the 300-foot separation from the residential
district that it is near. And that includes the right-of-way of the street as well to the east of the property. So property owner, or at least interest, Mr. Mario Borschowski submitted a request for a zoning text amendment to reduce that 300-foot distance requirement contingent upon installation of noise mitigations or the ability to demonstrate noise levels that were equivalent to that 300-foot separation, that there's measures that potentially they could take to give that equivalency. Provided for you the PMC section 25.210.020 subsection 2 subsection Z, which allows those processes. And so for council on a resident or property owner initiated text amendment, the PMC provides that such a petition does not obligate the council to follow through with the petition amendment. City attorney and I had some discussion about what does that mean. Well, it means you don't have to necessarily agree with it, but you do probably have to hold hearing. So tonight is just staff recommendation that council hold a public hearing at your earliest opportunity. Probably is going to be April 7th when you won't want to do some advertising and so forth, and then get that back in front of you along with the petitioner.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. I'll note that I attended that meeting with you as well, and what I expressed that same concern. If 300 feet is kind of an arbitrary carryover, and we just talked about 15-year-old traffic fees that we're updating, it seems that there may be basis to look at whether or not a true noise ordinance, that being the case, or if it's a traffic issue, that we're able to mitigate whatever the concerns would be of those adjacent residents. So, I would be in favor of conducting the hearing, and I'd be interested in hearing the issues of whether or not this is truly a distance issue or if it's an audio issue. In other words, the sound emanation.
Yeah, if I could, Mayor, I think instructive, and I don't mean to second guess past land use decisions, but if you think about Court Street and car washes on Court Street, right up across the alley from residential uses, that's my guess, just, knowing the city a little bit and land use and how these things happen, I would think that's probably why you have this ordinance requirement.
Yeah, I would anticipate so. And just knowing the area, there's a brick wall. I mean, there's stuff that could actually already mitigate some of the concerns. So, again, I'm in favor of hosting the hearing. Whether or not August or April 7th is the right date, I can't speak to that, but I think soon is wise. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I agree with your sentiment 100%. I'm always eager to make things easier for property owners. And one item that I noted was that this parcel being Zone C1 has been Zone C1 for a while, including before the development on Aldridge Court occurred. So the folks purchasing a home on Aldridge Court had the opportunity to realize, whether they did or not, that they were buying a house right next door to future commercial development. And then I think the applicant noted this, that car washes that are built today are much quieter than they were 20 years ago. And so exactly what you said, like to hold the public hearing and, let the 0 people that'll come out share their opinion. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no, I would be in favor of entertaining this at another hearing. I agree with all the comments that have been made. I'll just note that, like right on Convention and Burden, there's a car wash, and right behind that car wash is a home. So, again, I think people had the time when they bought those homes right there on Road 90 to, well, not really. They bought homes and they developed it, and that was already a C1. So, I think we need to make things easier, like it's already been said, and I think we need more commercial development. This is going to go right across from that Corwin dealership that hopefully will be expanding there. So, I think we should be looking to entice more commercial development. So I'd be in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ferguson.
Yeah, just real quick, I want to clarify, this is one of these weird curveballs. So this is a petitioner, not an applicant. So it's a petitioner for a text amendment, to your zoning code, which means it's a legislative act. It's not going to be a quasi-judicial act. So you can have an open record hearing, but it's not going to be to determine the specific rights of any particular applicant. It will be, you're going to hold an open record hearing to determine whether you want to change your own municipal code. So it won't, even though obviously we have a particular person who's petitioning for this change in the text of the zoning code, it won't be specifically related to them. So I just want to clarify, because that's where it can get a little fishy.
Right, so just a summary, this is a blanket change to the code, not specific. It's initiated by a property owner, but it's not specific to the property. Excellent. I'm still good with that. I don't think that changes my analysis. Any difference for anyone? Good.
It doesn't change me either. I was just going to add that that's why it was okay for you to meet with them, because it's legislative. And tonight reminded me that I have a voicemail from him I forgot to return. So, yeah.
Sounds good. Seeing no further lights on this issue, it sounds like staff has direction. Mr. Zabel? We're good? Okay. With that, moves on to miscellaneous discussion number 12. Mr. Zabel. Oops.
A couple different items. So one, just a reminder for council, the police department's conducting a business watch meeting at 1 p.m. tomorrow at HAPA. So business community is invited to attend. Second, just a couple of transitions I want to discuss, and I did send you emails about them, but I want to share that our finance director, Darcy Buckley, is transitioning to a new role with the city and that is finance training and compliance lead. And it's a really great opportunity for Darcy to be able to continue to provide leadership in the department and mentor and work with our professional staff. And also is a great opportunity for the city as it is. We have a really strong leadership team in the department. Obviously, this will vacate the director position, and we'll be recruiting for a new director in the next start that recruitment in the next couple of weeks. But going through this process I will share, it wasn't super easy for Darcy, because she wants to make Pasco the best it can be. And I think we hired Darcy 11 years ago? No, not 11. 8 years ago. 2016. So about 8-9 years ago, and came to us and has just done an amazing job. And Richa was here at the time as the finance director, and that department has just transitioned so far from where they were back at that period of time. I could go on. If I do, it makes the people that were here earlier than that bad. So I'm not going to. But it's an incredibly well-run department, and the reliability of the information and so forth, and the sophistication that Darcy and her staff have brought to it are just nothing short of amazing. So as the city manager that hired her, I have maybe a little bit mixed feelings. I'm super excited for her, because this fits to where she wants to be professionally and personally. And we are lucky to be able to hang on to her in this position. Her family's lucky to get more of her, and it's kind of the perfect balance. So it's an exciting, a little strange. I've never given a presentation like this, but it's I don't know. I think it's super exciting for Darcy, and it is for the city too. Secondly, I also wanted to announce a second departure of sorts. So Richa Sigdal soon will be relinquishing her second title. Huh? Pretty good, huh? Yeah. So she'll be relinquishing her title as relinquishing her title as interim CED director, and will be going back to full-time duty as the deputy city manager. So happy to announce the appointment of Haley Miller as community and economic development director. Haley brings about 15 years of professional experience in community development planning, worked her way up through that system, has spent several years, I think about half a dozen years, as a director in 2 different cities, and I think it's Ferndale and currently Marysville. So she'll be starting here on the week of April 28th, and we're really looking forward to her her arrival, and probably nobody more so than Richa and Craig. So, yeah. So with that, that's all I had for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Ms. Buckley, sounds like we're excited for you. I'm really grateful that we get to keep you, and grateful that we get to keep half of Miss Sigdell, or maybe all of her in one role instead of half her in two roles.
Thank you very much. It's been my pleasure, and I am very happy to continue to work with everyone here at the city. So thank you.
Well, we're very grateful for the work that you've done. Watched your countless hours and effort, so appreciate it. And see, anyone that's not paying attention online or wherever, the city of Pasco really is welcoming. We try to keep our people around. So I see no lights from council. Mr. Graham, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to piggyback on a comment earlier about Mr. Redfield of our abatement program. And I too have had interactions with him, and it is worthy of his name being mentioned and how good of a job he is doing for the city. Mr. Mayor, I commend him to you. And also, I want to call out a couple of my council members there at the far end. Maybe not the way my tone suggests, but somebody brought a website to my attention recently, and Councilmember Perales and Councilmember Blaisdell were the only two Tri-Cities council members with perfect attendance last year, Mr. Mayor. You were always quick to thank us for our involvement in the community and how, we go above and beyond at events, but I know some of us had to attend remotely or perhaps even miss a meeting last year, Mr. Mayor, but to your left are the only two Tri-Cities area city council members with perfect attendance last year, and I think that's worth noting, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Well, it's nice to know that at least a portion of Pasco achieves perfection as well, so thank you. Maybe we'll have to present some banner for you guys. With that, we do have need for an executive session. It's slated for 7 minutes. It is a single item to consider site selection or acquisition of real estate purchase or lease if likelihood the disclosure would increase price under Revised Code of Washington, Section 42.30, 0.110, subsection 1, subsection B. Again, for 7 minutes, it's 8:38. We're going to go at 8 till 8:45. I'm guessing city manager, deputy city manager, city attorney, anyone else? All right, with that, we'll see you at 8:45. So you got his wants. Okay. Okay, I think maybe. It is 8:45 and we are adjourned. Thank you for joining this evening.
My son.
I paint because I love it. As long as I can remember, I've always created. I am that person who smells the roses and stares at the clouds for the different colors that they are.
Chantal Ely says she didn't always plan on turning her creative spirit towards an art career, but an experience in college convinced her to take a chance on sharing her work with the public.
I went for government and law, plans on being an attorney, and then I took my art history class versus my government class, and I was like, the sky opened up and the angels started singing, and I was like, I'm at home. This is where I belong.
Now, Ely says she finds inspiration in everything, from international travel to the most mundane of occurrences.
There was this chocolate spill on my counter, and I just remember looking at it, and I told my husband, I was like, do not touch that. He was like, what? I was like, don't touch it. I don't know what I'm going to do with this, but something, it's speaking to me. It's going to live somehow. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but just don't touch it.
The spill came to life in a piece on display at Pasco City Hall called Priest of Aurora.
You know, I was like, he looks like a priest or a drummer or, you know, I wasn't sure. But so that outline was a chocolate spill on my counter that inspired me.
You can see echoes of many cultures in Ely's art, and some of the pieces are designed to be viewed from multiple angles. Ely says her hope is that the complexity of each piece will keep viewers coming back.
I want you to always be drawn in, and through that, receive peace and curiosity and joy and fulfillment in that.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
"2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative. Stay busy this summer with the City of Pasco. Enjoy open swim at Memorial Aquatic Park from 1 to 5:45 p.m. every day, with lap swim weekdays at noon, or sign up for swim lessons throughout the summer. Join the all-ages Beat the Heat Run Walk Club on Wednesday mornings to earn entries for an end-of-summer prize drawing. Check out free, family-friendly movies and music at Pasco Parks, plus many more activities and events, all listed online at pascoparksandrec.com.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to www.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting of Monday, May 5th, 2025. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Thank you for all in attendance. Before we even get to it, I'm certain the city had a wonderful festivity this weekend. I apologize I wasn't able to be here. I had a wonderful benefit of being in Spokane on a work trip. I know that's the great municipality just north of us, where I brought back a bit of exhaustion and a bout of the gout. So TMI, I'm sure, but that's what Spokane has to offer, not like Pasco, culture and excitement. So we do thank you for being a part of our city government here. The agenda packets are available either online for anyone who's following along, anyone who's here. There is a small table immediately to the right as you walk in, with a sign that says agendas with an arrow pointing at the agendas. The meeting is also televised live on PSC-TV channel 191 on Spectrum in both Pasco and Richland. It's also streamed on the city's Facebook page, its YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. The public may submit their comments either through the Ask Pasco app or through the city manager or city clerk's office. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Grimm,
Here.
Harpster,
Present.
Perales,
Here.
Milne,
Present.
Serrano,
I am here.
and Barajas is not here. We have 6 council members present.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think. I don't recall Miss Barajas asking to be excused or letting us know she's going to be joining online. Do we see her online?
Don't, but she did accept the meeting, so it's possible that she's going to
Okay.
log on.
Well, for now, we'll play it by ear. She can be excused or unexcused, and we'll go from there. But I do. If I missed it, I apologize, Blanche. With that, if you'll stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. You may be seated. So, for anyone following along, that slides us into item number 4, which is our consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council, will be enacted by a singular motion as it's listed on the agenda. There will be no separate discussion of these items, but if separate discussion is desired by council, they can make that known now and seek to remove an item from the consent to the regular agenda. So before we roll through, any council members asking to move anything from the consent? Excuse me, seeing nobody's mic on, I'll roll through. Item A, the approval of meeting minutes from April 21st and 28th, 2025. Item B, bills and communications approving claims in the total amount of $6,502,775.89. Ordinance number 4766, request for zoning code text amendment. And I will note for council and for the public's enlightenment, we did get an updated packet about an hour and 45 minutes ago. They modified one quick thing that wasn't caught in the prior uploaded document, which is the striking of the C2 zone from these from the limitations on this, as I think Mr. Perales had advanced in our last meeting. Okay, and he has no comment, or he was good with that, he said. And we got Ms. Perales. So with that, we've got item D, resolution number 4595, West Pasco Water Treatment Plant Phases 3 and 4 Professional Services Agreement Acceptance. And finally, item E, which is resolution number 4596, Project Acceptance for the Fire Station number 85 site work. That's Road 100 and Maple Drive improvements, that project. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Got a motion on the floor and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. But before we get there, Ms. Barajas, did you have a request to remove anything from the consent agenda? No? Okay. Then, Ms. Clerk, if you can roll call us.
Councilmember Blaisdell,
Yes.
Grimm,
Yes.
Harpster,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Barajas,
Yes.
Milne,
Yes.
and Serrano.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. That rules us on to number 5, which is our proclamation acknowledgments. I'll note that we have 3 such proclamations tonight. So, typically what we do is I read it, hand it out, and do a photo op. I think we'll go ahead and stay with that procedure. It just may be a little cumbersome with all the folks in the audience, which is great to see, just to be clear. Just maybe a lot of shuffling. So the first is the proclaiming May 2025 as Asian American Pacific Islander and Heritage Month. So again, the folks representing that community, if you can, I guess, I'll read it. Usually I read it and there's like one person at the mic, but again, I know there's a lot of folks for each one of these proclamations. Let's go ahead and do this. Why don't I slide to that mic and have the folks representing the Asian Island Pacific Islander Heritage Month acceptance slide over to this side. You can take your photos while we do that, and then if you want to say a couple words, let's do that, okay? So I'm going to come down to this mic, and if folks can line up that way if you want some photos, we can go there, okay?
but hopefully this makes for a decent shot. So, whereas Asian American Island and Pacific Islander, or AAPI, Heritage Month is a time to recognize the contributions and achievements of Asian Americans and from Asians from across the Asian continent, native Hawaii, and Pacific Island descent. Whereas the United States Asian Pacific Heritage Week was first celebrated in 1979 and was extended to AAPI Month, Heritage Month in 1992. Whereas the month of May was chosen as an Asian Pacific American Heritage Month to commemorate the immigration of the first Japanese citizen, Nakahama Manahiro, to the United States on May 7th, 1843, but also the anniversary of May 10th, 1869, completion of the first transcontinental railroad, built in part with the back-breaking labor of nearly 20,000 Chinese immigrants. And whereas today more than 20 million AAPI members live in the United States, whereas we celebrate their achievements and contributions which enrich our history, society, and culture through language and religions and make our communities more vibrant, prosperous, and secure. During AAPI Heritage Month, we acknowledge the additional determination, hard work, and perseverance AAPI put forth to be seen and to be heard. Whereas the 2025 theme is a legacy of leadership and resilience, and honors the hard work of AAPI leaders who established the foundation for future generations to thrive and adapt to change and adversity. Now therefore, I, Pete Serrano, Mayor of the City of Pasco, Washington, do hereby proclaim May 1st through May 31st, 2025 as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Thank you. And we can do some pictures, I don't know, and then if you have someone designated to speak. If not, I mean, we can keep. No, I'll sit backwards. Yep, yeah. Do you want? Let's do a quick photo and maybe take a couple. Whoever wants to get around here. Yeah, absolutely. Council, slide down in. I don't know. You can hide or stay with.
Squeeze in just.
Yeah. If we need to do 2 levels on top of those 2 levels, that's fine. We good? All right. Thank you. Thanks. All right, Scott, go ahead. All right. Take the mic back.
All right, Mayor Serrano, members of the council, thank you for that this evening and for that recognition. Lived in Pasco myself for 20 plus years, and an interesting fact, I serve on the Commission for Asian Pacific American Affairs, or CAPA, for Washington State, and you have out of 12 commissioners in this state representing that commission. Also David Fongsa here is Lao American and serves on that council. So you have 2 of the 12 commissioners for the state in the city of Pasco. So continuing to celebrate our diversity. As you can see, there's a lot of people here that came to support this. We have a lot of different ethnicities and heritages in the Asian Pacific Islander community, both in Pasco and our state. And it's just an honor to celebrate those differences. Me and myself, my mother is Japanese American. I've told this story a few times, but she grew up 10 miles from the Minidoka internment camp in the 1950s. So celebrating her culture of being Japanese American was not celebrated. Her parents spoke Japanese, did not teach any of the 5 kids a lick of Japanese or a word. So it's awesome to see how far we've come, both in our community, in our state, in our nation, to be able to celebrate our differences and our cultures like this. So I appreciate you guys doing this, and thank you.
That'll move us along to the second one, unless you had anyone else designated, Mr. Lehrman. I don't believe so. Okay. Thank you all. You're welcome to stick around or whatever you choose at this point. The next one is going to be National Police Week, and I'll Again, let's do the same thing where the police line up on this side and I'll be at the mic and then we'll do that. First, I got to thank you for the cars. My kids will play with them and ruin them in probably the first 5 minutes, assuming tonight doesn't go too long. Maybe it'll last through part of tomorrow. Sorry about that. So, National Police Week, May 11th through 17th, 2025. Whereas the City of Pasco Police plays an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the residents of the City of Pasco. Whereas it is important that all residents know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their police. Whereas the City of Pasco Police recognizes their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. Whereas the men and women of the City of Pasco Police unceasingly provide a vital public service. Now, therefore, I, Pete Serrano, the Mayor of the City of Pasco, Washington, call upon all residents of the City of Pasco and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 11th through 17th, 2025 as National Police Week, with appropriate ceremonies and observations by which all of our residents may join in commemorating law enforcement officers past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to their communities, and in so doing have established for themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and securities for all residents. Further, I call upon all residents of the City of Pasco to observe Thursday, May 15th, 2025 as Peace Officers Memorial Day, in honor of those law enforcement officers who, through their courageous deeds, have made the ultimate sacrifice in sacrificing to their service to their community, or have become disabled in the performance of the duty. Let us recognize and pay respect to the survivors of our fallen heroes. Chief, police members, thank you very much for your service to our community. And we'll do the photo op wherever you guys want me, and then council can slide it back. Do you want me hiding? Here, I'll just off a bit. Chief, take it. Yeah, turn it. Yeah, who am I giving it to? I'm guessing you, right? So then maybe. Here, there we go. All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Now you guys can go back to work. I know that's what you really wanted to do. Make sure my car's there. I'll just speak from this podium because we've got a rolling camera. So our third and final proclamation is National Military Appreciation Month. And the individual accepting this will be Kelsey Lato, but a handful of folks are going to be coming up here to accept this as a collective group. Yeah, it's and I do think we should also recognize members on staff and on council who are veterans. Mr. Harpster and Mr. Zabel and Miss Barajas and Mr. Milne, thank you for your sons and daughters' service to our country. So, and if I miss someone, tell me that I'm wrong. But no, seriously, we appreciate everything you do. We appreciate what you represent, the greatness of our community. So, National Military Appreciation Month. Whereas the United States Congress designated May as National Military Appreciation Month in 1999 to honor the sacrifices and successes of current and former members of the United States Armed Forces, and to provide an opportunity for communities across the country to honor the unwavering service, sacrifice, and dedication of our military personnel, veterans, and their families. Whereas the strength and security of the United States depends on the commitment and courage of the brave men and women who serve in the armed forces, defending our nation and its values both at home and abroad. Whereas the residents of Pasco, Washington have a deep appreciation for the dedication and sacrifices made by the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, including those who have given their lives in the pursuit of freedom and peace. Whereas the city of Pasco is proud to stand in support of our military heroes, including the many veterans and active duty members who call our community home, and recognizes their service as a vital part of our shared history and future. Whereas it is our duty to honor and our duty and honor to acknowledge the steadfast courage and commitment of our armed forces and to express our heartfelt gratitude for their role in safeguarding the freedoms we cherish. Now therefore, I, Pete Serrano, Mayor of the City of Pasco, Washington, do hereby proclaim May 1st through May 31st, 2025 as National Military Appreciation Month in the City of Pasco, and encourage all residents to join me in honoring and expressing gratitude to our service members, veterans, and to their families for their selfless service and dedication to our country. God bless you, and thank you for your service. Awesome. Thank you very much. Whoops. Here, there we go. We can do 2 glasses. Yeah. Yeah, how are you guys? And let's not forget Commissioner Powell. Just like that. Sorry about that. Yeah. Let's see. Well, we can't hide. Here, we'll gap it. Here, I'll kind of hide. Yeah, however you guys want to do it.
Yeah, you gotta at least stand up, Dave. All right. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and call for a 5-minute recess in case folks needed more photos or anything of that nature. It's 7:20. We'll rejoin at 7:25. So, again, if you need either congregate in the hallway and what have you, take 5. Thank you, folks, for that brief recess. It's now 7:25. We are back in session. That rolls us along to item number 6, which is public comments. The public may address council on items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. And I slow down there because we do have a public hearing scheduled for item 8. It's item 8A, the single item under 8. So, excuse me. If you wish to speak on item 8, please hold comments in relation to that until that time, at which I'll direct you that you'll have 2 minutes and we'll go from there. Unless it addresses a public hearing, the purpose for this public comment is not to seek a debate with council or seek immediate answers to questions, as some questions require research and information from outside sources, from staff, and further contemplation by city council. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. I'll be tracking that, and our deputy city clerk will be monitoring that. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize those comments or submit written information, either for council consideration outside of formal meetings to the city clerk or through the Ask Pasco app or through the city manager's office. Lastly, when you're called upon, if you can state your name and county of residence, that would be helpful. So with that is now your floor for public comments. Go ahead. I see a hand up.
Hi, my name is Amber Wade. Tonight, a few neighbors have joined me in support. Please raise your hand for those supporting the Sands Mobile Home Park here tonight. Dear council members, Becky was the first resident to move into the Sands Mobile Home Park nearly 55 years ago. Her home was the very first one placed here. She's lived through decades of change, management, turnover, rising rent, shifting problems, and through it all, she stayed. Becky is quiet, she keeps to herself, she doesn't speak out often, but she has always given to this community in quiet ways that matter. She's donated toys for children during the holidays, she's helped pick up boxes for park events, she's made sure that others had what they needed even when no one was watching. This year she came out for our Easter egg hunt. That's the kind of neighbor she is. And now, after more than 5 decades, Becky is moving. She lives on fixed income. Rent, utilities, garbage, sewer, and billing fees total $711.25. That's 65% of her income just to stay in her home. But it's not just the money that's driving her out, it's the constant breakdowns, it's the silence when she asks for help, and the fear that nothing's going to get better. Becky uses a swamp cooler to survive our summers. That cooler needs water 24/7 to function. When the water pressure drops and her tank doesn't fill, if it runs dry, the motors can run out or burn out. That's not a small thing. It's her only way to stay cool, and she can't afford to fix it if it gets broken. She's not alone. I've had the same issues. Other residents have too. We made calls, sent emails, reported the problems, and the response, absolutely nothing. The same cycle, report, wait, silence. Meanwhile, I've shared stories from across the state, Walla Walla residents facing a 44% rent increase, a $5.5 million settlement in another park. Those stories made headlines, those people were heard, but our story hasn't made the news, and we ask, how are we supposed to advocate for ourselves when no one hears us? Becky has nothing left to lose, and that's why she's allowing her story to be shared. I printed this statement, Becky read it, and signed it to give me full permission on her behalf. She hopes that her truth will help protect those of us who are still here. We want to stay. We want to live in peace. We don't want our homes to be put up for sale after 55 years of living here. And that's not what Becky deserves. But this shouldn't fall on her. It shouldn't fall on me. It shouldn't fall on anyone just trying to live in peace and dignity. We need help. We need good water. We need constant pressure that doesn't damage our appliances we depend on. We need answers, not voicemails, not delay. We need someone to see what's happening before one more people like Becky are forced to leave. Please don't let Becky's departure go unnoticed. She may be soft-spoken, but her story is strong, and it matters. To Becky, thank you for the quiet things, for showing up, for holding this community together in ways most people never saw. You're part of what has made this mobile home park a home. Thank you. And please, we shouldn't have to put our homes up for sale. Please.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you for showing support. Do I have any additional public comment? Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not used to public speaking. This is my first time, actually. But I met Amber, and I have met a few of the residents of the park, and they are good people that really do not deserve the things that they are experiencing right now. They have many problems, some of them with the water, some of them with the rent being raised. One of them says that the rent was raised twice this year already, or within a year. So they cannot pay for that. I mean, like they say, it would be different if we see that at least the people there are fixing things and you see improvements. But that's not the case at all. These people are in dire need of help. And I'm not even sure from whom. So that's why I am lending my support to them, because I was also very impressed on how united these people are. I mean, I came from California a few years ago to Pasco, and I love the city. I never expected to witness a third world problem here. the trickling of that water, if someone else in another home is using their water, one of the other people cannot shower. They cannot fill up a pot to make spaghetti because it really trickles. I witnessed this even just today. It's not fair. It's not nice. They should not be living in these conditions. I my heart breaks for them because it's not something that I'm used to seeing in the United States of America. This should not be happening to these people. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any additional public comments? Let's see someone in the back. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Wilson, Franklin County. Thanks for your time tonight. I'd like to thank the mayor for stopping into the county commissioner's office last week, extending a little bit of diplomacy, which is the better part of tact from what I understand. I'm not too familiar. Thanks for doing that though, because they could use that help, if you ask me. I'd like to address something that I noticed on Friday. It was 5 o'clock. Was taking my wife to urgent care. There was some folks. I was going to Sandifer, heading east from Westminster. There was a couple people. Looked like a mom, maybe a teenage daughter, riding a bike in what would be a bike lane, but there isn't one. In front of me was a big diesel, extended tires, rolled coal on these people. And it disrupted, their travel. They almost went into the street. They were upset. They hollered. And so I thought I would address that. I don't know what sort of ordinances we have addressing exhaust, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what we have. I know it's a problem. I know it can be a bigger problem if we let it get to be a bigger problem. It's getting too crowded for that. I would rather see people riding bikes as a family in my neighborhood than somebody victimizing other people. Those are the people I want as neighbors. So, with my remaining time, I don't have time to go to the county commissioners and state my piece. So I'm coming here to the city of Pasco. I would like to encourage my neighbors, all the people out there in the community, take a look at what's going on in our county. It's not right that the commissioners have finally taken full control of the county commission, of the courthouse, and now they are attacking the sheriff from my point of view. I urge you, community, go ahead and take a look at that. It's been going on for too long. There's been too much apathy. There's been too much, not me. Take a look, please. It's a disaster. Those bullies need to be taken care of. Get them out of there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comments? Go ahead, Ms. Mahoney.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56, provide the permit that allowed Pasco and Hayden Homes to kill our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and eaglets. Next, regarding Pasco's Aquatic Center, provide the total cost of ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins' monthly payments of $10,992 plus his travel expenses. He got a raise. And a total cost of the Wow Factor wave machine costing anywhere from $22 million to $280 million. Note, Yakima's Aquatic Center opens in June for a total cost of $10.8 million. Provide a permit number 404 that allows Pasco to develop our floodplain, including the Riverview East Sewer. Resolution 4582. The Road 48 Central Pasco Community Park and the destruction of our wildlife habitat and more. Regarding my Pasco home, provide all past and present LID and new LID designs, include start dates, costs, and all Pasco officials' communications regarding harassment and retaliation to me. See Pasco City Council 4119 with City Attorney Lee Kerr's authorization of no due process at animal control and more. Mr. Kerr's no due process results in lawless seizures of family dogs that are killed and or sent to WSU for research and for harvesting of body parts. See files for Belle, Jake, and Kilo, and over 30 years of WSU records with animal control bunchers Ben Zegan and Angela Zeiler for a complete list of animal bunchers and bogus animal rescues that also sell dogs and cats to WSU. Call WSU President and Paul Allen's Dr. Palmer, 509-335-4200. Provide Animal Control Zegan Zeiler's Animal Welfare Act certification for humane euthanasia training to prevent further botched euthanasias that Animal Control calls, quote, popcorning the dogs and cats, end quote, or also called a violent and painful way to die. Provide the following: total cost and itemization for Animal Control's new building include payments to Angela Zeiler, TCAS's permit and insurance to operate as an animal research provider, Pasco's cat bonds, results for 48 counts of animal cruelty, theft of $375,000, the missing rainy day fund, see Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Zeiler, and a total cost for the GMP consultants with Dave Zabel. Pasco's CIP budget is over $500 million with not any money going for a homeless shelter for people, and no funds for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for dogs and cats, and more. For questions, call Lee Kerr, 509-735-1542. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment? Going once? Going twice? Final call for public comment. With that, public comment is closed. We're going to move on to item number 7, which is reports from committees or officers. Do we have any reports from our council members? Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Cinco de Mayo Festival downtown in Pasco on Saturday, and I would like to commend Councilwoman Blaisdell, who did an excellent job on your behalf kicking off the ceremony. I'd also likewise like to commend Director Rice and all of his staff and team, who really did a great job running the event, and also his outreach to stakeholders in the community like the LBA and others, giving them a seat at the table in really organizing and planning the event. So really it was really great to see the community out. My family spent a few hours down there eating from vendors and going from booth to booth, and of course participating in the parade. And as Pasco's signature event, I just thought it was very well done on all accounts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Herbster.
Yes, I did attend the Lord's Hospital Board of Trustees meeting, and then on Friday attended a fundraiser for Mere Ministries along with Senator Nikki Torres, Commissioner Steve Bauman, and Port Commissioner Vicki Gordon. Mere Ministries' goal is to provide services and support for victims of trafficking in our area, and $40,000 was raised that evening. Their goal, if I recall correctly, was $30,000, so that was awesome to see. And then lastly, it wasn't necessarily an event that I attended, but Friday was rolling through downtown Pasco on my bike, as I do, and the new parklet outside the Pasco Specialty Kitchen was completely full with, it looked like at least half a dozen people or so waiting for seats to open up. So that was really cool to see riding through there, so thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Seeing no further lights, sounds like Miss Blaisdell was a wonderful MC, so thank you for standing in my place. Hopefully no one walked away with gout from here. You get your light on purpose? Okay, just want to make sure that you didn't have anything to circle back to. So thank you all for your involvement this week, and certainly thank you to staff for the bang-up job you always do. With that, we're going to move on to item number 8, which is hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. This is a public hearing. When appropriate, I will open it. We'll kick it off with a report from staff, then I can ask for questions from council, then we'll open the public hearing, and at that time you will have up to 2 minutes for comments. So if we can track that, that'd be helpful. So item A is public hearing and resolution on number 4597, 2025 to 2030 6-year transportation improvement program revision. And that's from Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Tonight we are looking again one more time to the last year's approved transportation improvement program. There were a few revisions proposed, and so tonight is the public hearing for it. So a quick overview of what were the revisions proposed that we hope to hear the public speak about and hopefully have action later tonight. Next slide, please. So if you remember, the last approved transportation improvement plan, so the one that extends between 2025 and 2030, included 43 projects, 3 programs, and 5 studies. In those 43 projects is where the revisions have been proposed. There's the inclusion of 2 new projects and the division of 1 existing project into 2 segments. Next slide, please. Those projects are listed in the screen. So the project that has been divided into 2 segments is the Burns Road Extension Missing Link, to be divided into a roadway extension and an intersection improvement. Number 2 is the project that was added, which is the Harris Road realignment. This project will allow for the realignment of Harris Road to eliminate the connection to Broadmoor. And I have some slides that show what those look like. And then number 3 is the Court Street and Road 100 intersection improvements, where we discuss the potential for a new control system, whether it is a signal or a roundabout would be part of the definition that occurs while the project is in design. And these projects in the plan are shown with plan grants and with funding through transportation impact fees. So a combination of grant funding and local funds. So going into a little bit more detail on each of these modifications to the existing approved plan. As I mentioned, the Burns Road Extension Missing Link has now been divided into 2 projects to accommodate the different work that will occur as part of extension of a road versus the intersection improvements that are planned for Burns Road and Road 68. This does not translate into a change in the total dollar amount for the project. It just has been divided into 2. There were some benefits we discussed last week related to having this division, where the existing intersection is likely to be more attractive for grant funding versus the extension of a link that does not exist today. Next slide, please. Harris Road realignment, as I was mentioning in earlier slides, would eliminate the connection of Harris Road to Broadmoor Boulevard south of Sandifer, and instead it would straighten the alignment to allow for the connection to Sandifer Parkway. This way we eliminate some uncontrolled left turns, which are difficult and will become more difficult with increased volumes in the Burns Road corridor. It also allows for the network to be strengthened on the parallel roads to Burns Road, creating more of a network. Next slide, please. And finally, Court Street and Road 100. This was a project that had been identified as a potential inclusion last year. It had not been added, but further analysis indicates that as development occurs and there is growth, improvement for this intersection will become necessary. Including these projects in the program will allow for them to be part of the list of projects to be included in the transportation impact fee, and therefore it is prudent to propose the revision of the plan to be included and have a mechanism for funding for these. Next slide. So what you're seeing here, and again the slide is small, but it's just to indicate how in white and blue you're seeing what is the projects, 43 of them. Now that it has been extended. Project number 6 has been divided into 6A and 6B, and those are highlighted in orange. And then there are the 2 new projects are added at the bottom of the blue and white list in the project side. Then in green you're seeing the programs, and then in golden color at the bottom are the studies, and those have been not changed at all from last year. Next slide. Okay, and finally, the statutory framework for these revisions. The council approves yearly a transportation improvement program, but revisions are allowed with a majority vote, but they require a public hearing. So tonight we are here to do a public hearing prior to the potential incorporation of these revisions to your program. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. The only question I had was, remember, a couple meetings ago, I asked about the Road 44. Is that just under the pedestrian/bike gaps?
So in last year's plan, the idea was to have it there. We have taken your comment, and it's going to be incorporated in our 2026-2031 transportation improvement plan, which is the process that is now out with public outreach. So this is the revision of last year's, but it's not the annual update to your plan. So that is planned to be incorporated as a standalone project in the 2026 to 2031 plan, and that is forthcoming. We have outreach this Wednesday during midday, so it's 11:30 to 1:30 if people want to participate, and we have an online form for additional comments, and we anticipate a public hearing on that next plan on the 19th of May. So two separate processes. They look very similar. I'm glad you asked the question because it allows me to actually clarify the difference between the two processes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then why is there a motion today? I guess I was kind of confused about that because I looked at the schedule, and we're not supposed to adopt this until July.
Right. So the program that is being adopted before July is the 2026 to 2031.
Okay.
The document that we're looking at today is last year's document, 25 to 2030, and we're modifying it before the end of the period.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to give kudos where kudos deserve. I know years ago I went out with Mr. Zabel and we looked at the Broadmoor area and talked about different things affecting my district. And then, of course, there was like a huge silence. Didn't see it. But now it's here. And again, so thank you for doing the hard work, getting this on there. And again, I can say it's very much appreciated. And hopefully eventually we'll get the money and get this stuff done. But I think it would be very good for traffic concerns, for speeding, and then also for safety. So again, thank you. I know I don't say thank you enough, but I really appreciate this. So thanks again.
Well, thank you, Mr. Milne. Seeing no further lights, I'm going to now open the public hearing portion. Again, comments will be limited to this singular item. Again, the adoption of 2025 to 2025 to 2030 6-year transportation improvement program revision. We are going to limit it to 2 minutes following the clock. So with that, the public hearing is now open. Do we have any public comments? Going once, going twice, going a third time. Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4597, revising the 2025-2030 6-year transportation improvement program for the City of Pasco for the purpose of guiding the development, design, and construction of local and regional transportation improvements, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Blaisdell. Let's see, this is a public hearing. Let's go ahead and let's do a roll call, Ms. Deputy Clerk. Sorry to catch you off guard there.
Barajas,
Yes.
Blaisdell,
Yes.
Grimm,
Yes.
Harpster,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Milne,
Yes.
Serrano.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you very much. With that, we're going to move on to item number 9, which is ordinances and resolutions not relating to hearings. Looks like we have 2 items, A and B. Item A is resolution number 4598, change order number 9, process water reuse facility phase 2 construction contract with the Pawnee. This is going to go again to Miss Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Tonight we are talking about our PWRF Phase 2 project. And we're going to advance the slide. Thank you. This project is nearly complete. If you remember, this is the project that expanded our storage capacity within the facility. We incorporated 3 new ponds and associated pumping and pipelines to allow for the movement of effluent between the different ponds. As part of the construction, it was identified that there was need for additional monitoring wells that allow us to monitor water quality in the surrounding of the facility. And the location for those wells was identified as we were performing our facility plan, which is in the process of getting approved. And with the opportunity of having these wells being incorporated in the project and being financed through a low-interest loan for the Department of Ecology, we have seek a dollar amount from our contractor to perform those well drillings within the project. And so this is what we're presenting to you tonight. And I will slide. The project overall is a just under $32 million project. We have had some change orders, which you've seen many of those related to changes in weirs and valving connections and some controls. And the change order in front of you today is for a maximum amount of $407,537. So just under $408,000. For a total contract amount of $33 million. So I'm going to advance the slide and go into detail of where those different wells are located. So there are 10 wells proposed. 6 of those are very close to where the ponds are being installed and where we have installed some of the earthwork that has been dirt that has been moved from the location of those for those ponds. So those first 6 wells are anticipated to be approved by Ecology with minor processes. There are 4 that we are yet unsure whether they're going to be approved to be included or not, but we're moving this approval forward with you tonight, and should we have to make revisions, we will come back for the modified change order. In any case, it would be a lesser amount than what we're asking for approval tonight. These wells are, as I explained, they're specifically to monitor the quality of the groundwater to ensure that groundwater movement from north of the facility towards the south is of similar quality, so that we are not providing any negative impact to the water quality. And again, this is the cost for drilling those 10 wells. Our contractor has provided a dollar amount that has no markups from their sub, so we have negotiated that change order and we recommend approval. I'm happy to answer questions. There's some of the detail there, but yes, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Mr. Prowse?
Yeah, thank you. How deep are the wells going down?
So there's a combination of shallow and deeper wells. I believe the deeper wells are in the order of 300 feet, but I would have to confirm that. The shallow ones are much, much shallower. So there are 2 levels of static water. There's an aquifer that is much, much deeper, and then there's a surface level water that is from runoff from nearby irrigation, and we are ensuring that the quality of water in both those 2 levels of water are remaining unchanged as it crosses through our facility, so that our activities in the facility are not negatively impacting the water quality in the ground.
So was this initiated by the Department of Ecology? Are they the ones approving the facility plan?
They are approving the facility plan, and it's part of our hydrogeologic monitoring, which is required for land application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Seeing no further lights, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4598, authorizing the city manager to execute change order number 9 with Tapani Incorporated for the process water reuse facility phase 2 winter storage improvements project.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Mantle. Sorry, combine your names there. Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. That'll move us along to item B, which is resolution number 4599, approving 2025 to 2027 collective bargaining agreement with Pasco Police Officers Association, or PPOA, uniformed employees, by Ms. Matson. Take it away.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. We are here tonight to present the to discuss the 2025-2027 PPOA, or Pasco Police Officer Association Collective Bargaining Agreement. I'm here with Sergeant James Thompson, the second Vice President and lead negotiator for the Pasco Police Officer Association. The agenda report already in your packet provides a detailed overview of the successor CBA, including the negotiated economic terms and contract updates for 2025 and through 2027. We met and we bargained in good faith, and the result is a fair and sustainable contract that balances the operational needs of the city with recognition of the service and dedication of our police officers and sergeants. That said, the credit for reaching this deal truly belongs to Sergeant Thompson and the association. His leadership, steady communication, and commitment to problem solving were instrumental in moving negotiations forward and ultimately securing ratification. With that, I recommend council approve and adopt the 2025-2027 agreement, and I'd now like to hand it over to Sergeant Thompson for anything further. You're welcome.
Oh, thanks. I really wasn't expecting to talk tonight. The agreement we came to really kind of speaks to the future of the department and where the city's going. We had a couple items in there that really focused on getting longevity for guys. It's important to stay competitive in our beginning wages, but those longevity wages, the longer guys have been here, it's important to keep them here. At the end of the day, we've really, one of the thoughts is, cash will bring people in, but the culture keeps them. So we've got both of that, I think, with this. So,
Thank you. And I apologize, I didn't acknowledge you earlier, Sergeant.
Sorry.
You weren't listed on as a co-presenter. But I'm grateful that you're here, because I think it shows that it was a dual-headed effort. Is that everything for the presentation?
Yeah, that's everything.
All right, with that, Mr. Graham, I see your light.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Miss Matson for, yes, she gave a lot of credit to Sergeant Thompson, who I'm sure deserves a lot of it, but also appreciate the leadership she's shown since coming on as our Human Resources Director. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, love you guys. I did have kind of a question. I was hoping you kind of work us through a little bit of the math. I notice it comes in at, as far as when you do the math, it says like 3% increase, and then it says, the next couple of years 2 to 4%. But when you look at the number, like for 2025, it shows 735,000, and then it jumps down considerably in 2026, 2027. Can you kind of, was there like bonuses or something I really didn't catch? I just kind of see what the big difference was.
So for years 2 and 3, it's kind of hard to work. It's a guesstimate because it's based on CPI. So it's, again, like anywhere from 2 to 4. So I believe, and I don't have my finance team here, but I believe they kind of took in the middle and averaged it out. The main cost, why it's the bigger cost, is year 1 has the big longevity. So the longevity hits in year 1, and also the deferred comp hits in year 1. So that's why you see a higher number in the first year.
Okay. Well, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting of Monday, April 7th, 2025. Thank you to those who are joining us both live and on the television. City Council really thanks you for being a part of our government. at workshop, I don't know why I've got that one. That's fine. I got it. At regular meetings, the city council takes action on formal items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available for those following along online at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. For those present, there is a table in back and a sign that says agendas. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Barajas.
She is excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Blaisdell.
Present.
Councilmember Grimm.
Here.
Councilmember Harpster.
He is also excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales.
Should be joining us via technology. Leo, can you hear us? Give it a quick minute. If we can't get it, we'll circle back to him.
Yes. How about Mayor Pro Tem Milne
I am present.
and Mayor Serrano?
I am here.
Great.
With that, it looks like give Angela one more minute. Okay. Is he muted or we muted him? Or okay. Mr. Perales, if you can hear us, it sounds like you're muted. And I think you've got that control function. Yeah, apparently he can handle that himself. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance, and after that, Mr. Strong, maybe you can work to unmute Mr. Perales. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll sit tight 1 second for Mr. Perales. Nola. Go ahead, Angela.
Councilmember Perales, your mic is available on your side.
So, I guess Ms. Blaisdell, if he shoots you any updates, let us know. I guess I don't know how long to try to figure this out. For now, let's go ahead and okay, it looks like he signed off. Might be signing back in. With that, we'll move on to item number 4, which is our consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by a roll call vote as one motion as listed in the agenda. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by council members, the consent agenda may be removed from the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. So with that, we've got a handful of items. Item A is approval of meeting minutes from March 17th, March 22nd, March 24th, and March 31st, 2025. Item B is bills and communications, approving the claims in the total amount of $6,863,149.92. Item C is resolution number 4582, River Shore Sewer Interceptor upsizing Phase 1 design loan acceptance. Item D is resolution number 4583, professional services agreement with Consor North America Inc. for design services for the Sylvester Street Overpass pedestrian bicycle path pedestrian bicycle access project, excuse me. Item E is resolution number 4584, project acceptance for the well capacity upgrades project. Item F is resolution number 4585, agreement with Burnham for tax credit proceeds transfer. Before we make a motion, two things. One, do we have any update on Mr. Perales? It appears not. I see you. Oh, Leo, we got
Can
you.
you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
There we go. Thank you much. Good evening.
Good evening. So I just rolled through the consent agenda. Do you have any items you wish to remove from there?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have any items they wish to remove? With hearing none, Mr. Milne, can you get us a motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. And as I said, that'll come in a roll call form. So, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Blaisdell,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimm,
Yes.
Councilmember Perales,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne,
Yes.
and Mayor Serrano.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Thank you.
Does pass unanimously. Thank you for that. Next item is item 5, proclamations, acknowledgements. They're unlisted. That opens us to number 6, which is our public comments period. The public may address council on any item unless it relates to a later scheduled public hearing. This item is allowed to provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or the posing of questions with the expectation of immediate response. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberative process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed to staff members who have access to specific information. Citizen comments will be limited to 3 minutes, which I'll follow that, and Ms. Clerk will so kindly help us keep time. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments or submit written information for council consideration outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when you step up to the microphone for your comment, please provide your name and your county of residence. With that, we are open for public comment. Yes, sir. I see the mic's bent down, so if you can bend it up, and then there's also like a little speaker thing. There we go. We're red. We're good to go.
My name's Dennis Brown, Franklin County resident. Okay, so I'm burning my 3 minutes. I had to have AI write me up a summary of what I want to say because I'm not that clever. So to begin with, it's curb ramps. I live in a part of town where they put the endless curb, and it's quite annoying. So here's what we have. Curb ramps are essential for providing smooth and safe access to your driveway by addressing several key issues. Protection of car suspension. Without a curb ramp, driving over the abrupt edge of a curb can cause significant impact on the car suspension system. This repeated jarring can lead to premature wear and tear on shock struts and other suspension components, potentially resulting in costly repairs and a less comfortable ride. Curb ramps effectively bridge the gap between the street and the driveway, creating a gradual incline that allows your car suspension to compress and decompress, blah, blah, blah. Prevention of scraping low-riding vehicles, in particular, are susceptible to scraping their front bumpers, undercarriage, and even the exhaust systems when navigating the sharp angle of a curb. Curb ramps eliminate this risk by providing a gentler slope, making the transition without contact, preserving your vehicle's paintwork and structural integrity. I have a sedan, and I still bump on it if I hit it wrong. Reduced jolting for individuals. The sudden upward and downward motion experienced when driving over a curb can be particularly uncomfortable and even painful for older individuals. The impact can jolt the body, potentially exacerbating existing back or neck injuries problems. Curb ramps significantly reduce the abruptness, allowing for a smoother and more comfortable transition into and out of the driveway. This consideration is crucial for maintaining the comfort and well-being of elderly passengers and drivers. Not just about convenience, they actually protect your vehicle from damage, prevent frustrating scrapes, and enhance the comfort and safety. So on that note, I'd like to see something in the code that allows me to install curb ramps, because currently at this time there aren't any. I found that out a couple of years ago when I tried to put a concrete one in and had to tear it out. Lessons learned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, and I know staff's diligently taking notes, and something that we can address in the future. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, okay. With that, do we have any further public comments? Go ahead, Ms. Mahoney. Can you make sure the mic's on? Looks like it's off. There you go.
Is it on? Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, 2 Pasco, RCW 42.56. Provide permits for Pasco and Hayden Homes to kill our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and eaglets. Provide a 404 permit for floodplain Road 48 Park, floodplain sewer, and for resolution number 4582. Provide all LID designs for Pearl Street, past and present, and for my property, indicating harassment and retaliation. Provide an LID and or ULID start date and cost for my property. Seaforest LID Pasco City Council meeting on 5/23/22 and public comments hands off to Pasco and developers. With the Pasco Aquatic Center, how much is ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins paid at a rate of $10,390 per month plus travel expenses? What's the total cost of the wow factor or wave machine, costing $22 million to $280 million, while Yakima's Aquatic Center, opening in June, costs only $10.8 million total. Pasco CIP budget is well over $500 million, yet there's no money for a homeless shelter for people and no money for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for dogs and cats. With animal control, provide a permit for Tri-City Animal Services to operate as an animal research provider. Include Angela Zeiler's animal holding facility plans for WSU. See Zeiler's quote in the Tri-City Herald. See Zegan Zeiler's WSU Buncher files and WSU dog videos extending well over 30 years. See Pasco City Council meeting 4/1/19 with Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr, authorization of new due process at animal control that results in unlawful seizures. Dogs are killed and or sent to WSU for research. See Bell, Kilo, Jake, and many, many more. See Animal Control botched euthanasias they call popcorning the dogs and cats, or also called a violent, painful way to die. Provide Zegan Zeiler's humane euthanasia certifications as required by the Animal Welfare Act. Provide TCAS insurance and Pasco's cat bonds. Provide results for 48 counts of animal cruelty, theft of $375,000, and the missing rainy day fund at Animal Control. See Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Angela Zeiler. For questions, call Pasco's Lee Kerr at 509-735-1542. For a list of animal research providers to WSU, including bogus rescues, call WSU President 509-335-4200. Call Dr. Guy Palmer at WSU and at Paul Allen School of Global Animal Health, 509-432-3385. My comments tonight are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comments? Going once, going twice, third time, all right. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item number 7, which is reports from committees or officers. Mr. Prowlis, do you have anything to report?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Blaisdell.
Considering we haven't really met for the last 2 weeks, I have quite a bit. So I did attend Visit Tri-Cities meeting. We are looking for Ironman volunteers. I believe it's not till September, but they need many more volunteers this year versus last year to keep the event going. I also attended the Tri-City Regional luncheon and annual meeting, and then a ribbon cutting in downtown Pasco for Lucky Leaf. I believe it's their second location for Pasco. And I am happy to say Pasco High Dance Team took place in state in show and hip hop in third and Palm. So that was, again, a major accomplishment for those kids. So that's all I have.
Thank you. With that, I guess that goes to me. I too attended the Lucky Leaf opening, had a nice chat with either the owner or the manager, Slim, I believe is his name, and it's good. Well, sorry. It's good to see folks who stay in town or leave town and come back and want to participate in the business community. So I appreciate that. And again, it was a great conversation. I also today attended the Pasco Aviation Celebration. Yesterday marked 99 years of commercial aviation, starting with mail, which went from Pasco to Elko, Nevada, back when there was obviously no GPS, really rudimentary, if any maps. And so these guys were real cowboys of the West, willingly taking what was a 5.5 hour flight, which I'm sure now would probably be an hour and 40 minutes, give or take. And really were that innovation. And my message to the community today was, and especially to our next generation, is as the Port of Pasco looks to expand, as the city is looking at, with our RNG facility, with the PWRF, there's opportunity to be on the cutting edge of innovation here in the Tri-Cities. You can leave, that's great, but hopefully you'll come back with something more, or you can stay and there's opportunity for you. And I think that spirit of innovation that we had 99 years ago as the port and as the Aviation Museum seeks to share that 100-year flight over the course of the next year, hopefully that spirit of enthusiasm, excitement, and innovation, and maybe a little bit of Wild West cowboy resides in, the leadership here, as well as the next generation. And I'm hopeful that our kids can get that message that, sure, go ahead and go off, but come back and bring something, or again, stay here and be on that cutting edge as we look to expand what the city offers. So I'm excited to see what the Aviation Museum is going to do over the next year. The culminating events will be April 6th of 2026, as well as May 15th and 16th. And I look forward to our partnership with them. So with that, I think that's all I have. And I did ask for Mr. Prowl. So moving on to item 8, hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. I've got a single item here. Item A, public hearing and resolution number 4586, surplus and transfer of city-owned personal property to a government agency. And Chief Crowley, or it's Captain, right? Deputy Chief. I'm sorry, Mort.
That's okay.
I just like Mort. Deputy Chief Mortensen, I apologize.
That works too. Mayor, Council, thank you for allowing me the time tonight to talk about a couple of fleet proposals we have out of the fire department. Before we do that, I do want to thank you again. I haven't had a chance to talk to you too much about your presence and representation at our push-in ceremonies. That was a really big hit, and having your representation there meant a lot. It was a highlight. So appreciate the speeches and the extra effort too. I think we needed every last bit of muscle. So with that, though, we wanted to talk about our transition with some of those pieces of apparatus and some of the analysis we've done. And tonight we have, let me make sure I can do this. We have 2 pieces of apparatus that we want to talk about tonight. And when we were doing our analysis at the beginning of the year and getting ready for the biennium budget proposal, we really were taking a look at what we need in the department versus what we want and where we want to go in the next couple of years. And what we found out is we have a couple of pieces of apparatus that were heading towards the end of their life cycle, and then a couple that are in reserve. And it's nice to have that reserve, but we really do need some funding in the future for some new apparatus. And given the state of our budget and the economy, national economy all the way down, we're trying to be responsible with what we have and plan out the future. And we saw an opportunity to move a couple of pieces of apparatus that's going to allow us that opportunity to take a look at some newer pieces in the future. First one I want to talk about tonight is our we call our spill response boat, and we got this on a Department of Ecology grant in 2020. And the purpose of the boat the council approved was to carry what we call boom on that, and that's to go out and contain any oil spills or any spills out on the river, waterways that need mitigated, and it kind of just confines that and keeps it in place. What we found was, while it is very useful, we haven't really had that opportunity. The numbers haven't been there to really demonstrate that we need this vessel still in our fleet. Now, we did put in the electronics on that, so the grant covered the motors, the power plants, the vessel itself, and then the rest of it we had to take care of. So all the electronics and everything were borne from the City of Pasco budget. And that was about $45,000. So we're taking a look at that, and what it's turned into is more of a backup boat for us, just because those numbers on our responses aren't quite there. So with that, when it comes in, we do have to start budgeting and planning for its replacement. And it's roughly a 10-year life cycle before we start having to take a look at the motors, and then taking a look at the electronics and getting those updated. So while the boat didn't cost us anything, the replacement plan in the future is something that we have to save for. Ongoing maintenance costs, there's not a whole lot to it, but it is maintenance costs that we have to go through. The oil changes, making sure all the pumps and everything are working. So there are costs associated with that, taking a look at what we can eliminate, that's something we can do. I do want to go back. So before we say, hold on a second, we don't have any deployment capabilities now, or we don't have the ability to mitigate a spill response. Our primary vessel can carry the boom that I was talking about earlier. Plus, it's kind of a dualistic purpose. It works really, really well as a rescue. Plus, we have the ability to go out there and handle some of those spills. And that's what we did before 2020 when we got this grant. This was just really a boat that was designed more towards that and not necessarily towards rescue. So our primary vessel right now does both, and we feel comfortable with that. So when we're going through this and saying what could we do with this, we got a hold of the Department of Ecology, and they said there's a couple different options you guys can take a look at. The easiest option for you, just for simplicity, is to transfer it to another agency, either governmental, somebody who can go out and their job is to clean up spills or have that for that capacity. So started asking around, and Chelan County Fire District 7, who's up there, they take care of the fires, the shoreline of Lake Chelan, they expressed a lot of interest. And so they went to their commissioners and said, hey, what would this look like? And what we did was we also, let me see what that's going back to. So they went up there, their commissioners took a look at it. I did want to recover some of the funding on our electronics, and it's probably in the PowerPoint here in a second. But we did make a deal. So looking at the depreciation value on those electronics, what we did was we took some of the newer equipment off of the boat we're talking about right now. We refreshed the electronics on our older one. And so they're getting a boat that does have electronics in it, but in the whole process we were able to upgrade ours, and they're going to give us some money on that. We have a deal to get $20,000 in recovery on the electronics, which is the depreciation value on those. So legal considerations, obviously, I'm sure you're well aware, to be able to transfer equipment with this value on it, or to be able to sell, we do need council authority, and we went through the legal requirements with the RCWs as far as putting it in the or advertising it in a local capacity. So we put it in the Tri-City Herald on March 23rd, so that the public was aware that we do have two pieces of apparatus. I'll talk about the ladder truck here in a little bit, but we had two pieces of apparatus that went into the Tri-City Herald. The public hearing is scheduled for tonight as we're here, and public comment period obviously will be afforded as well. Fiscal impact, like I said, there's no value. We're not going to be gaining any money from the vessel. That was something that they said was very problematic, even though we do own it, and the reporting period, the grant period is over. To sell this, given the fact that it was grant dollars, would be pretty problematic, and they said this would have to go up through the Washington State Supreme Court to kind of get a settling on this, and that's nothing that I was really interested in doing. So again, $20,000 recovery for the electronics that we're going to give to Chelan 7 will be there, so we're not completely giving it away. We are recovering a portion of the cost that we put into it. And then the funds that we are collecting, we are asking that those be put back into our equipment reserve to cover some of the fleet expenses, which I'll talk about briefly coming up. So policy decisions. What we're asking council for is to declare the vessel surplus and that will allow us to transfer the vessel to Chelan County Fire District 7. Their commissioners have already met, and contingent upon your decision tonight, they've accepted the transfer and the monetary displacement back to our fund. So I'd like to ask you to authorize the city manager to execute and negotiate the transfer after we're done, and allocate the proceeds from the electronic equipment towards the Fire Fleet Fund. I'll move forward. In addition to the vessel, do I need to pause for that, or can I roll both pieces of apparatus together? I can keep going. Okay. Okay. In addition to the transfer of the boat, we are also looking to sell our reserve ladder truck. And just a little bit of history on this. This was purchased about 4 years ago.
Deputy Chief, I think we need to take public comment separately. So with that, I am going to open the public hearing on the first vessel, which is the boat. I'm going to call it that. Do we have any public comments on this? The declaration of surplus of this vehicle? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we can move on to the second vehicle, or second item of surplus.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The second item that we want to discuss tonight is our reserve ladder truck. In a little bit of history, we purchased this reserve approximately 4.5 years ago, and it is served in a reserve capacity. We do have our primary ladder truck.
Sit tight, I'm getting some side eye here. Were we supposed to conduct the hearing and to take action on each? Okay, so with that, now that the hearing is closed, I will declare the hearing on the first vessel closed with no public comment. I guess, Mr. Milne, can I get a motion on that? Sorry about this.
All right, you can, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4586 declaring certain city-owned personal property as surplus, approving the method of disposal, and further authorize the interim city manager to transfer the property to another government agency.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Oh, thank you. Sorry. That was an aye, correct, Mr. Perales?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Since we've all spoken, I'll still say any opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. Okay. With that, we'll move on to the second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a picture here of our reserve ladder truck, and again, I'll just go back through that. We've had it for about 4.5 years. It serves as our reserve ladder truck in the event that our primary ladder truck needs maintenance, has a mechanical issue of that nature, so it'll go into its place. The reserve ladder truck is 20 years old, and about that time frame, NFPA is advised.
Deputy Chief, I apologize. So this is listed under resolutions with no public hearing for this one. That's correct? Okay. Hold on. Let me make it formal. So we're going to move on to item number 9, which is ordinances, resolutions not relating to hearings. There's a single item, item A, which is resolution number 4587, surplus sale through consignment of city personal property. This is going to stay with Deputy Chief. I apologize for these fumbles here. But here we are. You can move back into your presentation.
No problem.
Sorry
at
about
all.
that, sir.
No problem at all. Thank you. So again, here's our reserve ladder truck, and again, when we were going through our fleet and considering the outlook and the future and what our needs are going to be, we realized that we are going to be needing a new ladder truck within the next 4 years. Our current ladder truck is going to be reaching the end of its life cycle, which for the NFPA is about 20 years. So this vehicle, this ladder truck is 20 years old. The maintenance costs on it are increasing as they naturally do with age. So we have two. What we need to do is try and focus on the purchase and acquisition of a new ladder truck. And right now, talking with our manufacturer, the build time on that is about 3.5 to 4 years. So if we ordered it today, we wouldn't see it until about 2028. So at hopefully the earliest. And they are rising in costs. Our equipment replacement fund is healthy in that reserve right there. We have about $1.6 million in the bank. Don't have a heart attack, but the ladder trucks right now, the newer ones are going for about 2.4. So we have a gap there to cover. And what we found is that we believe if we were able to sell our backup ladder truck, and right now the average on what we're seeing would be around $300,000. We still think that we could collect on the ladder truck even with its age. that would close that gap just a little bit closer, so that when we do need to go through the sales agreement for a new ladder truck and actually begin the build, we're that much closer, and then we can work with the financing options on what that looks like. So again, this is a 20-year-old ladder truck. We're feeling comfortable not having a reserve at this point. Richland and Kennewick run their cities without a reserve, and what we really rely on is that master mutual aid agreement, which helps us in the event that we need a ladder truck to come into our jurisdiction. If the current one has a mechanical failure or needs maintenance or anything like that, we do have that ability to pull from different agencies within the region. So we feel comfortable after an analysis with Chief Crowley and Deputy Chief Harkins. We feel comfortable that we will have the operational capacity from our neighbors if we need it. Our current ladder truck, it is incurring some more maintenance costs, which is going to be normal, but we feel pretty comfortable that the one we have right now is going to carry us through for the next 3 or 4 years until we can get a newer one put in its place. So with that, my ask and proposal tonight is to put this through the sales process. We want to use a company, it's a consignment company, to assist us with this sale. What they'll do is advertise it nationwide and then work through the sales process with us. But that's the request we have for tonight, is the ability to sell our reserve ladder truck as well to close the gap on the purchase of a new one.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Prowlis?
Yeah, the only question that I had was that we bought this a few years ago, and now we're trying to sell it to get some money. And so I hope we're buying equipment that we're going to be needing for a longer duration of time. So I guess if I can get some insights on that, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely, and I can certainly speak to that, Mr. Prowse. Appreciate the question. The new ladder or new aerial trucks, new fire engines that we just purchased, they're good for that 20-year mark. And that process of planning, we really try and start that 5, 6, 7 years out. But with the proper maintenance, and our shops do a very, very good job. And we have additional contractors in the area that can help us out that specialize in these apparatus. So we feel comfortable that moving forward with these new engines, they're designed to last a long time. We do beat them up, but they do last. The predicted lifespan on these is that 20-year mark. And when we go through, like I said, we're taking a look at technology, what will last, and we sole source with Pierce. And it's the biggest name in the industry, and you know they're workhorses, so we know we can rely on them. But well understood, and I think going forward, the next ladder truck is going to last us quite some time.
Thank you. Mr. Prowlis, that satisfy?
Appreciate it. Thank you for the insight.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4587, declaring city-owned personal property as surplus, approving the method of disposal, and further authorize the interim city manager to sell the property through consignment.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. All right.
Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that too passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council.
Thank you. With that moves us on to item number 10, which is unfinished business. See none, and I don't see a light from staff, so I'm assuming there is none. Then that moves us on to number 11, which is new business. Again, not seeing any lights from staff, so I assume we're good there. And that moves us on to item number 12, which is miscellaneous discussion. I do see Mr. Zabel's light on.
So good evening, Mayor, Council. Apologies there on 8A and 9A. The difference between those is the boat was a value of over $50,000, and you were transferring it to another agency, so it required the public hearing. The other one is just an outright sale, the engine itself, so that's why the difference. So, and then secondly, a couple of things. I did get a note out earlier today, but all of you may not have received it, but contractor's been hired to work on downtown cleanup. That work started today, already making an impact downtown, and I know that's something council had expressed concern about in recent weeks, so staff's been working on pulling that together. Thank you to Director Rice. And then secondly, city participated in the State Department of Agricultural Japanese beetle spray program, so all of our city properties, or a number of our city properties were sprayed with the beetle containment area on late last week, so. In case you get a question from a community member or what have you. So that's all I had.
Thank you. Do we have any, Mr. Prowse, do you have anything?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from council? I'll just simply note that I do know that in a couple weeks we have an Easter egg hunt coming up. I don't have those details right in front of me. I know it's the 19th, I believe, at noon, one of the parks. We'll get more details on that, and I just I'm excited to be part of that. I know my kid's got a baseball game, but I'm hopeful to run over and catch, and celebrate something that's critical in my life, which is the resurrection of my Savior Jesus Christ. And I'm extremely grateful for that opportunity that the city has to celebrate Easter as a community, and so I'm excited for that. So I appreciate the staff putting that together. With that moves us on to, are we still intending to do our exec session?
Yes.
Seeing our
Yes.
is our legal counsel joining us electronically?
Electronically, yes.
All right, so I just want to make sure I got the right folks. So we are on to number 13, which is executive session. It's discussion with legal counsel about current or potential litigation under Revised Code of Washington 42.30.110, subsection 1, Roman numeral 1, or I, listed for 8 minutes. We're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager?
We're going to have the assistant city manager in the first to represent staff, the first item.
Okay.
And then the second item, it'll be myself and the deputy city manager.
Okay, so.
And the chief.
And the fire chief or
Police chief, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so in the first, we're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager, police chief? Okay. Just the assistant city manager in the first. Okay, so in the first, we're going to have the assistant city manager. In the second, we're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager, and police chief in the second. Legal counsel being both. Slated for 8 minutes. We are going to call that 7:47 since we're halfway through this minute. So we'll be back roughly at 7:47. It is 7:55. We have returned from executive session with no action taken. And with that, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you for joining us. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council special meeting on Monday, April 14th, 2025. The council thanks you for being a part of your city government. At special meetings, the council takes formal action in specific items, and during workshops, we only discuss items with no formal action items taken. So with that, you'll hear that we have a special meeting shortly thereafter, followed by a workshop meeting. Agenda packets are available at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. For those following along online, for those present, there's a little table with a blue arrow that says agendas. This meeting is being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191 and Spectrum Cable in Pasco and in Richland. It's streamed on the city's Facebook page, on its website, on its YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting agenda and video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Council members, Barajas,
Present.
Blaisdell,
Here.
Grimm,
Here.
Harpster,
Present.
Morales,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne,
Present.
and Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
With that, if you'll stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, again, we're in the special meeting portion for anyone following along. We've got a single item, well, 3 motions. Under new business number 4, resolutions number 4588, 4589, and 4590, use of temporary staff services. And it looks like the Assistant City Manager, Angela Pashong, will be presenting this.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the purpose of the item tonight is we are seeking council approval for the 3 resolutions to authorize personal services agreements with the following temporary staffing agencies: Advanced Services, Inc., Infogenie, Inc., Persona Employment Solutions. These contracts will support seasonal and project-based and hard-to-fill roles across departments, primarily in the Parks and Animal Services divisions. There's many reasons why to use temporary service or temporary staffing agencies, including flexibility. They enable the city to quickly scale staffing for seasonal or emergent needs without the overhead of permanent hires. Cost savings. They reduce long-term employment costs as the city is not paying benefits or payroll taxes directly. Efficiency. Agencies handle the recruitment, screening, and onboarding, saving time and resources. It reduces our risk. Agencies bear the burden and liability for compliance for several requirements, including those of family leave laws and L&I. Speed. Agencies provide a pre-screened talent pool, helping us fill needs faster. Expertise. We bring in specialized skill sets without long-term training commitments. And then trial opportunity. Temporary roles can serve as a vetting period for potential permanent hires. We have seen particular use of this at our animal services for our kennel tech positions. Those positions are, you may think you're in for walking dogs only, but it's a lot harder than that. So that's been a very beneficial setup for us. So a little background on agency selection. To align with procurement best practices, in February 2025, the city issued an RFP for proposals, which we received 24, and we have selected 3 agencies based on their capacity, pricing, and qualifications. These contracts are for 2 years with an optional 1-year extension, so it gives us an opportunity to build a relationship with them, see how it's going, get the reporting mechanisms and requests that we have for them, and then if we see that it's a good fit, to continue with that opportunity. So fiscal impact, expenses are budgeted in departmental operating budgets. So annually we hire primarily for our park seasonals. So those are the individuals out mowing the grass, our boulevards, and doing that. We hire 16 of those positions every year, and that's about $300,000. And then we also have 1 role out at our cemetery because as irrigation's turned on, the grass grows, and we need to make sure that that is maintained. These annual needs align with our irrigation season. And in 2021, there was, we had a higher budget for seasonals for our parks crew, but we converted 7 of those into permanent positions with the expansion of our facilities and our needs. We did have the need for year-round. We just don't have need for year-round for this many individuals. So the request to council tonight is approval of the 3 resolutions, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Barajas.
Thank you. Quick question. You probably do have this, what is the overall savings on going this route versus hiring full-time jobs through the city?
So the biggest savings is going to be, and I'm not going to give you a flat dollar amount, I can definitely get that for you, but without the need of full-time 16 additional staff, it would be exponentially more expensive to bring them on. You'd be paying salary and benefits year-round. And so there is a markup when you do a temporary staffing agency, but it's less than if you had them full-time with benefits.
Do we have any further council discussion on this issue? Seeing none, do we have, it's a special meeting, do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we're going to close public comment. With that, Mr. Milne, can I get a motion?
Yes, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4588, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal services agreement with Advanced Services Incorporated for temporary staffing services.
Second.
Give that to Ms. Bras. Got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Bras. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none. Go ahead with the second, and bless you, Mr. Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4589, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal services agreement with Infungi Incorporated for temporary staffing services.
It's going to be a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Barajas. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. That too passes unanimously. Let's go for a third time.
All right, third time's a charm. I move to approve resolution number 4590, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal service agreement with Persona Employment Solutions for temporary staffing services.
We got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Barajas. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Sounds like we got a third unanimous. With that, we are going to adjourn our special meeting. I'll give the clerk a few seconds to make sure she has time to crane her neck to the clock. I think we're good. Okay, did I see the signal? We're okay to roll. With that, I am going to open our workshop meeting. It was listed for 7:05. We're 3 minutes late, so Chief Roski, I apologize. We've consumed that extra 3 minutes. I'll make it up by skipping items 1, 2, and 3 and moving on to item number 4. Do we have any verbal reports from council members? Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Benton Franklin Transit Board of Directors meeting. We talked about the strategic plan and ridership and had a lively discussion about trip costs per person, management of the fleet, and it was really a fruitful discussion, fruitful meeting. The day before, myself, Councilmember Barajas, and Councilwoman Blaisdell all attended online the Tri-Cities Public Facilities District meeting, where the group voted me secretary of the board. The interesting thing about that is they had not called a meeting in nearly 2 years. It was, I believe, March or April of 2023 was the last time they had called a meeting. And there's various reasons and things going on, but that is something for me really to dig into in coming weeks and months and find out, well, what are we doing if, we don't need to meet that often? And I know the idea is obviously to serve as a regional public facilities board, but once again, I have a lot to learn, a lot to dig my teeth into, Mr. Mayor, and I also joined the Mayor Pro Tem today at the Pasco Chamber of Commerce lunch with a fair amount of staff, where we got to hear our own Fire Chief Crowley give an update about really the fire department. And it was the first time that anybody knows the fire department ever presented at the lunch. So it was really good to have one of our own heart and soul there talking just the core of Pasco. So anyways, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended my first night with the Pasco Police Academy last Tuesday. Very informative. I was pretty impressed. I've done a couple of them, not for the Pasco, but for other municipalities, and just the breadth of knowledge and the presentations was really well done. So yeah, I'm really excited for the next couple weeks. Then I attended the JoJo's freeze-dried goodies ribbon cutting. I wasn't there for the ribbon cutting initially, but I ended up going about an hour after. A lot of people already had left, and I talked with Sarah, and she had some really good treats, and it's cool to see that she has stuff in the White House. I thought that was really interesting and really, should make us all proud that something like that is actually making that much of an impact. And then I went out and gave out some VIP patches to some of our Girl Scouts this weekend. I think Sunday was the last day for them to sell cookies. So that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was there for also the JoJo's freeze-dried goodies, and phenomenal stuff. I can't say enough about it. I didn't think that a freeze-dried pickle would taste so good, but it it was really good. All the stuff she had was really good. They had a lot of candies and freeze-dried, was it this pickle Skittles? I didn't think that was good, but it was actually pretty good as well. So I would recommend people that if it's by the Berkshire Aircraft is on the back side and the railway yard is on the front side, but it's that whole row and it's just some unique places in there. So I'd recommend if you get a chance to go check it out. And then I also did have a COPA meeting also on Friday, and they talked a lot about how to move the organization along, but not asking for the city for money at the moment. And one thing they're talking about doing is fundraising. In October, some students from Kalima will be coming and visiting the Pasco, and again, just different ways that we in the COPA organization can make it better for Pasco and for these kids. The cooperation between Kalima and Pasco. So it was a good meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Mr. Harpster.
I thought somebody else would have mentioned this, but I attended a council retreat on Saturday and saw a few of you there. Just want the public to know your council's doing work on Saturdays and discussed our priorities and spent a lot of time on budget. So again, appreciate staff's time that was there and everybody else's time up here.
Thank you. They were certainly well prepared and well armed with information. So hopefully we'll be able to nail some things down here over the next few months, and we appreciate that. Seeing no further lights, that moves us along to item number 5, which is items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. The public comment is limited to an aggregate of 8 minutes. It's going to be 2 minutes segments, pro and con. So if you have a position, please state that when you come up and offer your name and county of residence for the mic. So aside from that introduction, we have a few items. The first one is item A. Pasco School District is here to discuss their district impact fees. Looks like Mr. Zabel, you're going to kick us off there.
Good evening, Mayor Council. Just to kick this off a minute, the school district, through its very, very regulated process, is allowed to work with the city under the city's authority to impose school impact fees for new growth, new development in the community. And in the case of Pasco, that's been occurring since 2012. Back in March of 2012, city imposed ordinance 4046, which set rates for single family and multifamily residences $4,700 per unit and $4,525 per unit each. And those have been in place since. Annually, or I think semi-annually, is it? Yeah, semi-annually, the district's been to us, and part of that process is a capital facilities plan. So the district goes through a very public process, has consistently invited city officials to participate in that process of school needs for schools, and a process that accounts for growth, the impacts of growth. And through that, in a very, I think, a very tightly designed formula, you basically crank out an impact fee, and that's been a pretty steady thing throughout this. School district just went through this process over the past several months, and this evening Denise Stiffarn, who is the legal counsel for Pasco School District, and Michelle Whitney, the superintendent, are here to talk about the results of their latest efforts. I believe they've already met with the school board and shared that, but want to share that with council. Ultimately, it'll be up to council to consider the input they hear tonight and make a determination on future impact fee schedule. So with that.
All right. Thank you so much for having us here again this year. It's been a couple of years since the last time we came and talked about school impact fees and the district's capital facilities plan. I appreciate the city manager's intro and also the staff report in your packet. And I'll try not to be too repetitive as I walk through, but just some history on why we're here, what the capital facilities plan is. So, there we go. So again, the school district has been preparing this capital facilities plan since 2012. The last time we were before you was in February of 2023 with the 2022 capital facilities plan. And just as some additional background, the school district's board of directors goes through a process, as the city manager explained. They go through a SEPA environmental review process, and then at the board adopts the capital facilities plan and forwards it on to the city council for review. So being back here this year establishes that 2-year review. What the reason why we are here at the city and talking about school district capital facilities planning is that the Growth Management Act requires that to the extent a school district wants to request school impact fees, it works with its local jurisdictions by providing a capital facilities plan, and in turn, if that jurisdiction chooses to collect school impact fees on behalf of the school district, that jurisdiction adopts that plan by reference as a part of your own comprehensive plan, and then of course adopts a fee ordinance. So coming in every 2 years, we've gone through this process, and in that capital facilities plan since 2012, the fees have remained consistent. And that's something I'll touch on a little bit more in this conversation tonight, because for the first time this year, the fees look a little bit different. Now, when I say the fees have been consistent, every 2 years, the district has updated its plan. It's had different projects related to capacity needs and different impacts related to growth. But as they've run that through the formula, they've applied a discretionary discount in addition to the city's 25% required discount to get to what's been an even fee across the years. This year, for the first time with new projects in the 2025 capital facilities plan, the fee is actually decreasing below what that threshold has been in the past. And I'll dive a little bit more into that in the coming slides. So from the Growth Management Act, we know that there are 5 basic requirements, and in the school district context, the elements of that capital facilities plan first are establishing a locally adopted level of service. For school districts, that level of service is based upon educational programming standards. And so essentially this is how many students per classroom based upon the educational program, and in turn how many students per building the school district has across its service levels. We then look to existing inventory. So you'll see that the capital facilities plan delineates all of the different school facilities, including the non-educational facilities. We compare the district's 6-year enrollment projections, so looking out towards the 2030-31 school year in this case, looking by grade level, and comparing that specifically to the existing capacity to identify what, if any, needs there are related to that expected growth. When we've identified expected needs in the financing plan, the district identifies projects planned to address those needs, what they're expected to cost, and how the district expects to finance those projects. And then that finally establishes the basis for the impact fee. So talking first about enrollment forecasts and capacity, this district has been a strong growth district since 2012 and even before then. And that growth has continued fairly consistent over the years, with some slight dips happening or some lowering in the rate of growth during the pandemic and then immediately thereafter. That has started to pick back up to pre-pandemic levels, and the district over the next 6 years is planning to see about 200 students or a little bit more per year coming into the district, and that's growth at all 3 grade levels. Now, in determining growth projections, the district looks at various demographic needs related to projecting. They look at the experience in their district of the cohort survival, so students progressing traditionally through their grade systems. They look at development data across the district from both the county and the city. They also look at the rate of the birth rates. How many new students do they expect in those kindergarten grades? They've worked with outside demographers and have taken information from 2 outside demographers for purposes of this study to pull together all of that information to generate their 6-year enrollment projections. So a lot of work goes into looking at what realistically is expected in terms of growth, and in this case, continuing to see growth and seeing growth at all 3 grade levels. This district has been very fortunate in that the district's taxpayers have been quite generous over the years in funding capacity projects and non-capacity projects. So in 2017, of course, the Three Rivers Elementary School and the Columbia River Elementary Schools were funded and constructed. There were also expansions at the middle school level and some portable adjustments. And then most recently in 2023, the 2 new high schools were funded, and those are moving along and will be open for instruction in just a few months in the fall of 2025. There's also been modernization at the Chihuahua and Pasco high schools and some athletic field improvements and land acquisition. All of these